The second Jihan logs into the tutorial, some rando is already lunging at him, ready for the kill. This guy clearly thinks he's found some fresh meat, but he couldn't be more wrong. He just picked a fight with a god in sweatpants and a tank top. Jihan effortlessly catches the blade between two fingers, a cocky smirk playing on his lips as he imagines the beatdown this idiot is about to receive. The attacker's brain short-circuits, completely unable to process what just happened, as Jihan's counterswing sends a shockwave that knocks him off his feet. Still, the fool refuses to back down, convinced his A-rank agility is more than enough to handle this bizarre opponent. But the instant he charges, Jihan sidesteps like he isn't even there. He unleashes a desperate flurry of attacks, but every single one slices through empty air. Jihan anticipates every move with practiced ease, a product of his countless battles. Honestly, he's getting bored. So on the next charge, Jihan disarms the guy, and, before his opponent can even register the shock, ends him with a single, clean strike. Because this isn't his first rodeo, Jihan is a regressor. It's no wonder he's operating on a whole different level. The story begins when some cruel, omnipotent gods decided that life on Earth was just too damn peaceful. So they engineered a cosmic death game between planets, forcing them to survive waves of monsters before their chosen champions battled it out. Any planet that lost was wiped from existence, while the victors were blessed with unimaginable power. In this brutal game, Jihan was Earth's undisputed champion. He once took down the deadliest monster imaginable with a single punch. The blow cost him his arm, but the sheer power of the feat left the entire world stunned. After all, this was a beast that all the other top-tier awakeners combined couldn't even scratch. But without his arm, Jihan was deemed unfit to represent Earth in the final round. When faced with champions from other worlds, Earth's so-called top awakeners turned out to be a complete and utter joke. Hulking orcs demolished them without mercy, mocking humanity as a fragile and pathetic race. Following their crushing defeat, Earth's deletion protocol was initiated. The entire planet and every living soul on it were erased from reality. And yet, Jihan endured, shielded from oblivion by a unique personal skill. The gods orchestrating this sick game saw his insane potential and offered him a second chance. He awakens, finding himself right back at the beginning. He's in his old bedroom, where everything is calm. Outside, children are playing, their laughter untouched by fear. He realizes he's been sent back to a time of peace. Just to confirm, he pulls up his status window. His stats have been reset to level 2. It's real. He's back. He has returned to the very moment he first entered the game, the same cursed game that would later merge with reality and unleash hell on Earth. For now, he dives into his inventory, and something immediately snags his attention. It's an achievement points exchange coupon. This item grants special perks to the last survivor who chose to retry the game. It's a custom-made gift, just for him. And it's a rank X item, meaning it's beyond legendary, a ridiculously powerful and rare artifact. He activates it instantly. The system boots up a brand new, exclusive achievement store, a personal shop filled with unique items, and best of all, it can be upgraded. By pouring in enough achievement points, he could level up the store and unlock a whole new tier of game-breaking items. He desperately needs something he can use immediately, but the starter selection is garbage. With no other real options, he decides to gamble and upgrade. The level 2 expansion is a complete bust, offering nothing of value. So, he doubles down and pushes it to level 3. Again, it's filled with junk. With only 50,000 points remaining, upgrading to level 4 would leave him with a measly 10,000. He knows that the cost to upgrade climbs exponentially. The next one would be astronomically expensive. This leaves him with only 2 possible moves. He can either cash out and buy the mediocre junk available now, or he can risk it all on one more upgrade to level 4. Jihan has always been a high-stakes gambler, so for him, the choice is obvious. He smashes the upgrade button for level 4, and his all-or-nothing bet immediately pays off. This new level unlocks an item called Urgent Restoration. It gives him the power to repair any broken item, restoring it to a flawless, perfect state. It's moments like this, the thrill of the win, that prove why he can never walk away from a gamble. How could anyone quit when they keep hitting the jackpot over and over again? Now that he's secured this god-tier ability, it's time for the ultimate test. He makes his way to a secure room deep within his sprawling penthouse. He presses his thumb to a biometric scanner, gaining access to a restricted area. Opening the BattleNet connector's inventory, he finds exactly what he was searching for. It's an item named Dongfang Shuo's Spoiled Brush, a piece of A-rank junk that even its own description calls useless. But with a little help from his new Urgent Restoration ability, he can reverse the damage and transform it into something truly legendary. The spoiled A-rank brush glows, reforging itself into an SS-rank divine artifact that channels a direct link to the martial god. Before he can even admire his creation, a system notification explodes in his vision. The tutorial for the Gangnam Bronze League is starting. He has only 10 seconds before he's summoned to the arena. There's no time to waste. He yanks open his status window and, with the divine brush, begins to paint over his own stats. The single greatest reason he managed to climb to number 7 in the world during his first life was all thanks to one specific ability. It was the power that eventually earned him the title of the Martial Saint, a unique stat that fused his strength, agility, and HP attributes into one unstoppable force. It's a power called Martial Power, unlocked by a ruined, discarded brush that has finally ignited his awakening. The timer hits 0 the exact moment he lays down the final stroke. Bam! He's ripped from his world and thrown into the BattleNet League. The objective for this Bronze League tutorial is painfully simple: survive against the hordes of monsters unleashed in the Colosseum. He's been thrown in with 100 other players, and this brutal free-for-all only ends when half of them are dead. The last ones standing will be crowned the winners. The second his feet hit the arena floor, Jihan frantically pulls up his status window. A wave of relief crashes over him. It actually worked. He has successfully obtained martial power, and the system even gifted him 1,000 achievement points as a bonus. This is merely the first major step in his grand quest to obtain the legendary, nameless divine art. But even with this single power-up, he's confident he can absolutely steamroll the entire Bronze League. A system alert flashes, warning him that he's jacked into the BattleNet without a connector. The consequence? He's about to feel 100% of all pain inflicted in this game. Jihan knew this was coming. Before the Space League officially kicked off, during the tutorial phase, players could buy connectors to dull the pain. His brother-in-law, Yoon Sojin, used a high-end model that could block out a staggering 99% of all sensation. Jihan definitely plans on getting one of those later, but for now, he'll have to endure everything raw. Suddenly, his achievement menu pings, revealing a brand new limited quest. Achieve the number 1 rank in this tutorial. The reward is another 1,000 achievement points. This quest never existed in his past life, but with martial power at his command, crushing this new objective will be a breeze. The game officially begins. Not even a full second passes before someone lunges at him from behind, sword raised high for a decapitating strike. The attacker is clearly trying to gank a clueless newbie off guard to score a cheap, effortless kill. But his jaw drops in disbelief when Jihan casually stops the blade cold with just 2 fingers. The guy can't even yank his sword back. Jihan turns slowly, a cold smirk playing on his lips, and thanks the man for his generous donation of the first kill. This right here is the game's most thrilling feature: the absolute freedom to mercilessly slaughter other people. Another massive change that rocked the world with BattleNet's arrival was the emergence of guilds. Guilds are massive organizations that scout, train, and manage players, capitalizing on the world's insane obsession with BattleNet. As a result, every nation began funneling massive resources into developing their own homegrown players. Mega corporations also invested aggressively in player growth, sparking the creation of countless guilds, both large and small. Thanks to this head start, South Korea was able to cultivate incredibly powerful players early on in the league's history. The Gangnam Bronze League became the premier stage where each guild's most promising rookies made their debut. In this very match, a hopeful player materializes inside the Colosseum alongside everyone else, trying his best to suppress his shaking nerves. This potential cannon fodder, named Do Hyuk-gyu, sees himself as the luckiest man alive simply because he's with the Divergent Guild. That's the legendary guild managed by the Divergent Group, an organization famous for producing a steady stream of superstars. Do Hyuk-gyu, an otherwise ordinary young man, managed to snag a spot in this elite guild after acquiring the A-rank gift, Agility. An A-rank gift is incredibly rare, and because of it, he's dead certain he can at least make it into the top 50. Now, his first move is to size up the competition. His eyes scan the arena, seeing nothing but powerfully armored knights. He spots hulking warriors and terrifying, monstrous players. Faced with this field of nightmares, Do Hyuk-gyu makes a bold choice. He ignores all of them. He just turns away, pretending he didn't see a single one. After all, the golden rule of survival is to simply stay alive, but the other players are already staring him down, practically smelling the fear radiating off him. If he hesitates and gets eliminated right at the start, the sheer embarrassment would be unbearable. Looking around, he realizes most players are from major guilds and are decked out in high-quality equipment. This feels less like a Bronze League match and more like a pro-level showdown. But then, he spots someone who looks completely out of place. Standing among all these elite rising stars is a guy wearing a plain tank top and sweatpants. He doesn't have shoes, armor, or any weapon to speak of. Do Hyuk-gyu seriously wonders if this guy even meant to join the league. Or maybe he was just summoned here by accident. He has to be a total newbie who stumbled into the wrong place. And a newbie means a free, easy kill. Hyuk-gyu tenses his muscles, getting ready to pounce. He mentally praises his good fortune for handing him such a perfect target right at the beginning. The moment the system announces the game's start, Hyuk-gyu explodes from his spot, lunging in to deliver a decisive final blow on the unsuspecting rookie. But to his absolute shock, the newbie doesn't just block his strike, he catches it with just 2 fingers. It's completely illogical. How can someone who looks so out of place possibly keep up with his A-rank agility? Before he can even process what's happening, Jihan effortlessly flings him away, launching him to the side as if he weighs nothing at all. Jihan then scoffs at him for daring to enter the Bronze League with a basic gift like agility. That jab sends Hyokyu into a rage, who can't stomach his A-rank ability being trash-talked by some guy dressed in rags. Maybe Jihan is just getting cocky, because he deflected a single attack. If that's the case, Hyokyu is about to teach him a brutal lesson, powering up to his top speed. It's clear the player is about to unleash everything he's got, and our MC has to admit, even his previous speed was seriously no joke. Hyokyu blitzes forward, aiming straight for Jihan's throat, but our MC masterfully dodges the blow, dipping down just before the blade can make contact. But the furious assault isn't over. Hyokyu immediately presses on with another attack, and another, and another. Jihan sidesteps every single strike, but that doesn't mean he's having an easy time. He's accustomed to fighting with god-tier stats. Now his brain is struggling to adjust to being back inside a level 2 player's body. Hyokyu isn't actually that fast. The problem is Jihan is slow, which means this showdown won't be the cakewalk he first imagined. Still, even with this handicap, for a warrior who has survived countless battles, his overeager opponent's attack patterns are just too simple, too predictable. Hyokyu lunges in for another massive swing, and Jihan is officially done playing defense. This time, he smacks the weapon right out of his attacker's hand, sending the sword spiraling through the air. Then, before Hyokyu can even register what happened, Jihan leaps into the sky, snatches the sword mid-air, and plunges it through his foe's neck, ending the duel instantly. Hyokyu crumples to the floor, and as his body glitches out in defeat, he swears that the next time he and Jihan cross paths, he's going to be the one who wins. The threat makes Jihan sigh, putting into perspective just how chill this world is. The guy is literally fading away, and he's already planning their next match. The system dings, notifying him that he's scored the first kill in the tutorial, earning him 100 achievement points. The sword, unfortunately, vanishes, since its owner has been eliminated. Our MC doesn't need a blade anyway, and now that he's had a decent warm-up, it's time to find his next target. First things first, he needs to secure over 5 kills to lock in a good rank for this mission. As he suspected, though, no one is bothering with the monsters. Inside the battle net, besides the players, there are monsters too. But a monster kill is only worth 0.1 of a player kill, which means you'd have to waste 10 monsters just to get the score for a single player takedown. Because of this terrible exchange rate, most people just ignored the monsters completely, especially in a map crawling with tanky mobs like orcs. Wasting time on them would be absolutely pointless. But it seems the system has a soft spot for pointless tasks because it issues him a new quest. Exterminate all 30 orcs in the Colosseum. Sure, hunting monsters is inefficient as hell, but the prize is 500 achievement points, which is 5 times the bonus he received for scoring the first kill. With a payout like that, there's literally no reason to pass this up. Besides, these basic NPC monsters are nothing like a true orc anyway, so this really shouldn't pose much of a challenge for him. With no reason to hold back, he decides to go all in on the clueless monsters. At first, the orcs are just baffled, unable to comprehend why a nearly naked human is sprinting toward them at full tilt, but they quickly shake it off and band together to crush him. The 2 in the front hurl their axes, hoping to cut him down from a distance, but Jihan snatches the weapons out of the air with ease and whips them right back, mowing down several orcs with a single, devastating throw. This sends the rest into a frenzy, but Jihan is already on the move, blowing past their front lines and reappearing deep within their ranks. Then, with a mighty swing of the second axe, several orc heads are sent tumbling through the air, but our MC is just getting started. He's only taken out 5 orcs so far, and the remaining 25 do not look happy about his performance. They're now even more determined to tear him apart, but they are simply no match for him. He moves with a speed they can't possibly follow, and his raw combat experience is on full display. Another orc charges in with a spear, desperate to land a quick blow, but Jihan intercepts the weapon and snaps it like a twig, leaving the creature stunned and confused as our MC closes in to finish it with the axe, except the weapon unexpectedly shatters as he swings it at the orc. This injects the remaining orcs with a fresh dose of confidence, thinking he's vulnerable now that his weapon is destroyed. They were probably banking on having an easier time with him. The orcs all swarm him at once, and Jihan almost has to admire their persistence. But it doesn't matter how hard they try. He's on a completely different level. He stomps his foot into the earth, and the resulting shockwave is so powerful it shatters the ground, launching every orc charging him into the air. Then, he leaps, snatching the weapons that flew from their grips as they were blasted back. In a split second, he blinks through the crowd, a whirlwind of steel that sends even more orcs to their graves. The absolute slaughter rages on, bodies dropping left and right until only one remains, frozen in pure terror. In that final moment, the orc understands. Jihan is a far greater monster than they could ever be. As that truth dawns, Jihan erases him too. And just like that, the quest is cleared. The system dumps 500 achievement points into his account, just as promised. And he even gets a level up from the fight. Leveling up mid-game is almost unheard of, since EXP is normally calculated when the game ends. But it might be a perk for still being a low-level player. Whatever the reason, Jihan's not about to look a gift horse in the mouth. He seizes the chance to pump up his stats, while he has it. And there's one stat that's getting all his attention, his top priority, martial power. This stat is a 3-in-1 package, and while other players might upgrade, with those stats, a single level up in martial power can literally double his abilities, at the very least. But there's another, more calculated reason why martial power is Jihan's main focus. And it's all because, once he pushes it to level 30, he gets a shot at acquiring the unnamed divine arts. To become the strongest, he needs to get his hands on that skill as soon as humanly possible. There is, however, one fatal flaw with the stat. Getting martial power to increase is ridiculously hard. Under normal circumstances, you'd need a ton of combat, experience, and brutal training just to budge the stat, and points can only raise its maximum growth potential. But this time, for some unknown reason, his martial power level actually shot up. This is huge for him. Jihan isn't sure how it happened, but if it keeps climbing like this, his dream of clawing his way to the top might not be a fantasy after all. But there's no time to stand around daydreaming. This is still an active battlefield. While he's scrolling through his stats, an archer tries to snipe him. He predicts the shot with ease and sidesteps the arrow without breaking a sweat. The archer is rolling with a warrior decked out in some seriously expensive-looking gear, and the condescending smirks on their faces say it all. The girl tells her partner to finish this quickly, their cocky smiles, screaming that they see him as nothing more than a free kill. It's not that weird to see a two-person team in this free-for-all. This survival game is designed for player versus player combat, but there's no rule that says you can't team up. The emblem on their gear reveals they're from one of Korea's top 10 guilds, the Turtle Guild. The real problem with this fight is their synergy. A warrior and an archer create a deadly combo of close quarters and long-range pressure. The fact they're a coordinated team means this won't be an easy fight for Jihan by any stretch of the imagination. A notification alert appears. Only 60 survivors are left. The tutorial is about to wrap up. The body count is already insane. With the end so close, all Jihan really needs to do is dodge this pair's attacks, and he'll cruise to the finish line. But the fact they came hunting for him means he looks like an easy target. While Jihan calculates his next move, they're so full of themselves that the warrior actually asks the archer out for dinner, as a reward for killing Jihan. Right before the brawl kicks off, Jihan checks the leaderboard and sees he's barely clinging to first place. With 4 kills, that settles it. If he takes out these two, his top rank is guaranteed. To start, he goes for the archer, blitzing her while she's still distracted by the warrior's pathetic attempt to flirt. With his martial power stat sitting at level 6, they had 0 chance against him. The warrior is stunned that his partner just got deleted, but he doesn't even get a moment to mourn. Jihan is already behind him, his sword flashing towards his back. Luckily for the warrior, his thick B-rank armor saves his skin. He sneers, thinking Jihan's shoddy weapon can't possibly pierce it. But Jihan just keeps attacking, relentlessly stabbing the armor in the exact same spot. He chips away at it, strike after strike, slowly carving a hole with his non-stop assault until the opening is just wide, enough for him to land the finishing blow on the knight. Miles away, in a dimly lit office, a woman casually watches a replay of the match, with a cup of tea in her hand. Right as Jihan cuts down the warrior, we see this woman is Lee Hyeon, the 3rd Division, head of human resources for the Divergent Guild. She thinks to herself, what a relief it is that Jihan wasn't summoned, and standing right beside her is her bodyguard, Lim Guyong, the very same warrior who snagged 2nd place in Jihan's match. Guyong is practically steaming, being told she's weaker than some no-name, but Hyun just warns her to avoid picking a fight with the unhinged newbie for the time being. Right now, Guyong has one job, gather intel. But as Guyong replays the match footage on her boss's monitor, a flicker of recognition hits her. She's seen Jihan's face before, she's sure of it. This is Lim Guyong we're talking about, the Divergent Guild's ace, with a legendary S-rank gift. She was groomed to be the guild's next big thing, and her rampage through the Bronze League was meeting every insane expectation. Everyone had bet on her to take first place, and she was on the perfect track to do it. That is, until Song Jihan showed up out of nowhere and blew up the entire bracket. Meanwhile, the Turtle Guild's scout team is absolutely freaking out, realizing Jihan didn't just demolish some of their most promising recruits, but he somehow clinched the #1 spot at level 2, with no gear and no guild to back him up. The man literally rolled up in a tank top and sweatpants, and somehow stacked up 6 kills without a single weapon. That one performance alone was enough to send a shockwave of questions rippling through the entire global player community. But the legend himself is just kicking back in his living room, scrolling through the rewards he earned for conquering the Bronze League tutorial. He cashed in a 50% experience boost, which shot him up from level 3 straight to level 6. Sure, his leveling speed is probably because he's still in the rookie phase, but it's a massive head start. He didn't earn any GP, which is the game's currency, but the level ups gave him a fat stack of stat points, which he immediately dumps into martial power. Just like that, his martial power stat explodes, vaulting from level 6 to a staggering level 9. He also unlocked a new title, Tutorial Conqueror. It grants him a bonus point in every single attribute and tacks on another 20% experience boost. The title only works inside the Bronze League, but that's fine. With its effect, his martial power now sits at a clean 10 points, making him an absolute monster in the Bronze League. The promotion match for the Silver League won't trigger until he hits level 25, so for now, his only goal is to keep stacking power. That's already an insane amount of buffs to his raw strength. But the system had one more gift waiting for him. Because he hit level 5, he unlocked his class advancement. It was finally time for him to choose a specialization. When picking a class, a player needs to know what they're getting into. 4 icons light up before him: warrior, archer, mage, and support. In his past life, he chose the path of the warrior. Since he already has god-tier knowledge of that class, picking it again would be the smart, easy move. But then his eyes drift to the achievement store. An option to purchase an extra class slot is sitting right there. With that single item, even if he chooses a totally different path this time, he can always add the warrior class later on. By spending 10,000 achievement points, this changes the entire game. He no longer has to play it safe and pick warrior first. He's free to try something completely new. His finger hovers over the choices, a plan forming in his mind, before it finally lands on one. Moments later, he's summoned back into the game, this time to the Bronze League's Gangnam sector, for a brand new mission. The area is a sea of undead, thousands of zombies packed shoulder to shoulder. The mission type this time is defense. The zombies are swarming the base of a massive castle, and the players have to slaughter the horde to protect a crystal glowing at the top of the ramparts, all while trying not to become zombie chow themselves. Scattered across the battlefield are defensive towers. The fight will rage until only 5 of those towers remain standing. And perched atop one of them is Lim Guyong, the elite warrior of the Divergent Guild, staring down at the zombie ocean with pure disgust. It might be a game, but the sight of thousands of decaying bodies never gets any less nasty. Behind her, her new teammates begin to spawn in, and they look like they already know this map and mission, like the back of their hands. Guyong instantly recognizes the players she's been matched with. One is an archer from the LK group, decked out in some seriously powerful B-grade gear. Another is a mage. He's unaffiliated with any guild, but his equipment is still incredibly impressive. He definitely looks like he can hold his own. These two seem like solid partners for the mission, but the real MVP, in this kind of defensive battle, is always the support. This is going to be a long, drawn-out war of attrition, and a good support is what guarantees the team's survival. The final player is summoned, and as the light fades, Guyong's eyes go wide. It's Song Ji-han. He materialized as the support for their group, and just like before, his choice of gear is unique. He's wearing a tracksuit and casually holding a metal pipe, truly the most OP weapon in the game. Flashing back 20 minutes before the mission, Ji-han made his decision. He chose the support class. As he confirmed his selection, the system itself flagged his choice, warning him that the class was not compatible with his stats. But that was precisely why he picked it. He chose the support class specifically because it was such a terrible fit that the system literally had to ask him if he was sure. Picking the support class unlocked a brand new ability for him called Divine Power. Divine Power is the exact ingredient he needs to cultivate another one of his unique stats, but it's notoriously difficult to level up. That's because you can't just grind it out through training like other stats. The only way to raise it is by dumping precious extra points into it. Naturally, Ji-han has no intention of doing that, since he's funneling every single point he gets directly into his martial power. He's laser-focused on acquiring the nameless divine arts as soon as possible, and he refuses to waste his valuable points on anything else. So why would he deliberately choose the support class and saddle himself with the divine power stat? Because he knows a secret, a game-breaking method to boost divine power that literally no one else is aware of. The key to it all is hidden in that shiny new pipe of his. The other players are just as stunned as Guyong to see that Ji-han is a support, but the team's mage is especially not thrilled. He doesn't even try to hide his contempt for Ji-han's basic outfit, immediately flaming him for his gear. He screams at him for not having better equipment and then proceeds to flex how ridiculously expensive his own robes are in comparison. Figuring Jihan is just a broke and useless player, the archer tries to get the mage to chill out before he says something way over the line. But the mage isn't listening. He calls Jihan filthy and declares he refuses to play with someone so pathetic. He's absolutely convinced Jihan is going to tank their entire run. Yang just squeezes her eyes shut, completely annoyed. She silently curses her rotten luck for getting stuck in a party with a total troll, but she's quickly snapped back to reality. A choked gasp slices through the tension. Jihan has snatched the arrogant mage by the collar of his fancy cape, and our protagonist is holding him up in the air like a cheap action figure before. Without a single moment of hesitation, he hurls the mage right off the edge of the tower. He plummets straight down toward the swarming, hungry zombies below. The mage had been whining this whole time that he didn't want to play with Jihan, so our MC personally helped him log off. The mage respawns after dying, and the second he materializes back on top of the tower, he's on his knees, begging Jihan for forgiveness and swearing he'll do his absolute best for the team. This man, groveling at our MC's feet, is Kim Gyu-yuk. And the reason for his sudden 180 in attitude is all thanks to our MC's special disciplinary methods. You see, when a player spawns in the Bronze League defense game, they are granted a total of 3 lives. Kim Gyu-yuk, who came back to life instantly after being mercilessly launched off the tower, was immediately given a second, unscheduled skydiving lesson by Jihan the moment he reappeared. Because of that, he now only has 1 life left, and if he dies just one more time, he'll be kicked out of the game for good. He'll be stuck with last place. That is why he is currently pleading for his life at the feet of our main character. He is praying he doesn't get tossed down to become Zombie Chow again. He has to avoid getting last place, because if he does, his level will take a massive hit as a penalty. That also means that all the skills he shelled out his own money for will simply vanish as a result. If a player's level drops below the requirement for a skill, the system automatically deletes it. Jihan is actually a little surprised by how quickly Gyu-yuk's entire personality flipped, especially since the guy was all set to blast him with attacks the last time he respawned. Now, Gyu-yuk is desperately trying to hype himself up as a fire mage. He boasts that he's incredibly effective against mobs of undead, and he's also level 15, which means he packs a serious punch. For any other squad, he'd be an invaluable asset they wouldn't dare lose, but all his desperate yapping has just jogged Gyu-young's memory. Kim Gyu-hyuk was once a member of one of the 10 biggest guilds in Korea, a player everyone respected, but then he failed his silver promotion matches 4 times, and after that, he just devolved into a toxic troll who went around picking fights. In short, Gyu-young knows he's a washed-up loser. Gyu-hyuk keeps on pitching his skills and vowing to work with the team, but he has one condition. He demands that Jihan personally apologize for killing him twice. The archer actually backs him up, clearly just trying to get their team to work together. But on the inside, Gyu-hyuk is still fuming, secretly plotting his revenge for the humiliation. He doesn't even get to finish his internal revenge fantasy before Jihan grabs him by the collar again. And for the sheer nerve of demanding an apology, he yeets him off the side of the castle walls one final time, even though he was the one who started all the drama. And with that, their mage is gone for good, leaving the team a man down. The zombies relentlessly crawl up the tower, and to rub salt in the wound, the team on the next tower over has their own fire mage. He's making short work of the zombies on their side. That's the kind of firepower they just lost, and the archer chews Jihan out for not even attempting to meet the mage halfway. Jihan is completely unfazed and just pulls up his status window to check on his newest, limited quest. This one is a linked quest, and it requires him to secure first place in the 10 Towers mission. And on top of that, he has to single-handedly slaughter 1,000 zombies for a grand total of 4,000 achievement points. Taking down 1,000 zombies by himself, that's practically a suicide mission, especially considering the clock is ticking. But he absolutely refuses to let 3,000 points just slip through his fingers. Lim Guyong stares, her expression screaming judgment, as Jihan stands there, trying to figure out a plan. So far, Jihan's just been doing whatever he wants. And let's be real, even with his fire stats, he's still just a support class. From where Guyong's standing, this guy is absolutely not Divergent Guild material. Not a chance. The archer, however, has 0 chill and is still screaming at Jihan, who finally seems to register that he exists. He finally snaps, telling Jihan that if he's going to keep acting like a clown, he can go ahead and fight the horde all by himself. But plot twist, Jihan is thrilled to hear this. It's exactly what he wanted, a clear shot to solo all the zombies without them getting in his way. Guyong sighs and tells him to get behind her, stepping forward to take the lead. In her mind, this run is a total wash, but she's not the type to bail and feels a duty to see it through. But Jihan just waves her off, saying it's cool. He'll handle the entire front line. They just need to cover each other. Suddenly, a grotesque creature claws its way over the tower's edge. It's a blood zombie, a whole different league of nightmare from the regular mobs. Its head is a swirling mass of liquid, meaning physical attacks should be useless, or so the game wants you to think. But Jihan doesn't play by the rules. As the zombie lunges, he just grips his spear, a smirk playing on his lips. With one clean, brutal strike, he shatters its head into a million pieces. As flaming chunks of flesh rain down, Gu Yong has a shocking realization. That raw power, it had to be divine. Before she can process it, more zombies swarm the tower, and Jihan meets them head-on with his staff. He's only taken down 6 out of 100 zombies. He has a hell of a long way to go. As the undead relentlessly scale the tower walls, Jihan continues his one-man stand against the apocalypse. After mowing down over 24 of them, he pinpoints the real problem, the blood zombies. Normal attacks just phase right through them. So, whenever he spots one, he unleashes a tiny pulse of divine power, making them all pop instantly. The archer's jaw is on the floor. His whole opinion of Jihan just did a complete 180. Yeah, the guy's a jerk, but you can't deny it, our MC is a total pro. Gu Yong, on the other hand, is literally speechless, watching the absolute masterclass of destruction with total awe. He's wielding divine power like it's second nature, with zero waste. His control is absolutely insane, but what's truly blowing her mind is his surgical precision, with every single strike landing as a perfect, skull-crushing headshot. In just a matter of minutes, Jihan racks up a kill count of over 200 zombies, triggering a hidden condition. It's a title called Another World's Faith, and it instantly juices his divine power from level 6 to level 7. So this is his secret hack for leveling up his divine power. And damn, it's working. See, you can level up divine power using sacred objects. Back in 2010, when this whole tutorial nightmare started, these things were sold for insane prices because everyone thought they held some game-breaking secret. But after 10 years, nothing was found. Their value crashed hard. These otherworldly divine items were seen as useless, and most players didn't even know they existed. However, there was one person who knew the truth, Sophia, the legendary saintess of America's first guild. She was the one who clued him in, explaining how she secretly boosted her divine power using these exact items. You could absorb divine power from items that came from other worlds. But here's the catch. It only works while the tutorial is still active. This was the exact grind she used to become a saintess. She would just hold on to an otherworldly item and pray for an absurdly long time. After a while, she would absorb its power. The conditions were different for every item, and none of them were easy. On top of that, because there was no demand, the items were incredibly rare. This allowed Sophia to basically corner the market and snatch up every divine item for herself. This was top tier, game-breaking information that nobody else had, and you can bet she exploited that advantage. But even with her monopoly, there was a ghost in the market. Someone else was quietly buying up these otherworldly divine items. This meant there was one other player in the world who knew the secret. After Jihan regressed, he went into his sister's room at the Sword Palace penthouse, and that's where he found a massive stash of otherworldly divine items. Every single one had been purchased, and all of them were completely drained of their divine power, little more than empty husks. The conclusion was undeniable. The mystery player who had been collecting these items was his own older sister, Seong Ji-ah. Alongside the Sword King, Yoon Se-jin, Jihan's sister, Ji-ah, was celebrated as South Korea's greatest support, a true hero. How she died is a completely different story. Among all the drained items she left behind, Jihan found a simple steel pole, which had been degraded all the way down to an E-rank item. According to its description, it was supposed to be especially perfect for cracking open zombie skulls, but after all this intense use, it's been worn down to an F-rank item, with barely any divine power left inside it to absorb. But it's built solid, making it the perfect tool for cracking skulls. Meanwhile, Ji-young is just staring, completely in awe of his insane physique and the god-tier control he wields. The archer glances up. Another tower just crumbled. They've officially broken into the top 5. But in the middle of his hype, he's completely oblivious to a zombie creeping up from behind. Gi-young's blade flashes out in an instant, slicing the zombie clean in two before it can even touch the archer. And just from her posture, the way she commands that sword, Jihan knows exactly who he's looking at. That's the legendary Plum Blossom Sword, Lim Ji-young, the woman who was once the acting Sword King. Her story, though, didn't have a happy ending. In his original timeline, she was brutally cut down by the very man she replaced, the former Sword King himself, the one who now calls himself Ryuha. Looks like Jihan's just stumbled upon a major player way ahead of schedule. In this second chance at life, Ji-young snaps him out of it, asking if she can join his squad. She argues that if they team up, they could totally dominate the leaderboards. Jihan pulls up his status window. Yep, they're sitting at a measly 5th place. They've got a massive climb ahead, and the clock is ticking down fast. He knows the Plum Blossom sword can handle herself. She doesn't need his help. But one of his personal quests demands he secures that #1 spot. So, Jihan makes a call. He's leaving the zombies, swarming the tower to her and the archer. Without a word, he just yeets himself off the side of the building before either of them can process. What is even happening? As he plummets towards the ground, he channels every ounce of divine power into his staff and smashes it into the earth, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave of energy that obliterates every zombie in the vicinity. Thanks to Jihan's absolute carry, his squad skyrockets to first place, crowned the final survivors of the mission. With that, he clears his limited time quest, but he just missed the mark on his linked quest to solo 1,000 zombies. The instance concludes, and Jihan begins the teleportation sequence back to his home base. But before he vanishes, his teammates rush over to give him props. He made that entire mission look like a cakewalk, a true MVP performance. The archer is already hyped, practically begging to squad up with him for the next run. But as the archer fanboys over our MC, Kyung is just staring, her mind absolutely blown by the insane damage output from their support. He was a whole level beneath her, yet his power was off the charts. It had to be a system glitch, right? The shock is written all over her face. The archer dips out first, leaving Jiyoung alone with Jihan. She sees her chance and walks right up to him, just before he's about to log out. She even calls him by name, which totally catches Jihan off guard. In this timeline, they're not supposed to know each other yet, but Gi-young isn't playing by the script. After witnessing his raw potential and the insane feats he just pulled off, she knows, without a doubt, that this guy is exactly who the Divergent Guild has been looking for. And as a top member of that guild, her mission is clear: recruit him at all costs. But now that she's face to face with him, she completely fumbles and asks for his phone number. Instead, her cool, collected demeanor instantly shatters, replaced by pure, unfiltered panic as it hits her. She just skipped, like, 10 steps of the recruitment process. She's asking for his digits in their very first conversation. She has to backpedal, fast, before he gets the complete wrong idea. But before she can stammer out an explanation, Jihan just cuts in with an apology, saying he can't actually remember his phone number at the moment. Then, he pops open his status window, hits log out with a quick "see ya," and vanishes before she can utter another word. Kyung is left standing there, wondering how, in the world, someone just forgets their own number. Before the brutal realization dawns on her, she just got curved, hard. Back in the real world, it turns out Jihan was actually telling the truth. He'd been using an American number for so long in his past life that he never bothered to memorize his new Korean one after being reincarnated into this new life. And it's not like he can just ask someone for his own number without looking like a total psycho. So for now, he just has to shelve that whole awkward encounter for later. The bigger deal right now is that he's already on a major guild's radar. It seems all his recent showboating made him stick out like a sore thumb. Hindsight is 20/20. He probably should have just gotten her number instead. But he has zero plans to join a guild anytime soon. Right now, his entire focus is on grinding quests and stacking up as many rewards as possible. He managed to level up twice, and even banked 1,500 GP from that last run, but that's chump change when it comes to the holy items he needs. Sure, the divine gear he's eyeing is way cheaper in this timeline than back in his own, but it's still way out of his price range. For now, his only option is to head home and see what he can scavenge from his sister's storage. He gets back to his place, and the first thing he sees is an extra pair of shoes. By the door, his heart stops. He knows exactly who's here, and the shock sends his bag tumbling from his hand. Everyone has those 1 or 2 moments that haunt them forever. Jihan is no different. But his greatest regret, the one that eats him alive, is that in his first life, he failed to protect his beloved niece, Saya. There were a million things he wanted to tell her if he ever got the chance to see her again. He remembers her strength, how she once promised that she would be the one to protect him, and now, there she is, standing before him again alive, as if that nightmare never even happened. More than anything, he just wanted to tell her how desperately he missed her. Yoon Saya, who just hit 18 this year, is the daughter of his sister and the traitor, Yoon Sojin. In his past life, she wasn't home when he regressed. She was stuck with a survivor group out on Jeju Island. But for reasons that were painfully obvious, she was the only one who had to leave that group early. His sister worked tirelessly to provide for them. So from the time Saya was just a kid, Jihan was the one who looked after her. Now, her mother is gone. Her father suddenly defects to Japan and changes his entire identity. They're all the other has left in this world. She is the single most important person in his universe right now. And this whole catastrophe was kicked off by Yoon Sojin's sudden betrayal. When Saya called her father, demanding to know why he would just switch sides, he told her he'd fallen in love. He just dropped that bombshell on her so casually. And while she was completely losing her mind over the phone, he sounded disturbingly calm about the whole thing. She asked him what she was supposed to do now that he was just vanishing from her life. She even begged, asking if he was really just throwing her away. His reply was cold and simple. Yes, he was. It was a condition set by his new lover. And without another word, not even a goodbye, he just hung up. In a single, heartless move, he erased his own daughter from his life. It's a level of trashy that's off the charts. But Jihan knew this was exactly the kind of man he'd always been. He's an irresponsible traitor, willing to toss aside his only child and betray his entire nation, all for some girl. Because of his selfishness, the innocent Seiya was left completely alone and, in another life, was driven to end her own. Seiya spins around, her eyes landing on their shattered family photo. Jihan instantly rushes over to apologize, assuming that despite everything Yoon Sojin did, he was still her dad. But she shocks him, revealing she had wanted to smash it herself. Then, putting on a brave face, she tells him she's totally fine. This is classic Seiya. It didn't matter if her mom died or if her father betrayed her. She would always flash that bright smile, laughing it off while worrying more about her uncle than herself. He knows she's tough, that she can handle herself, but he doesn't want her to have to be that person anymore. From this moment on, even though she's a grown woman, he's going to be the one to shelter and protect her. Seiya just closes her eyes, letting him pull her into a hug. But the tender moment is shattered when she wrinkles her nose and tells him he's all sweaty. Meanwhile, across the Seoul metropolitan area, in Gangnam-gu, deep inside the Divergent Guild headquarters, Lee Hyeon can't contain her laughter as her bodyguard recounts her little encounter with Jihan. The gorgeous Lim Guyong asked a guy for his number, and he flat out rejected her, using the lamest excuse in the book. He claimed he couldn't remember his own number. Hyeon's explosive laughter makes Guyong start to think maybe she isn't as beautiful as everyone says, but that couldn't be further from the truth. The woman just has no idea how insanely popular she really is. Even the few people they pass in the hall can't help but stop, stare, and whisper about how unbelievably cool she looks. The pair makes their way to the company lounge. Here, Lee Hae-yeon seems to finally relax. The two of them are here to strategize their next moves for Jihan's recruitment. They have to get him. It's not a request, it's an order, and the higher-ups are breathing down her neck to get him on their roster as soon as humanly possible. As they're talking strategy, a notification pings on Hyeon's phone. It's a live stream broadcast. She's confused. Who could possibly be streaming? There aren't any major matches scheduled for today. The streamer is some gambling analyst that Hyeon occasionally watches. She calls it strategy analysis. But let's be real, it's just straight-up gambling. But the person on camera is the last one they ever expected to see. It's Seong Jihan, kicking off a guerrilla stream without a single announcement. On the other end, Jihan adjusts the camera angle while Seiya coaches him from just out of frame. Guyong is struggling to compute why Jihan is popping up on a gambling channel, but Hyeon's eyes are glued to the title of the broadcast. Jihan is publicly claiming to be the brother-in-law of the Sword King. The viewers in the chat are losing their minds. Comments are flooding the screen, everyone demanding to know what is going on. The massive statue behind him is the iconic twin sword statue. This is undeniable proof. He's live from inside the Sword Palace penthouse. With the stream now stable, Jihan tells Seiya to stand clear. Then, he channels a massive surge of power into his foot and stomps. The ground cracks beneath him with a deafening boom. The impact shatters the massive pillar holding up the twin sword statue. Before anyone can process what's happening, he swings his fist and obliterates the statue itself. The shocking display sends ripples through the entire stream, causing thousands of new viewers to pour in, desperate to see the chaos. Now that he's made a massive splash and has everyone's undivided attention, it's time for the real show to begin. He's about to go live and address the bombshell news of Sword King Yoon Sojin ditching Korea for Japan. The platform he's using is called BattleTube, which is basically the official streaming service for the BattleNet. And since it's hardwired into BattleNet, this platform's market share is basically unrivaled across the globe. This setup allows Jihan to grab special quests tied directly to BattleTube, like hitting specific viewer counts, subscriber milestones, and view totals. This gives him a whole new avenue to farm achievement points just by creating a spectacle, and demolishing the twin sword statue is a surefire way to go viral. For Seong Jihan, the timing couldn't be more perfect to rake in all the rewards. As a flood of new viewers pours in, he's just stacking achievement points for every milestone he shatters. Meanwhile, the chat is absolutely exploding over the fact that he dared to desecrate such a sacred monument, and as you'd expect, the dislikes are pouring in. A wave of comments also appears, all from accounts with the same profile picture, a black logo emblazoned with twin swords. These are the stands of the Sword King family, and the mere sight of them makes Jihan's eye twitch with rage. That psycho fan club, obsessed with Yoon Se-jeon, is the very group that drove Seiya to her death in his past life. They were once the Sword King's most die-hard supporters, but their devotion curdled into pure resentment after he abandoned them for Japan. That toxic bitterness festered, eventually finding a new target in Yoon Se-jeon's only living relative, Yoon Se-ah. Their vile words and relentless harassment followed Se-ah everywhere she went, a shadow she could never escape. In the end, she was crushed under the weight of their senseless crusade, because they desperately needed someone to blame for their shattered idol. They made his innocent niece their scapegoat, but he'll be damned if he lets that happen again. If they need a villain to hate, then Jihan will gladly play that part. He clears his throat, commanding the crowd's attention. He then slams his fist into the still crumbling statue, making damn sure every eye is locked on him before he drops the bombshell. Ito Ryuhei, their former Sword King, is never coming back. As his speech continues, some people in the crowd start to recognize him, from his legendary run in the bronze tutorial, where he pulled off a shocking first-place victory, against all odds. But the fact that he's still ranked as a bronze seriously undermines his authority here. Jihan ignores the murmurs and shoves his phone toward the camera, holding it close to the mic to play what he calls irrefutable proof. It's a recording of a phone call between Ryuhei and his daughter, Se-ah. The audio, from right after the Sword King chose to become a Japanese citizen, is chillingly clear as Ryuhei explains why he's ditching Korea. It's because he's found a new woman. He admits he's throwing away his country, his legacy, all for her. He's even casting aside his only daughter without a shred of remorse. This was the ultimatum his new lover gave him, if he wanted to be with her. With the explosive message delivered, Jihan cuts the recording. The crowd is left in stunned silence, but most of them aren't buying it. Right now, it's just a juicy piece of gossip, not the smoking gun they need, to believe their hero has truly fallen. To drive the point home, Se-ah herself steps into the frame. To finish the announcement, she declares that while her father promised to pass the Sword Palace down to her, she refuses to inherit anything from a man who has betrayed his own country and his own flesh and blood. For that reason, she announces her plan to donate the entire Sword Palace to the nation, in the hope that it will serve as a foundation for nurturing Korea's next generation of players. As she delivers her powerful speech, Jihan cracks a smile, watching his plan unfold flawlessly. Cut back to 30 minutes earlier, when he first pitched this wild idea to Se-ah. Like any sane person, she was baffled by his suggestion. Why on earth would he want them to just give away everything they owned? He can't tell her the devastating truth, and he isn't even sure she'd believe him, if he tried. I mean, they weren't selling the palace, they were just handing over the keys for free. On the surface, this looks like a completely unhinged move, but Jihan has to get her on board with this plan. For her own damn good, he knows what's at stake. In his past life, Yoon Se-jeon, repping Japan, was the one who single-handedly brought Korea to its knees. The rage of the Korean people boiled over, leading the government to seize all of his assets, including the sword palace they called home. Se-ah was left with nothing, and she couldn't handle the endless stalking and terrifying threats from the Sword King's fan club. At the end of that dark road, she took her own life. Since this place was doomed to be taken anyway, it was far better to give it away now, earning public favor and keeping Se-ah out of the crosshairs. To Se-ah, though, he was just her freeloader uncle, who lazed around drinking all day, and he obviously couldn't tell her he'd time-traveled from a grim future, but he had to find a way to get through to her. Incredibly, while he was still scrambling for the right words to convince her, she looked at him and agreed to the plan. He was so shocked he had to do a double take, asking if she was serious about this. Even to him, the sudden proposal sounded absolutely insane. The reason she was now putting her trust in him is that Jihan isn't the type of guy to pull a stunt like this without a master plan. Plus, more than anything, it's been ages since Saya has seen this fire, this confidence in him, so she's putting all her chips on him and his insane strategy. Her incredible leap of faith is what made this whole crazy scenario possible. But that doesn't mean they're out of the woods just yet. Not by a long shot. The entire Sword King family is already up in arms, and they're publicly trashing Jihan, calling him a fraud. A total con artist. But that's playing right into his hands. He needs them to keep throwing dirt on his name, so they leave Saya completely out of the line of fire. Still, this is just the setup. To seal the deal, he's got to drive that final, brutal nail into the coffin. He steps back into the frame, camera rolling, and calls out Yoon Se-jeon by name. He tells the world that the official reason for the Sword King's departure, some woman, is a lie. The cold, hard truth? He's washed up. Saya just stands there, frozen. This was absolutely not part of the plan. She has no idea what to do. The live chat immediately explodes, with half the viewers refusing to believe he'd say something so savage, while the other half is just losing it over the sheer audacity of his claim. Jihan just keeps pouring gasoline on the fire. He claims Yoon Se-jeon only bailed because he knew deep down he could never cut it in the Korean leagues anymore. Even Guyong and Hyun are practically screaming at their screens, watching this train wreck unfold. And then, for the grand finale, Jihan leans in. He tells Yoon Se-jeon to get comfortable in Japan, because they've got a date, and Jihan is going to personally demolish him, And with that, the stream cuts. The two of them walk back into the house to get their bearings. Seiya immediately confronts him, phone in hand, showing him the absolute chaos he's unleashed online. He's kicked a hornet's nest that spans both Korea and Japan. But Jihan? He isn't sweating it at all. He just tells her to chill, that nothing bad will happen, and that she should tune out all the noise this is stirring up, so she doesn't stress herself out. Watching him, so calm after what he just did, Seiya can't shake the feeling that something is fundamentally different about her uncle. It's like he became a whole new person overnight. But honestly, can you blame him? Nobody would be acting normal after literally dying and getting sent back in time. He looks at her and asks if all she ever saw him as was a deadbeat who just drank all day. Seiya tries to take it back, even though a part of her knows that's exactly how she used to see him. Right as they're talking, the doorbell chimes. Jihan already knows who's on the other side, but he's surprised they showed up this quick. Now that the pieces are in motion, it's finally time to start making some real money. Meanwhile, across the sea in Tokyo, Japan, Yoon Sojun is watching the news unfold, a woman sleeping soundly in the bed next to him. The report is rehashing the whole insane series of events, noting that tensions between Korea and Japan are spiraling out of control because of his defection. And things only got worse when the story broke, that he did it all for some woman. Now, with his own brother-in-law, Jihan, coming out swinging with these wild provocations, the situation is a ticking time bomb. All that's left is to wait and see how the Sword King himself will respond. You could almost say Jihan has become the embodiment of Korea's rage. The woman next to him stirs and sits up. Yoon Sojun quickly kills the broadcast, worried the noise woke her, but she tells him she's done sleeping. She's far more concerned about him and the storm he's about to face. But Yoon Sojun cuts her off, telling her she can't call him that anymore. Sojun is dead. He's taken her name now, and that's the only name he'll answer to. This woman, Shizuru, drapes herself over him, whispering that he'll always be Yoon Sojun, Korea's #1 player. She insists that the truth hasn't changed. But her words, they carry a bizarre weight, a chilling power that goes far beyond simple comfort. It's like they're sinking into his very soul. She pulls his face to hers, and they kiss deeply, as she reminds him that he is her Yoon Sojun. Back with our hero, he pulls open the front door, and standing right there on the porch is the exact person he was waiting for. A man in a suit, a government man. It's clear he and Jihan have some history. The visitor's name is Park Yoon-sik, the department manager for the BattleNet, in all of South Korea. In the original timeline, after Yoon Sojun bailed, the department ghosted them, but this time, Jihan made a splash so big that they had no choice but to finally acknowledge his existence. Yet, even as the government suits stopped showing up, this one man took the time to genuinely look after him and Saya. And now, the stage has been meticulously set, every key player is in position, and it's time for Jihan to start claiming everything he's owed. The three of them sit down, and Yoon-sik dives straight into the deep end. He's fully aware that bringing the Sword King back is a lost cause, and the government knows it too, but they can't afford for that reality to hit the public just yet. The Korea versus Japan match is just around the corner, and they need national morale at an all-time high. Jihan can already see the strings being pulled. He cuts the man off, telling Yoon-sik to stop dancing around the issue and just spit it out. What they're really after is for Jihan to reverse the donation of the Sword Palace, because if the government officially accepts his donation, it's a public announcement that the Sword King is never coming home. Yoon-sik is stunned that Jihan dissected their entire political gambit that effortlessly. For a second, even he starts to buy into the hype that Jihan has been reborn as someone else entirely. The Jihan he knew was a deadbeat alcoholic, with a crippling gambling addiction. Shaking off his astonishment, Yoon-sik admits Jihan is right, but clarifies that they're still holding out a sliver of hope for the Sword King's return. So, instead of a full reversal, the government proposes a different angle: co-signed management. This means the official ownership would transfer, but both parties would have a joint say in all matters concerning the palace. It's their political workaround, a way to stay ready just in case the Sword King ever makes a miraculous comeback. The government also insists that the two of them must continue to live in the Sword Palace, which, at the end of the day, frames this as a perfect win-win situation. Yoon-sik slides a thick document across the table, outlining the fine print of the deal. He pushes them to look it over carefully, stressing how much thought and planning went into this proposal. Honestly, Jihan was prepared to just hand the whole thing over, but if they're offering a deal this sweet, it's an even bigger win for him. But there's a catch. In return for his cooperation, Jihan has a little favor of his own to ask. Some time blows by after that meeting, and back in the BattleNet, another chaotic match is about to kick off. A streamer who calls himself Golden Light fires up his broadcast. Instantly, thousands of viewers pour into the battle tube, eager to watch the show. The streamer poses dramatically atop the massive Colosseum statue, hyping up his audience as players begin to materialize in the arena below. With a flashy leap, Golden Light drops into the fray, keeping up his high-energy commentary for his fans. A huge donation alert pops up, telling him to teach these Bronze League scrubs a lesson. Everyone else in the lobby just rolls their eyes as Golden Light breaks into a cringy dance to thank his supporter. Yeah, they are definitely not as thrilled to have him in their game as his fanboys are. That's because hidden beneath that glittery, innocent smile are some seriously twisted intentions. He blew up as a streamer thanks to his pretty boy looks and over-the-top personality, but he's infamous for being a massive troll. He was once a high-ranking gold player, but he deliberately threw his games to get demoted to bronze, all for the sake of content he calls deep-sea traveling. He couldn't care less about winning. His only goal is to cause chaos and have fun at others' expense, making him the ultimate troll, despite slumming it in the lowest league. His gear and stats are still gold tier, making him notorious for hunting and humiliating bronze players who stand absolutely no chance against him. Now that he's here, with his rabid fans watching, it's time for Golden Light to find his first piece of content for the day. His gaze sweeps across the sea of players, and suddenly, his eyes lock onto a golden opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, Golden Light sprints over to Jihan, microphone already in hand, ready to interview the man who has become the hottest topic online. By now, Jihan has collected a ton of nicknames, and the entire community has been obsessed with him. Jihan, however, has absolutely no clue who this sparkly dude is. Obviously some kind of BattleTube streamer, and he's way, way too loud for Jihan's taste. But then, a thought strikes him. There are still quite a few BattleTube achievements he hasn't unlocked yet. Since the opportunity basically just fell into his lap, Jihan figures he might as well start his own stream. He completely ignores the shiny loudmouth and casually summons his own BattleTube interface, hitting the Go Live button. Golden Light's own viewers spot the on-air icon flare to life above Jihan's head and realize the main character himself is streaming. Immediately, they begin ditching Golden Light's channel to watch Jihan's. Our radiant boy starts to tremble as the horrifying realization dawns on him. He just gave Jihan a free promotion to his entire audience. With his viewer count nosediving, he desperately needs to pull a stunt to win them back. As his mind races, a notification pings. It's a quest from a user with a name that screams, Sword King Stan. The objective: hunt down C1 Jihan and kill him, so he finishes in dead last. The prize for pulling it off is a whopping 2,000 GP. 1 GP is worth about 1,001, so this is literally a 2,000,001 bounty, and the people funding this hit are none other than the salty members of the Sword King family. When Golden Light hesitates for a split second, other members of the Sword King family start piling on, driving the reward higher and higher. Jihan was well aware these guys had it out for him, but he never could have fathomed the sheer intensity of their hatred. The bounty just keeps escalating, blasting past the 30,000 GP mark in a flash. It even surges to a staggering 40,000 GP, but, in a brutal twist of fate, the remaining players are suddenly teleported away. This abruptly halts the donations, locking the final bounty in at 42,000 GP, a truly mind-blowing fortune. Golden Light is still fuming that the prize money capped out under 50,000, that is, until a member of the Sword King family sweetens the deal, offering an extra 10,000 GP if he can successfully put Jihan in the dirt. That finally lights a fire under Golden Light, his eyes now locked on his target. The second the match kicks off, Golden Light instantly crouches, preparing to blitz an oblivious Jihan. He activates a skill named Charge, a move that launches the user's body forward at blinding velocity. He explodes off the line, and in a flash, he's already behind Jihan, sword held high for the kill. The blade swings down, but Jihan effortlessly parries the blow, not even breaking a sweat. And of course, he's rocking another one of his bizarre weapons. This time, it's a meat tenderizer from a cooking set, and it's some kind of D-rank extraterrestrial holy relic. Jihan is actually stunned that even with his full power swing, Golden Light's sword didn't shatter into a million pieces. Since it's come to this, Jihan decides to show some courtesy and summons a sword of his own. Within moments, Jihan dismantles Golden Light with clean, deadly efficient strikes, and the casters are losing their minds. He's wielding sword chi, something that should be flat out impossible for a Bronze League player. Not only that, he's channeling white sacred flames, a divine power. But wait, if he's using divine power, that would make him a support class. No matter how he pulled it off, Jihan scores first blood, and he did it all with a D-rank holy kitchen knife. That's also from that same divine cooking set. But even though he was just taken out in the most humiliating way possible, Golden Light isn't quite done yet. He somehow pops right back to life, all thanks to a little item in his inventory, called the Crucifix of Revival. It's a one-time use get-out-of-jail-free card, but it's banned in national leagues, promo games, and guild matches. But even though he's back on his feet, it's a pointless move. The whole mission wasn't just to kill Jihan, it was to guarantee he finished in last place. And since Golden Light died first, Jihan is now safe from that fate. Despite the crew's obvious frustration, Golden Light is dead set on reclaiming his honor by taking down Song Jihan. Too bad for him, Song Jihan is just as determined to permanently wipe that smug look off this golden boy's face. In a blink, Jihan drops him a second time, casually snagging a double kill before turning his back on the dying streamer. He briefly considers the item the guy just used. In his timeline, no one used it because the revival had some serious glitches. That thought aside, the arena feels way more intense than usual today. It's probably because of the special guests watching the match. Today's audience is packed with elves, and it looks like every single one of them is laser-focused on Jihan. Our MC has zero love for them, considering the massive role the elves played in humanity's eventual ruin. For now, there's nothing he can do about them, so his best option is to concentrate on the players standing, right in front of him. But it seems the other players are keeping a wide berth, almost, like they're treating him as some kind of plague. The moment he glances their way, they all scatter in terror. You can't blame them. He just tore a gold-ranked player to shreds twice. They know they don't stand a chance. This is actually bad for our MC. It means his hunting efficiency is about to tank, right after he finally scored a D-rank holy item. 2. To awaken the full potential of these items, he desperately needs to get into more fights. As he's wondering what his next move is, a notification flashes in his status window. A slow grin spreads across Jihan's face. Looks like his luck is about to change. He just received a quest to eliminate the goblins that are swarming the goblin champion. This is perfect. Now he can hit his combat quota, even with all the other players avoiding him like the plague. Suddenly, he's mobbed by a horde of goblins, looking hopelessly outnumbered. But in the next instant, the tables turn, and it's the goblins who are fleeing for their lives. As he rushes them with terrifying speed, the monsters shriek for help, while getting pummeled and stabbed by Jihan's kitchenware. All this relentless fighting finally causes the holy cooking set to hum with power. It's a good thing. He actually bothered to read the item descriptions before jumping into the fight. The instructions were specific: crush their heads and gouge out their hearts, and it had to be done in that exact sequence for the items to properly activate and sync with him. He's just glad he figured all this out before the match ended. But man, this whole process is taking forever. If he had caught on just a little sooner, there would have been a few more goblins left for him to test his weapons on. But hey, it's not a total loss yet. There's still one goblin remaining, and this one is a whole different level of threat. This monster is the goblin champion. Compared to the regular grunts, he's an absolute unit. But for all its size and raw power, a single clean strike from the cooking club sends the goblin champion sprawling across the dirt. Jihan immediately exploits the opening, plunging his blade straight through its heart. Turns out, it was just a big-boned goblin. And with that, the quest is officially cleared, rewarding him with a cool 500 achievement points. He also snags 1 point of divine power in the process. But heavy use has taken its toll. The weapon's rank plummets to E. That means he can only farm divine power from it one more time. And honestly, monster hunting is way too slow. Nah, he's got to start hunting players instead. The problem is, they're all scattered, so if they won't come to him, he'll just have to bring the fight to them. The casters, who've been dead silent watching this whole thing unfold, finally break their silence, freaking out about how terrifying Jihan looks right now. But among everyone glued to the stream, there's one guy who is absolutely losing his mind over what he's seeing. It's Golden Light. He's hate watching Jihan's stream, and his eyes lock onto a single comment claiming Jihan is 1,000 times better than him. And while the trash talk stings, he's way more fixated on the absolute monster Jihan has become. Based on the goblin fight, the system crunched the numbers on his estimated stats. His average strength is hovering around 35. For context, the average Bronze League player caps out at 25. Jihan is a full 10 points above the curve, and none of it adds up. It gets so bad that Golden Light starts convincing himself Jihan must be using hacks as he collapses onto his bed, stewing in his own failure. And speaking of that cracked-out main character, the sounds of panicked screams suddenly blast from his monitor. He snaps his head up just in time to see Jihan smash his club into some poor dude's face, ending him in seconds. In a flash, Jihan takes on a whole squad of players at once, and this brawl is a complete one-sided slaughter. He's effortlessly mowing down player after player, shrinking the lobby down to a handful of survivors. The remaining players finally get it. This is not the time to be fighting each other. This is the time to team up. They have to take down this hacker. A mage and an archer are the first to form a temporary alliance. They try to lay into Jihan, but he casually blocks or deflects every single attack they throw at him. After a minute, they just stop. Realizing nothing they do even scratches him, they drop their weapons and just stare at this absolute beast, completely defeated. Then, he walks over and puts them out of their misery. With a final tally of 10 kills, Jihan's chat is going absolutely ballistic. They just witnessed him solo the entire lobby. And thanks to that massive kill count, the cooking set flares with power again, granting him another point of divine power. But then the items degrade one last time, hitting F rank. They're basically useless now. He also unlocks a hidden quest for getting 10 kills in the Colosseum. The reward? A fat bonus of 5,000 additional achievement points. With divine power and achievement points secured, Jihan has basically gotten everything he came for, but he's still missing one piece of the puzzle. He needs a massive, undeniable power-up to push his stats to the absolute limit, and that's when he sees it. He's been given an epic quest. The objective? Find the Shadow Queen hiding near the spectators in the Colosseum and provoke her. An epic quest. Something like this should never appear in the Bronze League, but the rewards are insane. 50,000 achievement points. Not to mention gaining the personal interest of the constellation, the Shadow Queen. A constellation isn't just a player, it's an absolute being representing a star. They are basically the gods of BattleNet, and getting a constellation's interest is like landing a divine sponsor. They grant you access to abilities that a normal player could only dream of obtaining. This feels like something that should only be possible in the Diamond League, but it's happening to him right now. If that's the play, then he has to meet the Shadow Queen, no matter what it takes. If he can get even one of these beings on his side, the other constellations will start taking notice too. The only problem is the sheer number of elves staring down at him from the stands. How is he supposed to find the Shadow Queen in that crowd? Meanwhile, back in the real world, Jihan's performance is sending shockwaves everywhere. A 10-kill record in the Colosseum? That's a first in the entire country since the legend Yoon Se-jin. News of his feat explodes. It rips across social media, and as a result, he gains something like 10,000 new subscribers overnight. His streams now pull in up to 4,000 concurrent viewers. Even the members of the Sword King family, who were praying for his downfall, have suddenly become his biggest fans. And all that old resentment? It's now aimed squarely at Golden Light. He accidentally became the stepping stone for Jihan's meteoric rise to fame, and now his own reputation is completely in the toilet. After everything that just went down, he's scrambling, desperately trying to figure out how to salvage his career. With his options basically at zero, Golden Light makes a choice. If you can't beat him, join him. He's jumping on the Seong Jihan hype train, and is officially on board as a supporter. From this moment on, Golden Light is determined to become Seong Jinhan's personal editor and launch him into BattleTube stardom. Back at the Sword Palace, Seiya is just staring at her uncle, utterly speechless after witnessing the massacre he orchestrated that afternoon. She can't wrap her head around how monstrously strong he's become. It got to a point where she actually felt sorry for the other players. This was less of a match and more like high-level griefing. An avalanche of people were also desperate to donate to Jihan's stream, but his donation link was completely disabled. That's what happens when you decide to go live on a total whim without setting anything up first. Seiya gives Jihan some solid advice. He needs to crank up the minimum donation fee. The constant pop-ups will make it impossible for him to concentrate if they keep pouring in. So the best move is to set it sky high to filter out the noise. Jihan totally agrees and cranks it up to 10,000 GP, which is a wild 10 million won. While Seiya is wondering if that's a bit too much, Jihan's mind is already consumed by the Shadow Queen epic quest he just landed. He needs to track down this shadowy figure and deliberately provoke her, but he has zero clue how to find her in this colossal crowd. Seiya catches the intensely focused look on his face and offers her help. Her can-do attitude is a spitting image of her mother's, and Jihan can't help but smile. A little help couldn't hurt. He stands up, ready to unload what's been weighing on him. He breaks down the details of the epic quest and the mysterious Shadow Queen, and even she's completely in the dark about who that could be. The only concrete fact they have is that she's somewhere in the stadium. So, Seiya decides to start scrubbing through match replays, meticulously scanning the audience for any sign of their target. With her on the case, things are bound to go smoother, but Jihan still feels a pang of guilt for dragging her into this mess. Locating the Shadow Queen was going to be like finding a needle in a universe-sized haystack, but now that she's completely absorbed in her task, he finally has a clear window to handle the settlements that he's been putting off. Cashing in the mountain of achievement points he's accumulated, he purchases another class slot, and now it's time for a major power-up. He's presented with 3 paths to choose from: Warrior, Archer, and Mage. Out of the 3, he locks in his decision to become a Mage. The instant he confirms the new class, he feels a completely new kind of power surging from the depths of his heart. It's a far cry from divine power, and it unlocks a whole new set of abilities for him. The whole strategy behind picking the Mage class right after the Supporter class was to chase a very unique stat that can only be awakened by possessing both. This new power is called Force. Before he regressed, he remembered a night listening to a completely wasted Baron ramble. During one of his drunken tirades, he spewed a ton of useless info at Jihan, like the fact that he would have considered Jihan a true American if he'd just gotten naturalized earlier. But that night, he also let something truly extraordinary slip. He talked about his ultimate skill, Force, which he created by flawlessly merging divine power with mana. It's an impossible feat for anyone else, and no other player could even dream of trying it, since Baron was the only player in the entire world rocking 2 classes. This was a power no one else could ever get their hands on, and Baron's secret was that he possessed 2 separate status windows, which was his SSS rank gift. Jihan had originally questioned if it was even okay for him to be hearing this classified information, but at the end of the day, Baron could brag to literally anyone on the planet, confident in his untouchable status because, as far as he knew, he was the only being alive who could wield 2 classes. He was dripping with arrogance, but the dude wasn't lying. Force is a game-breaking power that warps the very fabric of space, but Baron's monopoly on that ability is officially over. Jihan has figured out the requirements, and now, he's met every single one. This power is the very thing that catapulted Baron to the #1 world ranking, even with his garbage tier control. So if Jihan wants to survive, what's coming? He absolutely has to claim this power for himself, no matter what it takes. To seize it, he must concentrate divine energy into his palms and then channel the raw flow of mana from his heart, forcing the 2 volatile energies to collide and merge in his hands. If he can forge a perfect union with 0 leakage, he'll have done it. For a split second, it seems to ignite, but the swirling vortex of power in his hand detonates, launching him backwards into a wall. Welp, so much for that attempt. Clearly, he can't contain this raw energy with sheer strength alone. He's missing something fundamental, maybe more mana, or a higher level, but a key ingredient is definitely absent. The core issue is that his hands just can't serve as a permanent container for this power. So maybe the problem isn't his hands, but the location he's trying to forge it in. Since his hands are a no-go, the next logical step is to turn his entire body into the crucible. If he can, instead, fuse the divine power, originating from his upper dantian, with the mana bubbling up from his central dantian, he can then use the power from his lower dantian as an anchor, stabilizing the 2 energies whenever they threaten to rip each other apart. This should create a flawless internal circuit, with absolutely nothing escaping. If he compresses it within that perfect loop, that should be the key to unlocking this new power. He decides to go all in, and the backlash that rips through his body is astronomical. He can't stop a gut-wrenching scream from tearing out of his throat as the raw energy floods every cell. A system notification flashes into existence, announcing that he has begun the unification of the 3 dantians. But then, a split second later, a horrifying warning blares in his vision. He has rocketed past the physical limits he can withstand. If he keeps going, he will die. Downstairs, Seiya hears her uncle's blood-curdling screams as the agony overwhelms him, and she shoots up from her seat to find out what's wrong. Meanwhile, Jihan is still being torn apart by the immense pain of fusing the 3 dantians. To pull this off, and meld divine power with mana to create force, he has to subconsciously tap into his strength just to hold them together. The conditions for this unification are insanely strict. You have to perfectly control 3 energies with completely different properties. On top of that, every single one of your stats needs to be at least 100 just to make the process survivable. If you're nowhere near that benchmark and you try this little stunt, you're basically signing your own death warrant. Seiya sprints toward her uncle's room as his agonizing cries grow louder and more desperate. She yells his name as she barrels down the hall, but gets no response. Finally, she throws the door open to find him, surprisingly, looking completely fine. He tries to claim he was screaming like that over a simple headache, but it's painfully obvious that something way worse was just going down. She is not buying his story for a second, even as he tries to laugh it off. And Jihan finally drops the act when he sees that his little joke has made her genuinely upset. Suddenly, Seiya's eyes well up with tears as she tells him she was truly terrified for him. She thought something awful had happened, which is why she booked it to his room in a total panic. It finally hits Jihan that he completely screwed up by not considering Seiya's feelings, but now that he seems to be in one piece, she asks him again, seriously this time, if he's really okay. He decides to get real with her, and assures her that he's fine. Then he apologizes for making her worry so much. Seiya wipes the tears from her face, and then gives him a light smack on the chest, trying to act tough now that she knows he's safe. With that, she heads off to continue her search for the Shadow Queen, and Jihan just watches her go with a warm smile. Yeah, for Seiya's sake, he definitely can't afford to show that kind of weakness too often. Anyway, back to business. The consolidation of the 3 dantians was a failure, because he lacked the raw experience and the proper level. But here's the kicker, even though he failed, he still got the power he was after. By forcing a fusion between divine power and mana, Jihan has successfully converted them into that one-of-a-kind stat, Force. The link connecting the 3 dantians is hanging on by a thread, but it's there. However, Scrolling through his status window reveals something super weird. The number next to his force stat makes no sense. He literally just got this skill, but it's kicking off at level 12. Because that link between the Dantians is so incredibly weak, it seems his martial power and force stats are being forced to share their numerical values. This means that for every single point he sinks into martial power, his force stat gets a free ride to the top. He gambles by bumping his martial power to level 14, and just as he suspected, the force stat instantly mirrors it, jumping to level 14. This is basically an infinite power glitch. Just having a high force stat is already ridiculously OP, but now he's discovered a way to level it up on demand. If he's getting perks this broken from a janky, unstable link, he can't even begin to imagine the god-tier benefits he'll unlock by fully merging his 3 Dantians. As hyped as he is for the massive power spike, he knows he needs to hit the brakes for now. Attempting to unify them again could literally get him killed. He's already secured a major win, so there's no reason to push his luck and risk it all. With that settled, he decides to test drive his new mage class. He calls out for a fireball, and a pathetic little flame sputters into existence as the system informs him he lacks the necessary mana to cast anything serious. The spark is almost comically tiny. It wouldn't even scare off a fly in a real battle. The next morning, Jihan is jolted awake by sunlight streaming through his window. The moment his eyes flutter open, a system notification pops up. He's gained 10 divine power. But there's a catch. He can no longer farm divine power from holy items that are D rank or lower. From this point forward, only holy items that are C rank or higher will give him a boost. The night before, he had snagged 2 new items and slept with them right beside him, banking on a huge power-up. But it seems the game's difficulty has just been cranked up on him. Now, his only option is to flip his remaining low-tier gear on the second-hand market to make some quick cash. He steps out of his room and calls for Saya to see if she's up. Silence. He heads downstairs to investigate and finds her glued to the couch, earbuds in and laser-focused on her laptop. The dark circles under her eyes and her exhausted posture tell the whole story. She pulled an all-nighter, and she confirms she spent every waking moment digging for information on the Shadow Queen. And while Jihan feels a sting of guilt for making her grind so hard, it looks like her efforts weren't for nothing. She shows him a video from a channel called Another Species Fancam, which is a BattleTube channel that hyperfixates on the non-human spectators who show up to watch the games. The streamers use a unique gift called Scope, which lets them get insane zoom-ins with their cameras. And because of them, Saya might have just cracked the case. In the replay footage from Jihan's recent match, she points to the VIP section. High above the arena, seated on what look like custom-made thrones, are 2 elven women who absolutely radiate main character energy. One of them, in particular, is a dark elf who carries herself with the unmistakable air of royalty. Jihan has to admit, the evidence is compelling, but he cautions that they can't jump to conclusions just yet. Undeterred, Saya declares she's going to keep digging to see if she can uncover anything more concrete from other match recordings. Jihan, however, remains skeptical, thinking that a hidden constellation wouldn't expose themselves so easily. But Saya promises him she'll expand her search, combing through more videos, even checking international streams. Starting the next day, her tone shifting to sound almost like a professional analyst. She even offers to edit his gameplay footage, so he can upload it to BattleTube, mentioning she learned the basics from watching her dad's old videos for fun. The mention of her father makes Jihan's blood run cold, his thoughts immediately snapping back to the Sword King. He still can't wrap his head around how a man could just abandon his own daughter for no apparent reason. It was just 2 days ago, during a conversation with Unsik, that a government contact dropped a bombshell. They might finally have a name for the woman who poached the Sword King. Her name is Ito Shizuru, and she's the wielder of an SSS rank gift ominously named a woman of matchless beauty. The government's working theory is that Un Sojin was helplessly enchanted by her skill. This was a shocking revelation for Jihan, but the insane details didn't end there. Unsik warned Jihan that this matchless beauty skill is far more sinister than simple mind control. It has the power to completely rewrite a person's personality and beliefs. History shows a disturbing pattern where Korea's rising stars suddenly and inexplicably defect to Japan. It's highly likely her gift has no restrictions, which means she could appear at any moment and attempt to brainwash another powerful player. After hearing that, Jihan desperately scoured the web for any information on Ito Shizuru, but it was as if she never existed. The internet was wiped clean. It's obvious the Japanese government is carefully managing their trump card. Because of this ironclad secrecy, Jihan is at a dead end for now, but if Park Yoon-sik's intel is solid, then Jihan needs to be on high alert. There's a terrifying possibility that his enemies have already made their move, and as that chilling thought settles in his mind, a passenger jet breaks through the clouds, beginning its descent into a Korean airport. Model The jet is officially flagged as belonging to the Neo Self-Defense Force, and as the days tick by, the stage is set for the next massive showdown. Back in their high-rise fortress, Seiya nervously taps her foot by the door, waiting for her uncle, who's taking forever to get ready. They're cutting it dangerously close to being late, but finally, Jihan emerges from his room. He steps out looking completely transformed, his hair slicked back and styled, rocking a seriously sharp suit. Dressed like this, he's projecting pure power, absolutely ready to face their incoming guests. They both step into the elevator. On the descent, you can see Seiya is practically trembling. Jihan tries to calm her down, telling her to just breathe and let him handle things, but her nerves are completely fried. This is the first time she's facing the public since the whole disaster with her dad went down. Jihan tells her straight up, who cares what they think? They've done nothing wrong, so they have zero reason to hide. The elevator doors slide open to the Sword Palace lobby, and they're immediately swarmed by a massive crowd that's been waiting for them. Park Yoon-sik is there to greet them, confirming that everything Jihan requested is locked and loaded. They can proceed and kick things off immediately. Jihan gives the advisor a nod of thanks, trusting him to manage the event from here on out. This was the huge favor Jihan called in when they were hashing out the future of the Sword King's title and all his assets. Jihan had orchestrated a grand auction of the Sword King's private collection, putting all of Yoon Se-gyeon's prized possessions on the block. But this auction wasn't about money. The entire spectacle was a carefully crafted trap designed to bait Japan into showing their hand. Jihan even handpicked the items with that single, deadly purpose in mind, with the main prize being Yoon Se-gyeon's own battle connector. It contains every scrap of his legendary combat data. If Japan makes a move, that's the holy grail they'll be gunning for. There's even a wild chance the Sword King himself might crash the party to reclaim his battle connector. But whatever happens, the people of Korea will be forced to confront the cold, hard truth. Their hero, the Sword King, is gone, and he's almost certainly never coming back. Yoon-sik absorbs Jihan's chillingly precise plan, thinking it's like the kid can literally see the future. This is their one shot to flip the public narrative, so Jihan gives a critical order. Make sure the reporters are laser-focused on one particular spot, the table reserved for the Neo Self-Defense Force. As they cross the lobby, a group of people crashes through the entrance, screaming for Seiya to stop what she's doing. The bodyguards immediately intercept them, but the group shouts that they're Seiya's family, that they're related to her by blood. It's her aunts and uncles, and they've shown up to cause a scene. They're here to shut down the auction and stop her from selling off the Sword King's precious legacy, loudly accusing Jihan of forcing her into this whole thing. The insults keep flying, painting Jihan as some kind of monster, but Seiya cuts them off. She steps forward, her voice ringing with ice. After all, these are the same relatives who were exiled from the Sword Palace. They were thrown out for using her dad's name to scam people. She sees right through their act. They've only crawled out of the woodwork because they smell money now that her father is gone. She is in complete control. Everything her dad left behind now belongs to her, and these vultures have absolutely no right to challenge her claim. She knows arguing is pointless, and with a final, dismissive look, she turns her back on them. She commands the guards to get them out of her sight, immediately. The relatives are still screaming and struggling as they're dragged away. Jihan flashes Seiya a proud smirk, impressed by how she just handled that. She's forged herself into steel after everything she's endured. The three of them finally enter the main hall where the auction is being held, and the place is an absolute circus, swarming with journalists. On top of them are all the high rollers interested in the auction items. The second they appear, a wall of camera flashes, explodes, and reporters start shouting questions. They completely mob Seiya, shoving microphones in her face and snapping endless photos. They don't even leave a second for anyone to breathe, let alone answer. Fed up with the chaos, Jihan's eyes glow, and with a surge of power, every single camera lens in the room shatters. Silence. The reporters are stunned. Now that the noise is gone, Jihan calmly reminds them that this is an auction, not a goddamn press conference. With the room now deathly quiet, he signals that the event is about to begin. 3 legendary items are up for grabs tonight. First up, Yoon Se-gyeon's personal BattleNet connector, a device that reduces pain perception by a staggering 99%. It also comes fully loaded with every bit of combat data the Sword King ever recorded. And finally, a complete battle analysis. This is Yoon Se-gyeon's own breakdown of every high-ranking player in East Asia. The Sword King's data is priceless, and that strategic analysis is a game-changer, especially with the epic Korea versus Japan tournament looming on the horizon. Jihan can hear the greedy whispers spreading through the crowd. Nobody here is willing to let these treasures slip through their fingers. Data analysis on a top-tier player isn't something you can just get off the street. The second Jihan finishes speaking, a hand shoots up from the audience, and Jihan instantly recognizes the face. The man introduces himself as Takeda Kazuo, the head recruitment manager for Japan's Neo Self-Defense Force. He throws down an insane offer of 5 billion yen for every single lot in the auction. But there's a catch. He also demands a private meeting with both Jihan and Seiya. The guy isn't even trying to be slick about it. His true intentions are practically written on his forehead. Jihan has zero interest in playing these little games. He tells the man to spit it out, right here, in front of everybody. Given all the chaos that's gone down recently, this is definitely not the time to be accepting shady backroom meetings. Takeda starts sweating bullets, nervously dabbing his brow under the sheer intensity of Jihan's death glare. He fires back a weak warning, telling our MC that if he keeps up this hostile attitude, someone else might have to intervene. In a flash, the bodyguard who had been standing silently behind Takeda explodes forward. She closes the distance in an instant, pressing the cold steel of her blade against Jihan's neck. Her name is Shadow, and while she's no sword king, she is an unbelievably skilled player. Their threat is about as subtle as a freight train, but Jihan remains completely unfazed by this blatant Yunseijin knockoff. What happens next is a blur. 1 second, Shadow's blade is at Jihan's throat. The next, our MC lands a clean punch straight to her jaw, sending her stumbling backward. She's stunned for a moment before pure rage takes over, and she prepares to unleash her sword intent for a real fight. But Jihan just calmly places a hand on her shoulder and hits her with a reality check. The auction is being live-streamed worldwide on his battle tube. There is no way she can make a move, with the entire world watching. Takeda quickly tries to defuse the situation with a forced laugh and a dismissive wave of his hand. He then offers a half-hearted apology for his bodyguard's aggressiveness, speaking on her behalf. But even after all that, he doubles down on the 5 billion yen offer, insisting that the price tag must include that private meeting he demanded. Only this time, he wants an answer directly from Seiya. He argues that the Sword King's legacy items technically belong to her now, making her the true owner of this entire auction. He strolls right past Jihan and gets directly in Seiya's face, letting her know this private meeting is specifically for her. "Surely you want to know where your father is," he says, promising to answer any question she has about him. As Seiya hesitates, Takeda looks completely confident, totally sure that she's going to accept. There's no chance she'd refuse an offer to finally speak to her own father. And yet, despite his smug certainty, she flat out rejects him. The refusal hits Takeda so hard, he looks like he's about to glitch out. He cannot process that she would walk away from 5 billion yen, the equivalent of 50 billion, won in Korean currency over a meeting. As life-changing as that money would be, she knows Jihan is right. Things are too dangerous right now to be reckless. And if the only way to get in touch with her father is through a massive bribe, then Seiya wants absolutely nothing to do with him. Besides, she's a minor. She has to follow Jihan's lead anyway. You can hear a collective sigh of relief from the rest of the audience, who thought all of these priceless items were about to be sold off to Japan. But they can't let their guard down yet. Even without the meeting, the Neo Self-Defense Force can still just throw an absurd amount of cash at the problem. Takeda takes a deep breath and accepts her rejection of the private meeting. But then he pulls a fast one. He's still bidding the 5 billion yen. He claims the private meeting was just a personal add-on he threw in. There's no reason for him to retract the bid, because his orders were to offer 5 billion from the very beginning. Orders that came from the Sword King himself. To prove it, he hands Seiya a letter from Yunseijin, one that he supposedly wrote just for her. The letter is stamped with a seal from an Ito Ryuhei, and just seeing this new name crushes Seiya's spirit. While Seiya is clutching the letter, Takeda turns and taunts the crowd of Korean BattleNet representatives, asking if any of them have deep enough pockets to challenge his bid. Jihan knows this guy's playbook inside and out. This recruitment manager for the Neo Self-Defense Force was a man so infamous he was banned from entering the US in Jihan's previous life. His knack for poaching foreign players was unnatural, earning him the title Japan's Calamity. There's a very high probability that he's deeply connected to the player who uses the woman of matchless beauty skill. Jihan knows he has to watch this guy like a hawk. But according to the rules of the auction, with a price no one else can possibly match, Jihan's hands are tied. He has to sign the contract. The tension in the room is suffocating. Japan just claimed all these items, and it all happened way too easily. It's almost as if they were promised the items from the get-go. The optics on this are terrible, and everyone else is starting to question why they even bothered showing up. At this point, Jihan is praying for something, anything, to happen. He's desperate for a plot twist to flip the entire script. Then, like an answer to his prayers, Seiya strides up to the microphone. She starts reading a letter from Ryuhei, broadcasting his private words for the entire world to hear, including the thousands of viewers glued to Jihan's live stream. He brings up the fact that he heard she was planning to just give away the sword, Palace, and his disappointment is practically dripping from the page. Then he drops the bomb. 5 billion yen is the last dime she'll ever get from him, and it's also the official nail in the coffin of their father-daughter relationship. As she reads the final, brutal words, Tears start streaming down her face, confirming the letter's authenticity with his all-too-familiar handwriting. Jihan has to look away as his niece breaks down. On that stage, he knows the woman of matchless beauty skill is a wicked form of mind control, a tier above even mental conquest. It has to be the reason Yoon Se-gyeon would so heartlessly abandon his own child. Jihan had always despised the man, but he couldn't deny that, if nothing else, he had been an amazing, devoted father to Seiya. To think Ryuhei would stoop this low is unthinkable. But then, Seiya's tears stop. In a flash, she shreds the letter into confetti. She then orders Takeda to deliver a message to Ryuhei. She's received his payment, and she's thrilled to finally cut him out of her life. With that savage move done, she realizes that all those tiny pieces of paper are going to be a nightmare for the cleaning crew. Jihan just smirks and tells her not to sweat it, and with a flick of his wrist, uses his force skill to gather every last scrap before incinerating them with a burst of flame. Hold up fire? That's a pure mage skill, which sends a wave of confusion through the crowd as they try to process Jihan's powers. This guy is known to have the combat prowess of a warrior, the mana reserves of a mage, and the divine energy of a support class. Staring at this absolute powerhouse, Takeda comes to a stunning conclusion. This is a man that Japan needs to get on its side. But Takeda isn't the only shark that smells blood in the water. Recruiters from every corner of the venue swarm him, shoving their business cards in his face, knowing he's a free agent, and they are absolutely desperate to sign him. Jihan is instantly swallowed by the mob, all of them clamoring for his attention, and as he's trying to push them back, Seiya calls out to him. His first instinct is to tell her to hang on for a minute, but then he sees her face. She looks ghostly pale. A moment later, she sways, then crumples to the floor, completely unconscious. Forgetting everyone, Jihan bulldozes through the crowd and rushes to Seiya, frantically gathering her into his arms. She finally stirs, weakly calling his name. He tells her to just hold on, that he's rushing her to the hospital, but she yanks him closer, whispering that the whole thing is an act. She saw he was getting mobbed, so she decided to create a massive diversion. The guards manage to push back the recruiters while Jihan plays the part of the distraught uncle. Now that he knows she's okay, he can finally breathe again. But the same can't be said for the thousands of people watching the stream. They're witnessing Jihan's panicked state and are placing 100% of the blame squarely on Ito Ryuhei, that monster who crushed her spirit with that vile letter. Now that he has the perfect out, Jihan kills the stream, using his niece's medical emergency as the ultimate excuse. He helps her to her feet, and she confirms she wants to head back to the penthouse and get some rest. As they're making their escape, Takeda makes one last-ditch effort, holding out his card and asking for a proper meeting later on. Jihan doesn't even spare it a glance. He uses his force skill to snatch the card from Takeda's hand and disintegrates it into dust right in front of him. That's Jihan's final answer to Takeda. The head of recruitment for the fourth most powerful guild on the planet just got utterly humiliated by a Korean bronze rank player. There's no way Takeda isn't absolutely livid. Or at least, he would be if he wasn't such a massive creep. The man just adjusts his tie, a weirdly intense smile spreading across his face, as he processes what just happened. Jihan has true, undeniable power, the kind that can rip a card from his hand and destroy it in a flash. That single display of power makes him an S-tier target, and the fact that he's still a bronze player, it means he's a rising supernova, destined for legendary status. This revelation only fuels Takeda's obsession to recruit Jihan, no matter what it takes. Meanwhile, in the safety of the corridor, Seiya and her uncle share a triumphant high five for their Oscar-worthy performance. As they're joking on their way to the elevator, Jihan gets a notification for a massive donation. He checks the message attached, and it's from none other than Takeda. The guy somehow found a way to donate even after the stream was shut down. And his message? It's so unbelievably creepy it makes Seiya's skin crawl. And Jihan's finger is literally hovering over the block button, even after the guy dropped such a fat donation on him. But their back and forth is shattered by a new voice echoing through the hall, calling out to both Jihan and Seiya. It's Haeyeon, with her bodyguard Guyong in tow. She introduces herself with a flourish as the head of the Divergent Guild's third department. And while she's flashing this polished, corporate smile, Guyong is straight up glaring daggers from behind her. She apologizes for what she calls a sudden ambush. Jihan isn't buying it for a second, pointing out that there's no way she should have been able to get in here. Not unless she had some serious inside connections. But somehow she slipped past layers of security like a ghost. Then it hits him, her voice. It feels unnervingly familiar, triggering a sense of déjà vu he just can't shake. Haeyeon explains with a smirk that she has some very deep ties with the BattleNet department in South Korea. In other words, she used her connections to waltz right in. Her self-assurance is practically radiating off her. And that attitude, that almost shameless level of confidence. Jihan is positive he's encountered this exact energy before. As she keeps talking, the final puzzle piece clicks into place, and the memory slams into him. He knows her. from his past life, the woman who was always hidden behind a mask. Se-ah catches the gobsmacked look on Jihan's face and immediately assumes he's completely smitten with this newcomer. Jihan, however, is lost in thought, a wild theory taking root in his mind that he absolutely needs to test. He recites a quote he remembers hearing from her lips long ago, just to see her reaction. The world is full of possibility. It's a hard-to-miss line from the legendary writer Dostoevsky, a man infamous for his crippling gambling addiction. He looks her dead in the eye and asks if she likes the quote. Guyong immediately slides in front of Haeyeon, demanding to know who the hell Jihan thinks he is. See, Haeyeon's gambling fever is a top-tier secret, known only to her inner circle. No outsider should have a clue about it. And that's the final piece of confirmation Jihan was looking for. This proves it. Haeyeon is none other than America's first manager, Zero. In his past life, Zero was the only other Korean in the guild besides him, and he knew her well. He knew her specifically for her legendary love of drinking and gambling, but despite all that, she battled her way up to become the second-string guild master, all thanks to her powerful voice ability. At first, that skill could only grant simple experience buffs, but once the tutorial ended, the entire game system exploded, with gift rankings and stats scaling up like crazy. The voice ability suddenly transformed into a god-tier skill, and the undisputed queen among all voice users was Zero. Back in the present, however, Zero, now just Lee Haeyeon, is physically cringing in agony as her deepest secret is exposed. In front of total strangers, Jihan realizes the Divergent Guild has somehow managed to recruit both the Plum Blossom and Zero. That's an absolutely stacked roster for a team that's still in the tutorial phase. Thinking on his feet, Jihan throws up a smokescreen, claiming he recognized her from one of his live broadcasts. He plays it off, saying a comment she sent in the chat was so memorable that he just had to ask. Then he throws in an apology for startling them. Haeyeon clears her throat, desperate to steer the conversation away from this mortifying topic, as fast as humanly possible. As they talk, Jihan can't help but crack a smile at her antics, which only cements Se-ah's theory. Yep, he's totally falling for her. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Haeyeon seizes the opportunity to approach Jihan with renewed confidence. She tells him she's got a feeling they'll be seeing each other a lot more often, then smoothly pulls out her phone and offers it to him. Her mission is crystal clear. She's here to recruit him for the Divergent Guild and wants to arrange another meeting between them, a private one. Se-ah can barely contain her squeal as she watches this drama unfold. Is she really about to get a new aunt out of nowhere? Even Haeyeon is feeling herself. She's certain she's made a killer impression, even casting a smug glance over at Gyeong, the very same bodyguard Jihan famously rejected. The whole power move would have been perfect, if not for one hilarious little problem. Jihan completely forgot his own phone number. He awkwardly turns to Se-ah, asking if she can just give out her number instead, but Se-ah totally misreads the signal. She thinks Jihan is just playing hard to get. That's not it at all, but in her mind, he's executing some kind of master plan. She decides to play the ultimate wingwoman, suddenly faking a dizzy spell and pretending to feel sick again. Taking the hint that she wants to leave, Jihan apologizes to the duo and asks Haeyeon for her business card instead. He promises he'll contact her later. With that, the uncle and niece resume their journey to the penthouse, all while Se-ah is convinced her uncle has secretly evolved into some kind of master playboy. As for Guyong and Haeyeon, they start heading out of the building, and the bodyguard is visibly shaking after that intense exchange. Haeyeon tells Guyong to just stop holding it in and laugh already, because she's about to get seriously pissed off. As for Jihan and Se-ah, as they ride the elevator back up to the penthouse, Se-ah can't help but notice how bizarre it is seeing her uncle rocking her dad's old clothes. Jihan just shrugs. It's not like he has a choice, since his own gear doesn't even fit him anymore. Besides, he argues, the threads themselves are innocent. The man who wore them was the real problem. And hey, as long as Jihan makes him look good, what's the harm? Then she switches gears, calling him out for that stunt he pulled earlier, telling some hottie he forgot his own phone number. Jihan is just drawing a total blank. He looks genuinely baffled as Se-ah lays into him, accusing him of playing her for a fool. But Jihan hits her with the truth. He seriously has no clue what his number is. He wasn't playing hard to get. Just then, the familiar alert chimes. It's time for another mission. And what do you know? It's another tower defense grind. Same old story. Guard the crystal and survive the incoming zombie horde. Jihan's head is totally not in the game. He's still reeling from spending ages trying to console Se-ah after she convinced herself she'd single-handedly torpedoed her uncle's love life. She'd completely misread the situation, thinking Jihan was crushing on Lee Hyun, when in reality, he wouldn't touch a high-stakes gambler like her with a 10-foot pole. But regardless of how he feels about her, he never, ever imagined he'd cross paths with Zero again like this. In his first life, they had forged an unbreakable bond. Two souls from the same homeland stuck in a strange new world. To kill the boredom on their off days, They'd blow cash betting on sports. For Zero, though, it wasn't just a pastime, it was an addiction. Even if she was on a massive losing streak, she just couldn't stop. It was during those times, when they were thick as thieves, that he first heard that cryptic quote she was so fond of. She also wore a scar across her face that she flat out refused to heal, calling it the price she paid for striking a deal with the devil. Even though they were just a couple of refugees, they had so much in common that a powerful friendship was inevitable. But the dark glue that truly held them together was a shared cocktail of crippling guilt, soul-crushing self-hatred, and the bitter regret of failing the ones they swore to protect. Jihan lowers his head, a tidal wave of agonizing memories crashing over him, but the explosion of comments flooding his stream jolts him back to the present. His viewers have spotted the massive sword gripped in his hand. This has to be the first remotely normal-looking weapon he's ever brought into the BattleNet since he first logged on. This beast is the C-rank Orc Pontiff's horse-slaying sword, and despite its rank, Jihan snagged it for an absolute steal. Now that he's actually holding the thing, he gets exactly why the price tag was so low. The blade is ridiculously massive and weighs a ton, unwieldy for most, but for him, it's a perfect fit. He gives it a test swing, getting a feel for its powerful balance. His viewers are absolutely losing their minds over his raw power. The demands start flooding in to show them his status window. They're desperate to finally get a peek at his class and stats. It seems like his audience is blowing up, and they're starting to ask for more. At this very moment, he has a whopping 12,000 live viewers. Jihan isn't sure he wants to just flash his stats for the whole world to see. But he can't just ghost his regulars. Since so many people are curious, he decides to be completely upfront about it. He fires up his mic to address them directly. He tells them he'll reveal his status window on one condition. They have to get his channel to 200,000 subscribers. That's a ridiculously ambitious goal, seeing as he's only sitting at 10,000 right now. But he promises he'll deliver once he hits that magic number. Then, to really spice things up, he adds another clause to the deal. He declares that if he ever fails to clutch a first-place victory from this moment on, he will immediately leak his own stats the second he loses. The gamble pays off. The chat explodes. Now, everyone is way more invested in this insane challenge than ever before. They're all convinced his game will be over the instant he gets queued up with a single troll. And speak of the devil, the three remaining players materialize into the arena. The moment Jihan lays eyes on them, he knows his luck is absolutely, positively cooked. Of all the players in the system, he had to get saddled with the unholiest trinity of teammates imaginable. First up, the sparkly kid. Jihan utterly humiliated him not that long ago, and teammate number 2 is the mage Jihan literally used as a personal stress ball. During his first defense mission, the only person on this disaster squad he hasn't personally sent to the graveyard yet is the professional football star turned player, Diego Maciel, the man who was Argentina's top player before Jihan's regression. Right now, though, Diego is a shadow of his former self. He looks frail and haunted, with a scraggly, unkempt beard. But on top of his rough appearance, something else is fundamentally wrong here. Shiny is the warrior, and Kim Do-hyuk is the mage, while Jihan is the support. That leaves Diego slotted in as the archer. This makes zero sense. In Jihan's last life, Diego was a powerhouse mage. Something has gone terribly wrong. Kim Do-hyuk looks about ready to explode over this matchup too. Thanks to Jihan knocking him out of the last game, the guy lost both his skill and his mission rewards. Then, a notification blares to life. Someone named Sword King Family 898 has registered a reward mission. The objective is simple and brutal. Destroy the crystal and make sure Song Jihan does not take first place. And the prize, just like with the Golden Light Bounty, is a life-changing mountain of cash. The countdown hits 0. The game begins. And Diego doesn't hesitate for a second, instantly launching his own offensive. He starts blasting zombies away with his soccer ball, managing to surgically snipe each one off the tower with pinpoint accuracy. He then yells at Jihan to hook him up with some support buffs, so he can amp up his power. Jihan's stats have always been too low to even try using support skills, so the thought never crossed his mind. But with his divine power stat now cranked up, maybe it's finally go time. He drops a strength buff, which all but confirms he's a support class, since he can hand out buffs. This reveal, however, only deepens the mystery for his viewers, who are now trying to figure out what his true class actually is. Before jumping into the fray, he looks at Kim Do-hyuk and asks if he's ready to play for real, this time. Meanwhile, Golden Light, who's still in full-on fanboy mode, is dying to know if Jihan and Kim Do-hyuk have some kind of history. But right now, the mage is cornered. If he tries to pull any stunts again, it's pretty clear Jihan will just toss him aside like last time. The mage has to play nice, and with that settled, Jihan takes a massive leap off the tower, diving headfirst into the zombie swarm. Diego's instant take on Jihan is that the guy's completely unhinged, and the mage couldn't agree more. He absolutely despises Jihan, and he's especially triggered by the fact that Jihan is treating him like some random sidekick. The mage has officially had enough. If Jihan is just gonna do whatever he wants, then what's stopping him from doing the exact same thing, right? Jihan plummets directly into the pit of undead horrors, a massive fireball already crackling in his hand, ready to detonate. With his freshly expanded pool of mana, and the divine power boost he got from creating force, a small swarm of zombies is basically a non-issue for our MC. He rains down a storm of holy fire upon the undead horde below. The moment he lands, he pivots with that ridiculously huge sword, and smashes it into the ground, unleashing a seismic shockwave that obliterates everything in the immediate vicinity. Even Diego can't wrap his head around how a bronze-rank support can be this OP, while Goldie just stares in awe at the man who absolutely dismantled him twice. This whole insane display is being broadcast live, and parts of the audience are guessing that Jihan probably wiped out 100 zombies with that single move. Up next are the blood zombies, which are way bigger and tougher than the regular mobs Jihan just vaporized. They charge him, only to slam into some kind of invisible barrier they can't break through. This is Jihan field testing the true potential of his space control ability, Force. With it, he can create an absolute territory, which is just a cool way of saying he can totally lock down the movement of anyone unlucky enough to be inside it. In some situations, he can even puppet their actions. Most players have no clue this power exists, but for Jihan, it's painfully familiar. In his past life, Baron, whose own control over Force was a total mess, constantly used Jihan as his personal training dummy. The two of them sparred relentlessly, and because of that, Jihan was constantly on the receiving end of Baron's force, allowing him to understand its every nuance. In this moment, Jihan is a god-tier being, wielding mana and divine power at the same time, on top of having force and his martial arts. Just based on his cheat-level abilities alone, Jihan is on a completely different plane than anyone else in the Bronze League. Less than a minute after he landed among the Horde, Jihan has already eliminated over 100 of them. The last time he had a defense mission, he failed the 1,000 kill quest. But this time, he knows for sure, he can absolutely crush it. He just needs to pick up the pace a little, and that achievement is in the bag. Every single swing of his weapon effortlessly mows down dozens of zombies at a time, and for everyone watching, the whole spectacle is just mind-bendingly absurd. His viewers are finally starting to get why he so boldly declared that he would be taking first place in every single match from now on. The only issue now is how to get him to 200,000 subscribers so they can finally see his status window. The rest of the team can only spectate, as Jihan effortlessly carries them all. But one person, in particular, has been alarmingly silent. Do-hyuk cracks a sinister smile, and the viewers' chat immediately blows up. They know something is about to go down. He tells Golden Light to turn around and look at the mage, and Goldie instantly sees the horrifying situation. Do-hyuk is standing right next to the crystal they're supposed to be protecting, a fireball glowing in his palm. His intentions are crystal clear. He's about to do something completely insane. But right before he pulls the trigger, he decides to take a moment to gloat at Jihan, who's still busy fighting off zombies. Feeling like he's totally safe, he unleashes all the bottled-up rage and jealousy he has for Jihan, spitting insults at him, and then he crosses the line by bringing up his niece, Seiya. The battlefield goes silent. Even the zombies freeze in their tracks and begin to tremble, sensing that this guy just made a fatal mistake. Jihan says nothing, as Do-hyuk keeps running his mouth, spewing vile accusations about Seiya, even going so far as to suggest Jihan did something awful to her to make her so loyal. That 55,000 GP bounty, the one that pushed Do-hyuk to pull a stunt this dumb, was posted by none other than the Sword King family, who've got a massive grudge against Song Jihan. When converted to real cash, those points stack up to a whopping 55 million won. An insane payday like that is more than enough to juice up Kim Do-hyuk with the kind of reckless courage he's flaunting right now. Jihan clocks the mage's every move, his gut screaming that a coward like this only grows a spine for two possible reasons. Either he's got powerful backup hiding in the shadows, or someone's dangling a fat reward in front of his face. The guy probably thinks that with Jihan so far away, he can just shatter the crystal and bolt without facing any heat. Jihan genuinely couldn't care less about trash talk aimed at him, but bringing up Seiya? That's a line he'll make sure no one ever gets to cross again. The day he returned to the past and saw Seiya again, that horrific nightmare, the one that became his reality, came crashing back. She used to wrap her face in bandages, all to conceal a scar she got from a terrorist attack orchestrated by the Sword King family. And by the time he finally reached her, her body was already cold. Back then, he was powerless to save her, left to do nothing but weep while clutching her lifeless form. But now, armed with the power to rewrite the future, Jihan swore he would never let that tragedy repeat itself. He would shield Seiya from anyone and anything that dared to harm her. Judging by the volcanic ki now erupting from his body, the viewers can see Jihan is absolutely livid. Even they know that talking smack about his family was a fatal mistake. But that doesn't change the cold hard fact. He is way too far from the crystal to do a damn thing. Or, at least, that's what everyone believes. Today, he's going to burn a lesson into their minds about what happens when you mess with Sia. The second he unlocked Force, he discovered something new while trying to merge his 3 Dantians. He realized he could tap into the nameless divine arts. His martial power isn't at level 30 yet, so it's just a pale imitation. But in this moment, a cheap copy is all he needs. As he slammed the 3 powers into one, he felt a familiar surge, a jolt that mirrored the true nameless divine arts. All he needs to do is focus on the electricity crackling at his feet, then let it surge through his entire being until he practically becomes a living thunderbolt. From there, he just has to launch himself off the ground, and he can blitz across the field at the speed of light, using a technique called flashing sky thunder steps, a footwork method designed to literally break the sky. The Sword King family sees Jihan explode into motion, and they scream at the mage to hurry up and destroy the crystal now. Before Do-hyuk can land the blow, his other teammates swarm him, trying to run interference. He shoves Goldie back with a blast of fire, keeping him at a distance. The mage then begins to conjure an even deadlier fireball, only for it to be deflected by a soccer ball. The crystal remains untouched. The mage whirls around, demanding to know what Diego thinks he's doing, but the star athlete is dead serious. He treats every match with respect, and right now, he's just stopping a cheater from ruining the game. But it was more than that. Do-hyuk didn't just insult a teammate, he dragged his family through the mud, and that's a foul that can't be overlooked. Do-hyuk spins around to start a shouting match with Diego, but his time is up. Jihan has arrived, and he looks absolutely murderous. The fact that this mage still seems to have a lot to say tempts him to spew a few more insults, but our MC is done listening. With a flicker of force, he seals the mage's mouth shut. Jihan's first instinct was to just vaporize the guy's head the second he landed, but that's letting him off way too easy. He's decided to serve up a little punishment first, before he sends him packing. Every player's pain is dulled by their connector, so even if Jihan kills the mage right here, the worst that happens is he drops a single level. So instead, Jihan is about to unleash a world of hurt so severe, the mage will have nightmares about ever pulling a stunt like this again. Do-hyuk actually cracks a relieved smile, knowing that Jihan can't do anything to truly hurt him as long as he's logged in through his connector. Besides, he's already lost all his skills. What else is there to lose? Or so he thinks, right up until Jihan lays a hand on his shoulder and a tidal wave of unimaginable agony crashes over him. The man's shrieks are inhuman, but Jihan just tells him to chill out, because the fun for the two of them is just getting started. The mage's screams rip through the entire game map, a testament to the unbelievable torment Jihan is inflicting. The other two can only watch Jihan's cold cruelty in shock, completely baffled as to why the mage is in so much pain. Normally, the battle connector is supposed to filter out any sensation intense enough to make someone scream like that. But then, Diego's eyes widen in realization. While Jihan is systematically breaking down the mage's body, he's also pouring continuous healing into him with his other hand. This move allows Jihan to trigger a nasty bug in the system. It turns out, if a support class spams recovery skills on an ally who is also taking damage over time, from something like poison or a burn, it causes a system overload effect. And during that overload, the player is forced to experience 100% of all the raw damage that the connector fails to filter. Whatever Jihan is doing, it looks like a fate worse than death. And they can only guess what kind of twisted skill Jihan is using to inflict this level of agony. So what's he actually doing? Is channeling his internal force to shred muscles and fracture bones from the inside out. This is a technique so advanced that only a handful of master martial artists could ever hope to pull it off. He's injecting a volatile energy directly into his target's body, designed to obliterate them from within. Do-hyuk is completely freaking out because his connector is supposed to be nullifying all the pain, but instead, it feels like his entire body is being impaled by a million scorching hot needles, and violently rattled. He can't take another second of this torture and starts screaming for Jihan to just kill him. Jihan doesn't hesitate for a second and grants the mage's wish, decapitating him with one flawless slash. But the moment the player's body hits the floor, Jihan is already pinpointing the respawn location. The instant he reappears, Jihan unleashes the punishment all over again, and this time, the pain is so unbelievably intense that Do-hyuk's body just gives out, dying from pure shock. At this point, this brutal cycle has been going on for a while, so long that even his viewers are starting to get seriously uncomfortable. When Do-hyuk materializes once more, he doesn't waste a single moment, immediately begging for his life as Jihan begins his menacing walk towards him. This has gone way too far now, and Sia knows she has to step in and stop her uncle from doing something irreversible. If he keeps going with this over-the-top punishment, he's going to alienate his entire fanbase. He needs to let go of this rage for now. and get his head back in the game. Jihan is far from satisfied, but for Sia's sake, he agrees to pump the brakes. It is supposed to be an era of peace, after all, and the brutal display he just put on should be more than enough to make an example out of anyone else who thinks about testing him. Before he finally puts the mage out of his misery, however, Jihan demands to know who sent him on this idiotic mission. The terrified mage instantly starts spilling his guts, revealing that the person who bankrolled this whole stunt was a user with the name Sword King Family 898. The Sword King family just kept throwing sponsorship money at him, and he got so caught up in the easy cash that he ended up doing something incredibly stupid. While that behavior totally tracks with what Jihan knows about the Sword King family, it's highly doubtful that a single person could have dropped a sum as massive as 50,000 gold points. That means it's way more likely this wasn't just one guy, but the entire organization pulling the strings. Now that he has the intel he was after, he grabs the mage by the collar and snarls at him to be thankful Sia was there to stop him from truly letting loose. Then, Jihan launches the guy into the sky for his final death, and as he flies, the mage screams his genuine thanks to Sia for making the torture stop. With that, Kim Do-hyuk is permanently deleted and eliminated from the game. For that masterclass in torment and a world-class troll toss, Goldie and Diego each award Jihan a perfect 10. Now that the trash has been disposed of, Jihan needs to get back down there and clear out more zombies. He recalls taking out at least 920 of them. He figured he could easily wipe out another 80, without even breaking a sweat. But, when he pulls up his status window to check his kill count, he sees he's already cleared the linked quest. It was because of the thunderous clap from his flashing sky thunder steps. The electrical discharge from his takeoff supercharged the ground and fried the surrounding zombies, which gave him just enough kills to complete the objective. Honestly, it only happened because he failed to control the technique properly, and the overflow of power just exploded outwards. He hadn't even used the power of the nameless divine arts, and had only relied on the 3 Dantians, which is why his execution was so sloppy. But hey, the results were amazing, so he can't really complain. For now, it just means he needs to train way more and get a better handle on his abilities. Goldie tries to cozy up to Jihan, asking if he's heading back down so they can squad up and fight together, but our MC gives him the cold shoulder and walks right over to Diego. He thanks the soccer legend for helping to guard the crystal while he was making his way to it, and even offers to meet up later to properly return the favor. On top of that, there's a lot he wants to pick the guy's brain about. Their friendly chat is abruptly shattered, though, by a massive earthquake. It feels like something gigantic is trying to smash its way up from deep within the earth, and an event like this has never happened before. Goldie senses that something feels like it's about to detonate, and Diego spots something huge emerging in the distance. It's a colossal hand, with a literal mouth in its palm, ripping its way through the ground. This is a completely unknown monster, one that not even Jihan has ever encountered, and it's giving off seriously ominous vibes. The zombies all seem to get a sudden burst of energy now that this thing has arrived, and it looks like things are about to get absolutely insane. As the horde of zombies charges right for them, the monster hand lets out a terrifying roar, and the shockwave is powerful enough to make even Jihan freeze up. But it doesn't look like the zombies are getting powered up by the hand. In fact, it's the opposite. It looks like the monster is snatching up the zombies, chewing them, and straight up devouring them. The mangled pulp of undead in its mouth, it liquefies into a puddle of living goo, which then erupts into a brand new nightmare that has absolutely no business spawning in a bronze level map. It's a flesh golem, a monstrosity typically gatekept for gold tier dungeons or higher. The grim realization hits. The beast is literally tearing its minions apart and Frankensteining them into these new horrors. Jihan's mind races. Could this be tied to the linked quest? He immediately pulls up his status window to check. Link quest. Zombie Origin 1 has officially evolved into Zombie Origin 2, and the new objective is to eliminate the flesh golem without any help from the crystal. The command leaves Jihan completely baffled. What could, without the help of the crystal, possibly mean? But before he can even process it, a system notification pings. A bonus mission has just been issued. The alert blasts out to every other player, leaving them all just as shook as Jihan. Nobody can even begin to process the idea of fighting this towering creature, but the system has laid out their objective with brutal clarity. Annihilate it. The system also gives the colossal beast a name, Black Hand, the Disciple of Destruction. They also receive the Blessing of the Crystal, a buff designed to bridge the insane power gap and give them a sliver of a chance to fight back. Even Goldie, who packs the punch of a Gold League player, has serious doubts about them winning this fight. In fact, he confesses to Jihan that even high-level players like him get wrecked by these kinds of quests. This is definitely not a mission that they are meant to clear. Otherwise, the rewards wouldn't be so ridiculously high. The system is offering him 10,000 achievement points and a crystal fragment. It's almost unheard of for the system to offer anything beyond points, This screams that it's at least an epic-level quest. With a heavy sigh, Goldie accepts his grim fate. He then urges Jihan to at least receive the crystal's blessing first, but our main character flat-out refuses. He just tightens his grip on his sword, preparing to launch himself at the flesh golem as it lumbers toward their crystal. A flesh golem is an undead tank, known for its insane vitality. The only way to put one down is to obliterate the core hidden deep within its body. But even that is a near impossible task, thanks to its massive frame and the crystal fragments embedded all over it like armor. To put it simply, even for gold rankers, the flesh golem is a certified boss-level threat. And while Jihan has long surpassed the power of a bronze player, this situation is completely out of his league. He tells the other two to get back, then rockets into the air using his flashing sky thunder steps. A footprint crackling with raw lightning is left in his wake. As he closes in on the monster, he recalls the most fundamental and core skill of the nameless divine arts, the 3 talents martial devotion. This martial art was built upon the concepts of heaven, earth, and humanity, 3 foundational principles that are the very essence of the nameless divine arts. And with a sudden, deep understanding of these principles, Jihan awakens a new power called 3 talents martial devotion. He unleashes a single, flawless strike that carves cleanly through the flesh golem. The impact is catastrophic. The blow is powerful enough to shatter the monster's reinforced hide and annihilate its core in one perfect hit. The attack is so stunning that Diego literally drops his football in utter shock as the system announces the victory. Jihan has neutralized the flesh golem, clearing the bonus mission for the 4th tower. The very moment Jihan swung his sword, Goldie was overwhelmed by a complex wave of emotion that was impossible to put into words. Yet, all the feelings that washed over him could be summed up in one word: admiration. Utterly spent, Goldie collapses to his knees while Diego can only continue to stare, his mind blown. He's never witnessed anything like this. At first, Goldie just saw Jihan as potential streaming content, but now, an idea like that feels cheap. He desires something more. He wants to document Jihan's entire journey. He wants to watch him ascend to the absolute pinnacle of the game, both as a player and a streamer. But aside from Goldie's newfound resolve to dedicate himself completely to Jihan's career, this moment also forges the beginning of Song Jihan and Diego's partnership. Platonic, obviously. This ain't that kind of manhwa. Chill. Jihan managed to effortlessly dismantle the flesh golem, but the other teams? Their towers weren't having such a good time. With a single, devastating swing, the flesh golem completely wiped out the 3rd tower. Their bonus mission ended in failure, and the other towers were all meeting a similarly brutal fate. Meanwhile, Jihan's crew gets ready to log out. Because they clutched the bonus mission, they're about to be rewarded with triple the normal experience and GP. The rewards are insane, but there's one more thing Jihan needs to take care of while he has the chance. He suggests to Diego that they should meet up in the real world. Diego is hesitant at first, saying that being carried through the bonus was payment enough. But Jihan has something else in mind entirely. He plans on giving Diego the inside scoop on his special skill. This completely stuns the soccer player, and Jihan drops a cryptic hint to reel him in even further, whispering that the key is to become a mage. But revealing everything right here would just be boring, so Jihan proposes they take this conversation somewhere else, maybe grab a bite to eat. Now, if literally anyone else had dropped this bombshell on Diego, he would have dismissed them without a second thought. But this was Seong Jihan, the guy who just showcased some god-tier power, so Diego couldn't deny the spark of curiosity in his gut. Reading the room, Diego slides into Jihan's DMs, and the two lock in a dinner meeting to hash out the details. Goldie, who was totally eavesdropping, immediately begs Jihan to let him tag along, but Jihan is 0% interested in the flashy streamer. And more importantly, this dinner is specifically to repay his debt to Diego. Goldie keeps pleading, even volunteering to be his video editor, but Jihan is not having it, and just logs out while the streamer is mid-beg. Back in the sanctuary of his room at the Sword Palace, Jihan inspects his rewards for crushing the second linked quest. He banks 10,000 achievement points, and snags a crystal fragment. But the journey is far from over. The next quest, Traces of the Disciple, will unlock the moment he breaks into the Silver League. While scoring the Force ability was a huge win, the crystal fragment is way more underwhelming than he'd hoped. It's a one-time use, B-rank item that grants the player a divine blessing. On top of that, its use is restricted to bronze or silver zones. A divine blessing is a top-tier ability that only the absolute pinnacle of support users, like a Saintess, can even cast. We're talking about a high-level buff that juices all of your abilities by 50%, basically a must-have for anyone playing in the big leagues. The fact that this is a single-use item locked to the lower tiers, however, is a massive letdown. Still, the other rewards more than compensated for it. For starters, he leveled up 3 times in one go, and pocketed 6,000 GP, thanks to his triple reward buff for clearing that bonus mission. He's now level 13, with both his martial power and force chilling at level 17. With only 12 levels to go, until the silver promotion match, his growth rate is already just insane. Jihan has to wonder if any player has ever climbed the ranks this ridiculously fast. Just then, the otherworldly divine item he flexed during the tower defense mission begins to pulse with energy. Because he met the item's conditions, his divine power stat jumps up by 2 and fuses with his force. But here's the strange part. Even though the weapon's power is spent and it's downgrading from C rank to E rank, his personal stats aren't increasing at all. It seems divine power and force don't have a one-to-one relationship. Without warning, the sword erupts in a blinding flare of light. The power of the 3 dantians he poured into it is now leaking out, as if the blade itself couldn't handle the sheer force of his attack. Letting that energy just vent into the open would be catastrophic, so Jihan has no choice but to try and absorb it all back into his body. The process engulfs his room in a brilliant, blinding light that even spills out into the hallway. Meanwhile, in a nearby building, the recruiter for the Neo Self-Defense Force is kicking back in an unassuming room. This man, who had recently posed as Sword King Family 898, is wallowing in the failure of his elaborate scheme. He was the mastermind who posted that mission against the mage, all in an attempt to make Jihan fail the competition. But despite his best efforts to peep Jihan's status window, he came up completely empty-handed. His original play was to manipulate the mage's personal grudge against Jihan, leveraging the chaos within the Sword King family since their leader's departure. For the time being, he needs to drop the act and stop meddling in the game while posing as a family member. It would have been perfect if his plan had worked on the first try. But it seems he picked a totally useless pawn to do his dirty work. Everything would have been fine if the mage had just shattered the crystal immediately instead of wasting time showboating. The way things are headed, he's about to lose his one chance to lure Jihan over to Japan. As the recruitment manager for the Neo Self-Defense Force, Akita Kazuo knew from the jump that Jihan was a generational talent. He has years of experience spotting prodigies, and he needs to get this kid on his roster. However, the higher-ups at his company refused to make a move without concrete information and undeniable evidence. They demanded proof that Takeda's gut feeling about this bronze player was legitimate, so he needed to do something big to justify his position. To do that, Takeda absolutely had to see Jihan's status window, which would serve as irrefutable proof that Jihan is a powerhouse worthy of Japan's full attention. But this whole operation has dragged on for too long, and Takeda is officially out of time. He needs to raise the stakes and pull out all the stops to guarantee he gets a look at that status window. Once he succeeds, he'll get the green light from his superiors to deploy the very same special method they used to secure the Sword King. Back with Jihan, the blinding light subsides. He'd somehow managed to absorb the overwhelming power from the sword and even jacked his divine power up by a full level this time. And even though his force level shot up from this, he figures out that for every 3 levels of divine power, his force climbs by 1. On top of that, his martial power is linked directly to force, so that also jumped up by a point, landing them both at a solid level 18. Losing the weapon sucks, sure, but the power-up he got from its destruction more than made up for the loss. But the system wasn't finished, dropping another bombshell on him. It warns him that since his force value just blew past 17, he can now only absorb divine power from A-rank items or higher. That's a massive handicap, because A-rank divine items are practically legendary. Just then, Sia storms into the room, ecstatic, to tell her uncle that a 50 billion won deposit just hit her account. Her celebration grinds to a halt, though, when she sees the absolute wreckage of the room and Jihan. He tries to brush it off, but the literal blood fountain erupting from his forehead says otherwise. Sia completely ignores his attempts to calm her down and yanks him into the washroom so she can start patching up his injuries. Jihan just lets her, a small smile playing on his face as she continues to lecture him. A little later, all bandaged up, the two of them hit up a restaurant to celebrate, using the cash they just received. After spending a solid decade in the US, he was seriously craving some pork belly, cooked in a real Korean joint. This is the very first time he's been able to sit down for a proper meal since he regressed. It wasn't about eating somewhere fancy. For Jihan, it was about getting back to the food that felt like home. Sia insists that it's her treat, so he should order something way better and way more expensive. Jihan just shrugs it off, telling her they're going to be eating all their meals together from now on so they can splurge some other time. But Sia hits him with some news. She tells him they won't be eating together for much longer. She's made up her mind to go back to school, and even though she might not look the part, she is still the student council president, and her being gone this long is starting to look weird. Her teacher already told her she could take another week off, but the day for the blessing from the gift room is coming up, so she can't afford to be away for too long. The gift room is a rite of passage that everyone goes through on their 18th birthday. Sia's birthday is August 22nd, and even in these messed up times, She was desperately looking forward to that day. Sia, who dreamed of getting her blessing at the Academy's prestigious gift room, was banking on getting a powerful gift that would turn their terrible situation around. That hope was completely shattered when Sia was branded with an F-rank gift. That was the moment the unbreakable Sia finally crumbled. He can't bring himself to tell her that she's destined for an F-rank gift, so for now, he has to just try and lower her expectations. She's heading back to school the very next day, a Monday, to get a fresh start. Jihan offers to become her personal driver, taking her to and from school. She tries to protest, but Jihan's mind is already made up. She scowls and turns away from him, but even as she tries to act annoyed, he can see the smile she's desperately trying to hide. The next morning, bright and early, the two of them head down to the Sword Palace parking garage, only to discover all the cars have vanished. The Sword King owned a jaw-dropping collection of sports cars and supercars, but now the entire place is an empty tomb. It looks like their relatives sold everything, right out from under them. Sia just resigns herself to taking the bus, but Jihan spots a single car left behind. The only vehicle left is Sia's mother's old car. It was probably so worthless they couldn't even bother selling it. Lucky for them, the door is unlocked and the keys are still inside. Despite its ancient, beat-up appearance, the engine actually turns over. Sia starts to panic at the thought of them rolling up to school in that thing, and Jihan assumes she's just embarrassed to be seen in such a clunker, but she tells him she's actually terrified. He asks what she could possibly be worried about, but he gets his answer the moment they arrive at the school and get ordered to move by a towering, furious-looking bald man. They're at the Gangnam-gu BattleNet Academy, where Sia is a student, and in the parking lot, it becomes clear this guy is trying to start a fight with them for the simple crime of driving a cheap car. He tries to intimidate them into moving, even calling Jihan a beggar. That crosses a line. Our MC calmly gets out of the car and tells the man to watch his mouth. The students around them instantly recognize Jihan as the Bronze Killer and immediately whip out their phones to record the showdown and stream it live for the world to see. Elsewhere, inside the Divergent Guild headquarters, Hyun's eyes go wide as she sees the video and realizes where Jihan is. She leaps to her feet and orders Guyong to follow her. This time, she is going to make damn sure that Jihan will never look down on her again. Back with Jihan, the bald dude keeps provoking him and then finally winds up to throw a punch. Jihan doesn't even flinch or try to block. Instead, he uses his force to freeze the fist in midair, just before it smashes into his face. Then, before the man can even utter a word, Jihan silences him and plants him on the ground, forcing him to kneel while Jihan calmly roasts the dude for his reckless stunt. Saya darts around the car, hissing at her uncle that they're making a scene. Just then, from the other vehicle, a girl who looks about Saya's age pokes her head out and shouts Saya's name. This is Kim Hee-soo, the vice president of BattleNet Academy. She's apparently a friend of Saya's, because she practically bounces out of her ride to say hi. Hee-soo glances at her driver, still kneeling on the pavement, and asks what happened. He stammers some lame excuse about the ground being slippery, but she totally blows off his apology. Instead, she turns to Saya, asking where all those flashy supercars went. When Saya admits her dad sold them all, Hee-soo's face floods with concern, and she insists Saya should have called her immediately when things got tough. Out of nowhere, Hee-soo promises to be Saya's personal chauffeur to school from this day forward. The offer is so unexpected, Saya is just completely stunned. Hee-soo keeps pushing, even offering to get her dad involved. From the sidelines, Jihan observes this whole exchange, and alarm bells are ringing in his head. In his previous life, he's certain Saya never had a friend this clingy. Something is off. Meanwhile, Hyun and Guyong race to BattleNet Academy. They arrive less than 10 minutes after Jihan's viral clip dropped, but he's already vanished. An employee confirms their worst fears. Jihan got in his car and bounced. This just cranks Hyun's anxiety up to 11. She's terrified that international scouts are already circling, and she's desperate to sign him before they can sink their claws in. Guyong has to physically stop her from chewing her nails to the quick and tell her to chill. The other woman is forced to take a breath and figure out a new strategy. She may have missed her shot this time, but she vows to track his every move from now on until she hunts him down. Turning away, she pulls up the live feed of the match Jihan is currently wrecking. And as for the game itself, the outcome is a foregone conclusion. Jihan is running an absolute clinic on everyone else in the lobby, effortlessly dismantling his opponents by blending his nameless divine arts with brutal martial arts. Every takedown is clean, precise. For him, this isn't a match, it's a training ground to sharpen his senses and perfect his reaction time, and it's clearly paying off. With a crack of his knuckles, he locks onto his next victims, a group he's already clapped once before. Seong Jihan is now the legend who one-shotted a flesh golem. For any player in the Bronze League, getting queued with him is like trying to prep for a freaking hurricane. Game over. And once again, Jihan takes the top spot. That's a 5-peat. 5 consecutive first-place finishes, earning him a massive 200% boost to his experience and GP gain. He dings level 15, which unlocks his next challenge, the dungeon map. Dungeons, which unlock at level 15, are a whole different beast. It's not just about combat anymore. These places are rigged with deadly traps, winding mazes, and complex puzzles you have to solve to move forward. But here's the catch. Unlike other modes, this is pure co-op, and there's only so far you can push solo. Even BattleNet's official guide stresses that teamwork is an essential part of surviving. The dungeon crawl. For Jihan, that's a problem. With a massive target on his back, if he gets stuck with a party that's secretly plotting to backstab him, he's completely screwed. He entertains the idea of joining a guild, but shoots it down almost immediately. He's not planning on sticking around, and he knows they'll just cause drama when he tries to dip. Besides, he's on the fast track to the silver tier, and once he gets there, he'll just start his own damn guild. Later that evening, as dinner time rolls around, Jihan calls Seiya to help set the table. With the food ready, the two sit down for a meal. Seiya is blown away by Jihan's cooking skills, though he insists he just whipped something up with whatever was in the fridge. She's practically losing her mind over how amazing it tastes, and Jihan promises to cook a proper feast for her next time. It's no big deal for him. Back when he was in America, he cooked for himself every single day, so he's totally comfortable in the kitchen. While they're eating, Jihan casually brings up her new friend, asking if she'll be catching rides with Hisu a lot. Seiya immediately shuts that idea down. The whole ride was a total nightmare. Hisu was being extra, making her super uncomfortable. She was showing this weirdly intense level of concern and asking non-stop personal questions until it just got way too cringe for Seiya to deal with. Jihan gets it instantly. Yeah, hanging out with that girl sounds awful, but Seiya admits there's another reason too, and it's that her mom's car is way more comfortable and just feels warm. Jihan can't argue with that. The following morning, Jihan is on school run duty again, and this time, thanks to yesterday's public spectacle, a whole swarm of scouts and reporters is lying in wait. It's no surprise everyone wants a piece of him now. At this point, these people are basically his personal paparazzi. Luckily, the school's security team is on point, holding the mob back and keeping them off school grounds. As they roll into the parking lot, they spot two figures already there. Of course, it's Haiyan and Guyong, and they've totally been camping out, waiting for him. And she is looking extra salty. She literally handed him her business card, and he never even hit her up. The brutal truth is, the thought of her completely slipped his mind. This time, however, she's making sure there's absolutely no escape. She corrals him up to the school's rooftop garden for a so-called private meeting. Yeah, right. It would be private if it wasn't for the swarm of other scouts staked out nearby, all of them desperate for a chance to get a word in with Jihan. Jihan clocks that Haiyan seems way more in her element than usual, which makes sense. This is her old stomping ground. What's really getting to her is his whole attitude. He apologizes for blanking on her, but she just waves it off, claiming it's a nice change of pace. Jihan is the first guy who's ever made her work for it, actually forcing her to give chase, so she came prepared with a prize to match the effort. She slaps a platinum-grade contract on the table, a deal packed with unbelievable perks for whoever inks it. This is such a massive power move that the other recruiters basically start packing their bags to go home. Even Jihan is staggered by how much firepower she brought, just for him. Then, she decides to drop the bomb and tell him this insane contract is only on the table because it's her offering it. She then leans in, getting right in his space, and lays it all out. This isn't just business. These are her real feelings for him. Her play is so aggressive and shockingly effective that the last few recruiters clinging to a shred of hope just turn around and bail. Even Jihan has to respect the hustle. She's clearly thinking 10 steps ahead of everyone else. She locks eyes with him, trying to decode what's going on in his head. But with her this close, a familiar scent hits him, her perfume. He knows it instantly. It's the same perfume Zero used to wear back when they were inseparable. In that moment, he's 100% certain Lee Haeon is Zero. But that just opens up a new can of worms. If the perfume is the same, what other habits of hers have stuck around? Haiyan, completely over the intense staring contest, finally slumps back into her seat with an exasperated sigh. At this point, she's beyond frustrated that she can't get a single rise out of him, and to top it all off, she still hasn't even snagged his number. She realizes it's been a one-way street, with her dishing out all the offers. New mission, secure his phone number, no matter what. She tells him that after he looks over the contract, she'll need to put her official seal on it, so naturally, she's gonna need his contact info. Her excuse is paper thin, though, and Jihan immediately sees that this is all just a ploy to get his digits. But instead of shutting her down this time, he counters with a wager. He reveals that he just dinged level 15, and as they both know, the first match after hitting that milestone is guaranteed to be a dungeon run. Haeyeon can hardly process it. Jihan is already level 15. It's been less than a single month since he jumped back into BattleNet, and his power level has already skyrocketed. But more importantly, in a high-stakes situation like this, he's the one trying to make a bet with her. The audacity is insane. But she doesn't back down. Instead, she asks for his terms. The deal is brutally simple. He'll queue for BattleNet right now. If he gets anything less than first place, he'll sign on the dotted line with the Divergent Guild. And, as a bonus, he'll give her his number. It's a ridiculously risky play, since the entire world knows he has a massive target on his back every time he logs in. He's diving into his first ever solo dungeon run. No party, no guild. This means he's stuck with whatever randoms the game throws at him. The deal sounds almost too perfect, and honestly, it's kinda sus that he can just whip out an offer like this, on the spot. But she doesn't back down. Instead, she flips the question. What does he want from her if she takes the L? His demand is shockingly simple. It's the final clue he needs to confirm his theory about Hee-Yoon's identity. He tells her he wants a peek at her status screen. The moment he lays eyes on it, he can finally verify if she's rocking the same rare nurturing gift as Zero. At this point in the game, the nurturing gift was just a basic experience buff, making it a super embarrassing skill to show anyone, and her flustered reaction practically screams that his hunch is right. But he has to see it with his own two eyes to know for sure that his gut feeling is on the money. Just as he predicted, she hesitantly agrees to the bet, warning him that he better not regret this later. Since his plan is to jack into the BattleNet immediately, she asks if he needs to find a better spot, but he doesn't need to move an inch. He logs into the BattleNet instantly, and even fires up a BattleTube live broadcast so they can watch the show. As expected, he spawns into a dungeon called the Conqueror's Tomb. The Conqueror's Tomb is a top-tier dungeon where a legendary champion is laid to rest. The place is crawling with all kinds of monsters, but it's a straight shot. No confusing mazes or cheap traps. However, there's a catch. There's a reason the difficulty level on this place is cranked to the max. The only way to win is for every single party member to survive, until the very end, which means a good team comp is everything. Jihan materializes inside the dungeon, and his randomly assigned teammates are summoned right beside him. At a glance, this squad doesn't look half bad. In fact, they recognize him immediately. They're all rocking the same guild tag, and their gear looks seriously on point. They greet him with a ton of respect, looking genuinely hyped to be running with him. One of the viewers in the chat recognizes the players as members of the Black Eagle Guild. These guys are known for being total bros, so the chat figures they've got first place in the bag. With a powerhouse like Jihan on their side, the whole team's vibe instantly chills out. They offer to take the lead so he can just hang back, but Jihan immediately shuts that down and says he's running point. They try to argue for a second, but you can't deny the sheer confidence radiating off the guy, so they eagerly fall in line behind him. Jihan's just relieved they aren't trolls, especially considering the dungeon's brutal no deaths allowed rule. Now all he needs to do is focus on escorting them all to the finish line in one piece. They step into the first chamber, and monsters immediately start to spawn. The very ground seems to writhe, as the sand on the floor morphs into towering figures known as the tomb's guards. The rest of his team snaps into combat stances, and asks for formation orders, but Jihan's only instruction is for them to stay back. He calmly strolls into the room, swarming with sand guardians, and the second he's in range, they swing at him. But he weaves through the attacks like they're moving in slow motion, completely untouched. He counters with a single punch, shattering one of the guards into a cloud of dust. He unleashes a relentless barrage, smashing through the guards without any trouble and obliterating all of them, before they can even land a single hit. In just a few seconds, the room is clear, and he turns to his stunned teammates, telling them they need to keep up. In the Conqueror's Tomb, there are 10 separate pathways, and each squad is assigned to a different one. All the paths converge on the 7th underground level, which holds the final stage. Jihan's team was put on the 8th path, and they are absolutely crushing the competition. They're already on level 3, and for the entire run, all his teammates have done is trail behind him in silence. They had heard Jihan was strong, but witnessing this absolute flex in person is a humbling experience. He's pulverizing the stone-hard heads of the soldiers as if they were nothing, effortlessly carving a path for the team. This whole time, he hasn't even bothered to draw a weapon, and yet, he's displaying a level of power completely unheard of in the Bronze League. As he keeps plowing through the floors, he gets a donation from a familiar and incredibly annoying username. It's Takeda, begging Jihan to check his mail for a fat stack of cash. The dude's desperate vibe is making the commentators cringe. His intentions are painfully obvious. He wants to poach Jihan and bring him to Japan, no matter what it takes. The chat explodes, begging Jihan not to leave Korea, since they can't handle losing him right after the Sword King left. Luckily, he has zero intention of leaving Korea, and even smacks Takeda with a ban from his stream for the pathetic recruitment attempt. They've already finished level 3 when the other teams are probably still getting wrecked. On level 1. One of the players tests the guard's defenses with his sword and confirms it has the durability of solid metal. Yet Jihan is casually demolishing them with nothing but his bare fists. As the warrior inspects the statue's remains, though, a strange system message flashes before his eyes, causing him to freeze in his tracks. The others continue their descent, completely unaware. The mage in the party starts apologizing, feeling guilty that Jihan is basically carrying their entire run, but Jihan couldn't care less. Honestly, at this point, he's just thrilled they aren't actively trying to throw the game like most randoms he's grouped with. They descend to the 4th level, which appears to be a long, straight hallway as Jihan scouts the perimeter. Then, another player gets a ping, and they freeze, their eyes glued to the screen in utter shock. Jihan can tell. The telltale holes riddling the walls and floor scream that this entire corridor is one giant trap. The Conqueror's Tomb is infamous for having practically 0 traps, which means they must have packed every last one of them right here. Jihan, however, seems completely unfazed. He grins at his team and asks, "You guys mind if we speed things up?" And just like that, he surges to the front. "Just cover my back," he calls over his shoulder, charging headfirst into the dungeon. As he presses forward, the archer and the warrior silently draw their weapons. They're just waiting for the right moment to turn those blades on themselves. The message they got was another scheme cooked up by the Sword King family to derail Jihan's stream. The order was simple: kill yourselves without being obvious, which would instantly sabotage Jihan's run. Every member of the Black Eagle Guild received this exact same quest, from the one and only Takeda, the very guy who just got banned from Jihan's broadcast. The recruiter who set this up didn't want to use this tactic, but with the board already set, throwing money at the problem was his only move left. So the real question is, how can Jihan possibly dodge this guaranteed loss when multiple people in his party have been paid off to ensure he fails? To make it worse, these guys won't make it obvious, meaning the second he engages a threat, his game will immediately crash and burn. There are no second chances. Takeda is certain of his victory. That is, unless a certain golden-clad superfan decides to intervene and give Jihan a heads up. Jihan and the mage bolt through the trap-filled chamber, and instantly, the mechanisms trigger, unleashing a volley of arrows right at them. The mage scrambles to prepare a defensive spell, but Jihan already has it handled. He activates his absolute territory, and every single arrow freezes dead in its tracks. The mage, buzzing with excitement, spins around to ask his teammates if they're seeing this, but that's when he spots them turning their own weapons inward. The mage screams for them to stop what they're doing, and that shout is all the warning Jihan needs to pivot and see the betrayal about to unfold. He unleashes his flashing sky. Thunder steps in the split second of chaos after they've been caught, and with that god-tier speed, he's on them in an instant, smacking the weapons right out of their hands before they can act. He then uses his force ability to slam them to the ground, completely immobilizing them. The mage rushes back from the main room to see if Jihan and his guildmates are okay. In a total panic, they both blurt out that they were given a suicide mission from a mysterious player. If even one of them goes down, the run is over for everyone. The mage quickly apologizes to Jihan for the stunt his guild members pulled, but our MC is just massively relieved that he was quick enough to stop them from doing something incredibly dumb. But he knows this isn't over yet. He flexes his force ability again, violently wrenching the mage's hand aside just as a beam of light shoots out of it, narrowly preventing the mage from killing himself too. All the Black Eagle members had received the same suicide quest, and the mage just yells, completely baffled. "How did you even know?" he demands. "We didn't do anything suspicious." The person who tipped Jihan off about his corrupted party wasn't in the game at all. It was none other than Golden Light himself, who dropped an absurdly massive donation just to make sure Jihan knew his teammates had been bribed. As a diehard fan, Goldie had been glued to the broadcast in real time and sensed something was off when the other members all seemed to get a strange message one by one. That's when he discovered the mission posted by Sword King Family 989, with an insane reward of 1 billion won. He knew he had to warn Jihan, even though the minimum donation to get a message through was a steep 10 million won. But Jihan is more hung up on how bizarre this whole attack is, even considering the grudge the Sword King family holds against him. Dropping 1 billion won on a single mission is pure insanity. Even if a life was at stake, it's definitely not worth that kind of cash. The only possible conclusion is that whoever issued this quest holds at least a named guild ranking, or is someone with the Sword King's direct influence. To think they would fork over 1 billion won just to take a peek at a status screen is completely unhinged. So now the mystery is, who would pull a stunt like this? The commentators immediately put 2 and 2 together. It had to be Takeda. He's the only one who would play this dirty while also dropping a colossal amount of money to do it. Because of this stunt, Jihan reconsiders his promise to reveal his status screen at 200,000 subscribers. He's now pushing his status screen reveal back to a whopping 1 million subscribers. But even with that goalpost shifted, his pledge to conquer every single mission remains unshakable. With that declaration, he snatches up the warrior sword and pulls a special rope from his inventory. This couldn't have come at a better time, since Jihan was getting anxious about blowing past 200,000 subscribers way too fast. This whole situation let him stack some cash and grab the spotlight. Armed with a new F-grade rope of restraint, it's finally time to handle the traitors he was unlucky enough to be partnered with. He trusses them up in a single bundle like cattle and starts dragging them through the dungeon, completely neutralizing them as a threat. With no more interruptions, they finally blast their way to the 6th level, right outside the Emperor's chamber. And it looks like this area is absolutely swarming with tomb guards, far more than any other floor. Jihan gazes into the pitch-black abyss as countless eyes glare right back, a silent warning to turn back now. Before reaching this point, Jihan had been relentlessly hauling the group across the floor, and to shut them up, he physically forced their mouths closed. As he was tying them, one of the players even had the nerve to say that Jihan would make a powerful enemy of their guild for this humiliation. But the reality is, the Black Eagle Guild would sooner disown these trolls than back them up. Then, as a final touch to stop any struggling, Jihan jabs their pressure points with his finger, instantly draining all the strength from their bodies. That's a technique that only a high-tier martial artist, an advanced warrior class, should be able to pull off. At this point, they're just being dragged around like luggage, totally powerless to do anything about it. The warrior suddenly remembers Jihan's intense protectiveness over his niece, but before a single word can escape, his jaw is clamped shut, stopping him from making a fatal mistake. As he yanks them across the rough terrain, he throws them a passive heal every now and then, just enough to keep them from kicking the bucket from the harsh treatment. At last, they arrive on the 6th floor, only to be ambushed by dozens of monsters, lurking in the shadows. They're the exact same clay soldiers he faced earlier, but there's a whole army of them now. This time, Jihan is ready, effortlessly parrying a blade aimed for his captive teammates. Then, to clear his hands for the real fight, he grabs the entire human bundle and hurls them into the middle of the room. Now that the dead weight is out of the way, he unleashes hell, cutting down the approaching clay soldiers. Except, there's a huge problem. After he slices them to pieces, the soldiers just reform, and thousands more pour out from the darkness. Their glowing eyes are a dead giveaway. They've entered berserker mode. Just then, a linked quest pops up out of the blue, demanding Jihan annihilate every single guard. It's been a minute since he's seen a linked quest, not since that brutal defense map. To make sure his teammates don't get wiped while he's busy, he throws up a powerful shield over their helpless bodies. He gives it a quick test, slamming his sword against the barrier and confirming it's solid enough to withstand anything. These clay soldiers can dish out. For good measure, he layers it with a force field generated from his own power, creating a double reinforced safe zone. With them secured, he can finally stop holding back and go all out. He starts by activating his absolute territory ability, freezing all the soldiers in their tracks. Before they can even get close, no matter how many times he uses it, the sheer brokenness of this skill is insane. Every enemy that enters the territory has their movements slowed to an absolute crawl. From there, he can dominate them with his bare hands. It's a total waste that Baron had such a god-tier skill and only used it to patch up his mana. With the entire clay army locked down in his territory, it's time to end this with one devastating blow. He sends every single soldier flying, instantly clearing the quest without breaking a sweat. With the 6th floor secured, they finally step into the Emperor's throne room. There, they're greeted by the Conqueror himself, the very reason all party members had to stay alive, for the quest to succeed. He welcomes them with a smirk, calling them grave robbers looking to plunder his gold. The win condition for this final stage is surprisingly simple. All 4 party members must perform a respectful bow to the Conqueror, while standing on specific marked areas. He dumps the 3 traitors onto the floor and uses his power to vaporize their ropes, then telekinetically marches them onto the designated spots so they can begin their bow. Thanks to his insane level and force stat, even though the spots for each player to bow are spread far apart, Jihan knows he can pull this off. He expertly maneuvers each player into their correct positions. Then, he forces their bodies down into a deep, respectful bow. Once he confirms they've all complied, he drops to the ground and completes his own bow, officially clearing the quest. A shimmering gate materializes, their one-way ticket back home. The quest is cleared, but Jihan is absolutely frozen. A secret quest just popped up. The system's new demand: show genuine respect to the massive Conqueror statue. The prize is insane. 5,000 achievement points plus the Conqueror's arrow, a projectile so massive it's basically a freaking spear. If he pulls this off, it's all his. The only problem? Jihan has no idea what the system means by genuine respect. So, to test a theory, Jihan yanks one of the other players over to him. And then, in a wild move, He just yeets the guy towards the Emperor as an offering. The Emperor's golden steed snatches the player midair and literally chomps him out of existence. The giant Emperor statue just watches, processing what Jihan just did. It then asks our MC if this king of plunderers he's worshipping is the conqueror himself. Jihan confirms. He explains that a true conqueror is the ultimate plunderer, and this is how he shows respect. Then, he addresses the statue directly. He doesn't want any of the gold in the room. No. What he truly covets is the legendary arrow notched in the conqueror's bow. He claims that recognizing the arrow's true worth and desiring to steal it is the highest form of respect, and that is the key to clearing this hidden quest. The statue's stone face cracks into a massive grin before it erupts into booming, insane laughter. It seems Jihan's ballsy move worked. The statue is impressed, praising him for his audacity. As a reward, it promises to grant him the treasure for demonstrating true and genuine respect. Jihan immediately knows what's coming next and grips his sword, bracing himself. The statue pulls back the phoenix arrow, aiming right at Jihan. Instantly, the air in the chamber begins to bake. As the bowstring tightens, the remaining players can't even breathe. They literally start combusting from the raw heat radiating off the phoenix flames that now engulf the entire room. Even Jihan's clothes catch fire. This has officially gone sideways, and he's not sure he can tank this hit. He doesn't really care if his teammates die, but there's a huge problem. The second they bite the dust, the weapons he's borrowing from them will vanish. He's on a clock, and it's ticking fast. The chamber becomes a furnace. Solid gold starts dripping from the walls like water, and the shot hasn't even been fired. Another player just evaporates. The oppressive heat just snuffed him out, leaving only Jihan and the warrior. The temperature is overwhelming. Jihan feels like his insides are boiling. In his current condition, there's zero chance he can survive a direct hit from that arrow. His only shot is to take out the bow before the arrow is released. He activates another skill, one he pulled from the nameless divine technique, the ultra speed stab. A split second before the conqueror can let fly, Jihan unleashes the stab, launching his sword like a missile directly at the massive bow. It shatters the bow in two, completely canceling the attack and sending the flaming phoenix arrow clattering to the floor. In that instant, the statue's grin vanishes. It demands Jihan's name. It no longer calls him a plunderer, but now addresses him as a noble warrior. As a sign of true respect, it offers the phoenix arrow to Jihan. Just as he suspected, the arrow is huge, a perfect spear. The statue then informs Jihan that it eagerly awaits the day they can face off on a more honorable battlefield. With countless arenas in the BattleNet, their reunion is inevitable. Until that day, Jihan is more than happy to put this insane new weapon to good use, admiring his new spear. Meanwhile, his viewers are freaking out about the skill he used to destroy the bow. It was so fast that even super slow-mo can't catch the action. That's because the ultra speed stab isn't just about raw speed. It's a technique designed for pinpoint accuracy with a slender blade. The fact that Jihan could pull it off proves his control over the nameless divine arts is leveling up. The first time he tried using this power, it was wildly unstable and drained him completely. But now, with each use, the skill becomes more polished and efficient. At this pace, he'll soon be able to manifest the fundamental forms of martial arts. And since he's now cleared the hidden quest, he's earned the Conqueror's acknowledgement, which means he gets a free pass on the 7th floor test. And since he no longer has to sweat the 7th floor test, there's absolutely no reason to let the dude, who backstabbed him earlier, steal the #1 spot. He strolls over to the warrior, who's just now coming to his senses, after that insane heat wave. Without a word, Jihan thrusts his new spear straight through the guy, ending him instantly. The instance closes. Jihan materializes back on the school rooftop, where it looks like the entire world was watching his dungeon run. That spear is the star of the show. It's wild that he scored something so OP from a simple bronze dungeon. He turns to find Haiyan and Guyong, who are glued to the stream, and just smirks. He took first place again, just like he said he would, which means he won their bet. And for his prize, Heehan has to reveal her status window to him. She visibly tenses up as Jihan waits. His first thought is that she's about to bail on their deal, but her eyes are locked on the colossal spear he's clutching behind his back. It's radiating such an suffocating aura that Heehan's hand instinctively flies to her sword hilt, even after he finally puts the weapon away. Making good on her promise, she pulls up her status window for him, though she's clearly mortified to be sharing it. A quick glance confirms his suspicions entirely. She possesses the fostering gift, an ability that lets her cultivate other players. Heehan just watches from the side, a storm of anxiety brewing in her eyes, as she practically melts into a puddle of cringe. She despises even mentioning her gift and was absolutely devastated. After dropping so much cash for such a trash-tier ability, it made her so bitter she started questioning why she ever enrolled in the academy, to begin with, leading her to badmouth the institution every chance she got. And now, The irony is thick. She's forced to reveal her fostering ability right here, at the very academy she resents. Jihan, meanwhile, is dead silent. When Heehan dares to look up, she catches him, smiling at her. She immediately assumes he's making fun of her, but he corrects her, saying he's actually thrilled. Then he whips out his phone and asks for her digits. Heehan has to remind him that she was the one who lost their bet, but he brushes it off, insisting he just wants her number. She fires back, telling him her number was on the business card she gave him, only for him to claim he lost it. That's basically code for, I'm not interested. Yet here he is, asking for her number. Heehan can't shake the feeling that he's just trolling her, and her pride is taking a massive hit, but she caves and gives him her number anyway. She even snatches his phone and saves her contact name with a heart emoji, then spins around with a smug grin, turning back to see his reaction. But instead of being weirded out or shocked by her bold move, Jihan just lets out a light chuckle and tells her he'll call. That's the final blow to her ego. She wants to scream at him, but somehow manages to restrain herself. Across campus, Sia is watching her uncle's first dungeon broadcast with her classmates, and every single one of them is floored by his raw power. Hisu, on the other hand, doesn't share their excitement over Jihan's victory. In fact, she looks like she's absolutely fuming until one of her classmates snaps her out of it. The girl points out to Hisu how insanely different Jihan looks now compared to just a month ago. The last time Hisu visited Sia's place, Jihan was a deadbeat alcoholic, but now he's transformed into this incredible figure who has another one of her classmates, totally simping. Sia can't help the tears of joy streaming down her face, witnessing her uncle become someone so worthy of respect. Hisu then brings up Sia's upcoming 18th birthday, which also signals the day she will officially awaken as a player is just around the corner. Every person awakens on their 18th birthday, finally gaining the ability to view their own status windows. The other students realize what this means, and that she must be a wreck with nerves. For students at BattleNet Academy, Awakening Day is what they live for after countless hours in class and enduring grueling training. The gift room is the entire reason the academy even exists, and the gifts are what every single student is obsessed with. The chatter immediately shifts, with students wondering if Sia is going to inherit a gift as well, with some speculating that it's guaranteed to be at least an S-rank ability. I mean, her father wields an SSS rank gift, and her mother was a legendary SS rank saintess. Plus, rumors are already flying that her uncle is, at minimum, an S-ranker. With a bloodline that's stacked, it seems impossible for her not to be just as overpowered, even though all the official research has proven that genetics plays zero role in what gift you get. Despite knowing this, she can't help but pray for something amazing. Her birthday is just over a week away, and the anxiety is eating her alive, but Hisu steps in to try and calm her down. She tells Sia to just get hyped for the present she's going to give her on her birthday. Meanwhile, over in a Neo Self-Defense Force training hall in Japan, the floor is littered with unconscious bodies, all casualties of the Sword King's brutal training session. The spectators watching from the sidelines can only ask themselves if the Sword King was always this monstrously strong. But no, this training session has made one thing crystal clear. The Sword King has ascended to a whole new level, his stats soaring past their previous limits. With things escalating to this point, everyone in the Neo Self-Defense Force is buzzing with anticipation for the day when Ito Ryuhei will make his grand debut in the upcoming showdown between Korea and Japan. Back at the Divergent Guild headquarters, Heehan is caught in a blazing argument with someone on the phone. It's her father, and he's pressuring her to get involved with some guy she absolutely can't stand. Their argument escalates, with her father relentlessly pushing her to get married as soon as possible, until she finally reaches her breaking point, model. With a sharp click, she hangs up on him. Dion peeks into the room, sensing the heavy atmosphere, but Heian doesn't bother to mask her fury. She fled her home, ditching her entire life, because her father relentlessly tried to marry her off. The candidates were always ancient or just plain repulsive. His latest scheme was forcing her on a date with some overweight, balding geezer from the Neo Self-Defense Force. It was a deeply humiliating and awkward ordeal, a scene that's replayed her whole life, ever since she came of age. And despite their family being loaded, it never stops her father's obsession with her marrying into even more wealth. Guyong suggests she head home to decompress, but Heian refuses. She feels safer at the Divergent Guild headquarters. Then, out of nowhere, Heian turns to her bodyguard with a sudden apology. She knows Guyong has sacrificed her own life to protect her, and with an S-rank gift, her incredible talents are being criminally wasted on babysitting duty. Guyong just brushes it off, assuring Heian that being her bodyguard is the mission she chose, at least for the time being. She's just holding out until Heian finally inherits the family company, though that's a future Heian wants no part of. She craves independence, a life where she can earn her own money and live on her own terms, free from her parents' constant nagging about marriage. A noble dream, if it weren't for one massive problem. Haeyeon's grand plan for financial freedom is high-stakes gambling. It might be legal, but she has terrible luck, losing every single bet she makes. The odds of her actually making money this way are practically zero. But this time is different. She's absolutely certain a huge win is just around the corner, all thanks to the upcoming Korea versus Japan match. It's a grim reality, but every Korean is betting on Japan to win. Nobody wants to say it out loud, but everyone knows Japan is about to crush them. Her phone buzzes, a message from Jihan lighting up the screen. As she reads it, her eyes widen in absolute disbelief. The next day, Jihan makes good on his promise, treating Diego to an insane meal to thank him for his help during the defense mission. They arrive at a ridiculously lavish restaurant, where Diego experiences Korean beef for the first time. Even he can tell this stuff costs a fortune. Jihan, however, is unbothered, and tells him to order anything his heart desires. Diego asks for a drink, and Jihan gets them soju. In an instant, Diego expertly mixes a perfect batch, even better than Jihan could have managed. He takes a bite of the meat, and the flavor is so overwhelming, Diego is left speechless. With the ice officially broken, Jihan tells Diego to relax and speak casually. As they chat and drink, the day melts away, and Diego confesses a deep resentment for how his life has turned out. Without the battle net, none of this would have happened. He was once a soccer legend, one of the greatest on the planet. Then, in a flash, his world came crashing down. The sponsors dried up, and soon after, his wife and kids walked out on him. Jihan listens, understanding every word. He too was a global superstar, a man who could have anything he wanted. But when the BattleNet emerged, the world's fascination with sports died out, and just like that, his fan base vanished. In the end, FIFA and the entire professional soccer scene simply faded into obscurity, as the world forgot the sport even existed. A world-class player now forced to live in Korea, teaching children how to kick a ball that says it all. Diego shifts gears, deciding it's time to get to the real reason they're here. Jihan had urged him to become a mage, and he needs to know why. The answer lies in Diego's unique gift. It massively boosts any equipment shaped like a soccer ball. It's an SSS rank ability. It's the reason Diego is glued to a soccer ball everywhere he goes. But he's convinced he can't be a mage because his mana stat is absolute garbage. To prove his point, Jihan materializes an item he acquired specifically for Diego. It's an Arachnus orb, a B-rank magical artifact from the spider tribe. The orb is encased in a web of spider silk, giving it incredible elasticity. And since spiders essentially only have feet, the orb registers as a ball, making it the single most perfect weapon for Diego. This is the item that will awaken the real Diego, the most powerful mage from Jihan's past life. Diego nervously asks how much it costs. Jihan tells him it's about 50 million won. The staggering price tag hits Diego like a ton of bricks, instantly sobering him up. That's more than the down payment he made on his house. An item like this is something Diego couldn't afford, even if he saved every penny for 10 years. But Jihan isn't finished. He has a much bigger offer on the table. He wants to give Diego the orb as a gift. Not only that, he plans to support him financially. The former soccer icon can't wrap his head around what Jihan is proposing. But our main character has one final condition. He wants Diego to join the guild he's going to create the moment he hits silver rank. Of course, Diego has to ask if Jihan actually has the funds for that. And our main character is radiating pure confidence that he does. He's also completely certain he's about to stack way more cash very soon, then flashes his phone screen at Diego. And whatever Diego sees is enough to make the soccer superstar think Jihan has completely lost his marbles. It's a forecast for the upcoming clash between Japan and Korea, and it calls for Korea to snag 1 win and suffer 3 losses. He shoots the same intel over to Hyun, but she's not buying it. There's no shot Korea can win against the legendary Sword King, but his bold prediction is about to be put to the test, because the showdown between Korea and Japan is finally here. Diego is floored that Jihan actually believes Korea can pull off even a single win. The idea is just completely unimaginable to him, and it's not like he's dissing the Korean team. The Sword King is just on a whole different plane of existence, a monster so powerful he could solo an entire squad. Jihan gets why that's a tough pill to swallow, but he figures a demonstration will be way more effective than an explanation. With that, Jihan grabs a remote, flicks on a massive TV by their table, and tunes into the live broadcast of the match. The international tournament is about to kick off, and the victory condition is simple: wipe out every single player on the opposing team. The contest will be 5 rounds, and the first crew to clinch 3 wins takes home the victory. Ryuhei immediately blitzes forward, barking at his teammates to get information, but the rest of the squad hesitates. They have zero interest in following his orders and flat out don't see him as part of the team. It's not just his Korean heritage, it's the fact that they had a long-standing member who got kicked to the curb for him. That player was booted just so the Sword King could join this competition. And because of that deep-seated resentment, they refused to play along with Ryuhei's strategy. While they're bickering, a Korean player seizes the moment, unleashing a devastating attack aimed squarely at Ryuhei. The hit lands dead on, stunning everyone. The Japanese team and even the Korean squad are in total disbelief. Seeing their chance, the Koreans surge forward to press the attack before he can recover. The game plan is clear: eliminate the Sword King first, then clean up the rest. But Ryuhei halts them dead in their tracks. With a single, casual swing of his sword, he carves a line in the ground, stopping their advance cold. Then, in a jaw-dropping show of defiance, he drives his own blade into his chest, eliminating himself from the first round. The kill feed registers it for the Korean team, sending a wave of absolute shock through the entire stadium. It was officially logged as a kill for Korea, even though Ryuhei was the one who took himself out. Suddenly, Jihan's insane prediction is starting to click into place. But the real question is, how in the world he knew this would go down? Jihan won't spill the secret, just tells Diego to keep his eyes glued to the match for now. With Ryuhei out of the picture, the Korean team makes short work of the remaining Japanese players, securing the first victory for Korea. The MVP award goes to the support player who landed that initial spell on the Sword King. And just like that, the tables have turned in a way no one saw coming, except for Jihan, who predicted it all. Everything is unfolding exactly as it did in his previous life, right down to the dividend rates on the betting platform. Over in the recovery room, the Japanese players are laying into Ryuhei for his reckless stunt. He's supposed to be their nation's champion, and he just casually offed himself to make a statement. Ryuhei, completely over their whining, calls them a pathetic bunch of amateurs. Zero professionalism. He sneers that now he sees why they always lose to Korea, and he's sick of being surrounded by failure. He couldn't care less about their little high school friendships, and coldly informs them that if they don't accept him as their leader, he will just keep killing himself in every single round until they do. Faced with that insane ultimatum, their hands are tied. They have to fall in line and acknowledge Ryuhei as their leader if they have any hope of winning. As the second round begins, the Korean team is just as baffled as before. They can't figure out why Ryuhei would just throw the first round like that. They even wonder for a second if he's some kind of double agent, but that thought gets erased from their minds instantly. The Ryuhei on the battlefield now is clearly ready for war. The aura around him is completely different, all killer, no filler. The Korean team braces themselves, preparing for an onslaught. But in the span of a single heartbeat, Ryuhei unleashes an attack so ridiculously powerful, it blasts 3 of them at once. 3 players taken out with one swing. The sheer, unadulterated power of the strike leaves both the players and the crowd absolutely stunned. They're all witnessing the overwhelming chasm in skill. He follows up with another blindingly fast strike, instantly executing the last player, who had barely survived the first vicious assault. The Korean spectators are frozen in terror, while the Japanese fans erupt in celebration, chanting Ryuhei's name at the top of their lungs. The Sword King single-handedly dismantled the South Korean team with just 2 attacks, tying up the score. Just as you'd expect, with the Sword King back in action, Japan dominates the 3rd round, and the 4th round plays out in much the same brutal fashion. Ryuhei's power was just too much. The Korean team was utterly crushed in what can only be described as a one-sided slaughter. They try to mount a desperate counterattack in the 4th round, throwing everything they have left into one final push, but it was completely hopeless. Even with his hands bound in chains, he's somehow commanding the sword with some invisible force, shattering his restraints before cutting them down one by one with chilling precision. Soon, only the archer and the mage are left scrambling to survive, but their struggle is futile. With their eyes locked on Ryuhei, they don't see the rest of the Japanese squad land a cheap shot on the archer, taking him out of the fight. Turns out, Ryuhei's teammates are still in the game, and while they're nowhere near his level, they can still clean up the mess. With the mage as the sole survivor, Ryuhei decides to handle this one personally. He closes in, unleashing a brand new ability called Sword Flight. The two exchange a few words, and the mage, facing certain doom, can't resist taunting Ryuhei for his sketchy decision to ditch Korea and go flex on the Japanese servers. Ryuhei, however, is completely unfazed. He coolly informs her that if she could fight even half as well as she could run her mouth, she might have actually survived a few more seconds. Refusing to be just another victim, the mage begins casting a spell to supercharge her power. But before the activation is complete, the Sword King decides she's the perfect test subject for another new technique. A colossal sword forged from pure light materializes above her, slamming down and leaving nothing but a smoldering crater in the arena floor. The match is over. As everyone predicted, it was a total stomp for Japan, a bitter pill for the Korean team to swallow. But this loss only fuels their fire. They swear they'll come back stronger. Meanwhile, Diego is just speechless at how Jihan predicted the entire match, shot for shot. Jihan just plays it cool, claiming he saw the whole thing in a dream that just made him a ridiculous amount of money. The cash is great, but it does nothing to silence his alarm bells over Ryuhai's insane performance. The Sword King is leagues stronger than Jihan remembers. At this rate, our MC stands zero chance of defeating him. In fact, even the nameless divine arts might not be enough to even challenge him. To make matters worse, he's rocking an SSS rank gift called the Twin Sword Peak, which basically makes him a walking catastrophe. The numbers are all stacked against him, but Jihan couldn't care less. He's determined that, no matter how ridiculously overpowered the Sword King gets, he'll just have to get even more broken. Their paths are set to collide, and when they do, it's going to be a battle for the history books. But someone else is way more hyped about her winnings than Jihan is. Hyeon somehow managed to turn just 5,000 into a massive 200,000 and won. She never in her wildest dreams thought this was possible, and it's all because of Jihan's tip. There's just one tiny problem. She actually ended up about 20,000 in debt. Here's what happened. After Jihan gave her the winning tip, Hyun was so sure South Korea was going to lose 0-3 that she got cocky and made another, bigger bet. She threw down 200,000, convinced Korea would suffer a humiliating defeat without a single victory, and that catastrophic miscalculation completely wiped out her massive payday. Back with Jihan and Diego, it's time to get to the real point of their meeting. The fact that Jihan wants to sign the former football star to a contract. Diego is baffled, wondering why Jihan would suddenly want to sign him out of the blue, since he feels like he's completely washed up. But Jihan is dead serious that this contract is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He explains to Diego that the same intuition he used to call the Korea-Japan match perfectly is now telling him something else. It's screaming that Diego is destined to become an incredibly valuable player in the near future. Jihan is absolutely certain of this, which is why he wants to lock Diego down, no matter what it takes. In the future, Diego is prophesied to become the world's most powerful mage, and this contract is simply Jihan making a genius investment. It's been a long time since anyone has pursued Diego this passionately, not since his glory days as a soccer legend. He desperately missed that feeling of being a crucial part of a team. After BattleNet launched, he figured he would never feel that rush again. But now, Jihan has appeared out of nowhere, offering him a new beginning. An offer this good? There's no way he could possibly refuse. A huge grin spreads across Diego's face as he rises from his chair and extends his hand across the table to firmly shake Jihan's. He swears he will never forget this incredible kindness, and he's fired up to repay it 10,000 times over. Jihan gives a slight smile and says he's looking forward to that day. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, Guyong is fighting her own war inside a brutal gladiator arena. She might not have Jihan's raw talent, but she consistently dominates the competition, always snagging the top spot in every mission she undertakes. It's gotten so bad that other players have to team up against her, but she still manages to send them all flying with little effort. The match concludes as she dispatches the final 2 challengers, and once again, she takes first place. A result of 5 kills is decent, but she's no longer satisfied with just this. She has to get stronger. Model. On one side, you have the Sword King, an absolute monster who just unleashed overwhelming power in the Korea-Japan match. On the other, you have Jihan, who's carving out his own legacy as an undefeated legend. But Guyong, she's been slacking hard ever since she joined the Divergent Guild. She desperately needs to step up her game. Seiya is trapped in a similar downward spiral when she stumbles across a news article detailing her father's recent victory. Her face twists with anguish, but she quickly tries to mask it, playing it off like it's nothing. But Hizu sees right through the facade. A single glance at Seiya's expression tells her that her friend is in a seriously dark place. The vice president even offers to stay the night at Seiya's place to help calm her down, but Seiya politely refuses. Honestly, she's just thankful Hisu is driving her home, since her uncle got slammed with work and couldn't come get her. The driver even takes a moment to personally apologize again for his boneheaded move of challenging Jihan the other day. Then, Hisu switches topics, bringing up a private matter they discussed before, and asking if Seiya has made up her mind yet. The Sword King's daughter still looks completely torn about whatever they had planned, but their conversation is violently cut short as the car screeches to a dead stop. Hisu furiously snaps at her driver, demanding to know why he stopped. The reason is swarming right in front of them as they speak. They've arrived at the Sword Palace and camped out right in front of the building is a massive crowd of people who seem to be waiting just for her. Meanwhile, Jihan, fresh from his meeting with Diego, parkours across the city rooftops on his way home. He can feel his body is way lighter now that his strength has skyrocketed, and he realizes he's grown a lot taller as a result. He pauses, perching on the edge of a skyscraper to just soak in the incredible view. Watching the serene streets far below, he remembers how he used to chill out on rooftops just like this back when he lived in the States. The memory hits him with a wave of nostalgia. But now, he's seen firsthand what kind of person Ryuhei truly was in this era. The truth is, in his past life, he never even had the chance to fight the Sword King himself. By the time Jihan had climbed the ranks, in an age where half the world's nations had already collapsed, the Sword King, who had been the #1 warrior, had simply vanished without a trace. To this day, Jihan still has no clue why he disappeared, and that man was definitely as powerful as Jihan was at his absolute peak. Just because he's leveling up fast doesn't mean Jihan can afford to chill. He has to keep pushing. He has to become even more powerful than he was before. To do that, he must master the complete, nameless divine arts, and he needs to do it as soon as possible. With his short break over, he resumes his journey home, totally oblivious to the chaotic scene awaiting him. The driver is desperately trying to clear a path through the mob so Seiya can get through, but it's hopeless. There are just too many. These aren't fans, they're reporters, and they're all here to ambush Seiya and snag an exclusive interview. Despite the bodyguard's best efforts to hold them back, they keep surging forward, clawing their way toward the car. They bombard her with questions about the Sword King's match, even twisting her past statements to accuse her of betraying her own father. They swarm the car like vultures, and the whole situation quickly becomes a terrifying, overwhelming nightmare. For Seiya, who's still trying to process everything, it's too much. She buries her face in her hands as the reporters smash their cameras against the car window. All they want is a money shot of her breaking down. Because of the chaos, she completely fails to notice the subtle, wicked smirk on her so-called friend's face. As Hisu fakes comforting the distraught girl, a calm, cold voice cuts through the mayhem as Jihan appears. He forcefully shoves the reporters aside, carving a path through the crowd to reach the car. But the media hounds are relentless. They immediately start crying foul, accusing Jihan of assaulting innocent journalists who are just trying to do their jobs. They even have the nerve to claim he doesn't care about his public image. But they couldn't be more wrong. He cares deeply about it. In fact, that's the only reason he's treating them this kindly, when he is absolutely boiling with rage. The murderous look in his eyes is more than enough to silence the entire crowd and make them look away. He warns them that they should be grateful, that he's letting it end here. Finally reaching the car, he finds Seiya still hiding her face in despair, and gently tells her, "Let's go home." As the two of them step out, Jihan takes a second to thank the driver for trying to protect her. Then he leads Seiya away from the car as Hisu calls out a sickeningly sweet goodbye to them both. The moment they are out of earshot, Hisu can no longer contain it. She erupts into a fit of laughter she barely managed to suppress during the entire ordeal. The other reporters recognize her as she cackles. She is the daughter of the owner of South Korea's #1 media empire. It's just so tragic what Seiya had to endure. Hisu smiles wickedly, silently telling the girl that her life is officially over. Meanwhile, Ryuhei appears on national television once again, this time declaring that he doesn't have a daughter. He claims he abandoned his past when he moved to Japan, and then he says that if he does have something that could be called a daughter, she means nothing to him now. That was the bombshell interview that unleashed this media firestorm, and Jihan can barely restrain the pure fury he feels toward his former brother-in-law. He's trying to keep it together for his only child. But beneath the rage, his real fear is for Seiya. His niece was just starting to come back to life, and then this whole mess dropped out of nowhere, threatening to shatter all their progress. He can see the light drain from her face again, and a gut-wrenching guilt churns inside him that it's all come to this. But then, Seiya's voice cuts through the tension, asking if he remembers promising to grant any one request she had. That was the deal they struck when she committed to helping him hunt down the Shadow Queen. Now, she's decided it's time for him to pay up. She claims that after endless searching, she's finally found their target. Jihan's eyes widen as Seiya whips out her phone. She plays a video she uncovered, one that supposedly exposes the Shadow Queen's true identity. And just like that, we're snapped back to the present, where Jihan is about to enter a new game. The Coliseum is roaring, packed to the brim with players and a hyped-up crowd completely oblivious to the chaos Jihan is about to unleash. To dial up the drama, our guy takes aim at the audience seating itself, his brilliant gold spear practically vibrating with power. A dark elf woman in the stands, the one Jihan believes is the Shadow Queen, glares down at him. His mind flashes back to the day before. Seiya had shown him a photo she'd snagged of the woman she suspected was the Shadow Queen. At first, Jihan was floored by Seiya's accusation. He demanded to know what led her to this conclusion. She admits she isn't 100% certain, but insists the woman in the picture is their #1 suspect. She lays it out for him. Her first suspects were the 2 elf queens she saw on the thrones, but they seemed way too powerful and high profile to be operating from the shadows. Seiya then taps her screen, pointing to the other elf woman. This one, she argues, is the most likely candidate for a shadow. Jihan stares at the dark-skinned elf, wondering what made Seiya single her out. Before he can even think it, she shuts down any accusations of prejudice, telling him to check the files she sent. She starts breaking down the evidence. First up, The Shadow Queen's freakishly unusual eyes. Sure, some elves have black eyes, but for the whites of her eyes to also be tinged with black, that's beyond suspicious. Jihan sees it too, so Seiya dives deeper into her theory. The elf she's targeting is always obsessed with who takes first place, even before a match kicks off. When Jihan asks for clarification, she puts it bluntly. The Shadow Queen has been tracking his every move, like a total stalker, along with every other player she predicts might dominate any given match. It all starts clicking into place for Jihan, and he finally begins to seriously suspect this dark elf woman could be the real Shadow Queen. Seiya tells him to watch the last, most crucial piece of footage. In it, she highlights the dark elf's bizarre shadow. Jihan tries to zoom in, but the video quality pixelates. Even so, you can clearly see a strange, menacing aura radiating from around her feet. Jihan agrees that's definitely something worth looking into. He's amazed, asking if she managed to figure all this out by herself. Seiya confirms she's been pouring all her free time into the investigation. Immediately, Jihan starts to worry that she's pushing herself too hard for his sake, but she reassures him, saying she hasn't had much else going on. Jihan is incredibly grateful. As a reward, he brings up the wish he promised he would grant her. She's taken aback for a second, but after a moment to collect her thoughts, an idea for what she wants begins to form. Back in the present, Jihan slams his spear into the arena floor, unleashing a massive AoE blast that nets him 10 kills and launches him into first place. In a single moment, he gazes up at the audience barrier and readies himself to smash it to pieces. The audience barrier is a force field, engineered to keep the fighting ring and the spectator seats separate. It's tough enough to go toe-to-toe with a diamond rank support's barrier skill, and it also blocks any ability from passing through in either direction. That's precisely why Jihan is having such a hard time confirming the Dark Elf's real identity. His new plan is to punch a hole straight through that field, just so he can get a better look at her. The crowd isn't sure if this is even allowed, but they brace for impact all the same. Jihan, however, couldn't care less. The weapon in his hand is the Phoenix Arrow, a spear he snagged from a dungeon. It's a grade A item, forged from a phoenix feather for a true conqueror, and it's at its most devastating when thrown, plus it returns to its wielder like a boomerang. It's literally infused with the fire of a phoenix, but because it's so OP on paper, it disintegrates after just 5 uses. Jihan knows the sheer power of the Phoenix Arrow, so instead of chucking it at the barrier, he gets into a stance to leap and stab it, creating a focused opening. He is dead set on seeing the face of his suspected Shadow Queen. He activates his skills, martial devotion and 3 talents, and hammers the barrier in a single spot with all the force required to make a crack. The impact looked devastating, yet the barrier held firm. No one in the audience even flinched. People started to think it was a failed attempt. What they completely underestimated was Jihan's raw determination to get what he wants. He relentlessly smashes the exact same spot on the barrier, cycling through different sets of skills. With his final ability, Path of the Immortal Sage, he delivers a blow so colossal that the barrier finally cracks, shattering open to form the very hole he needed. While the crowd is still in shock that Jihan pulled it off, he doesn't waste a single heartbeat, instantly activating his Wanderer's eyes to get a look at the Shadow Queen's face before it can regenerate. But when his gaze locks with hers, he doesn't see her identity. Instead, Jihan is violently pulled into a dark abyss, where a menacing voice from the shadows questions his very existence. He frantically scans the pitch-black void, his panic rising. Then, a pair of colossal green eyes ignite in the darkness right behind him, leaving him completely paralyzed with shock in this terrifying, unknown realm. Back in the safety of his suite, Jihan collapses onto his bed, utterly drained and shaken by his face-to-face with the Shadow Queen. Even for a battle-hardened B-ranker, that experience was on another level of terrifying. And yet, he's glad he witnessed it as a regressor, giving him the intel he needs to flip the script for his own future. He pushes himself up and pulls open his achievement store, which he has now powered up to level 5 with all the rewards he's been stacking. A brand new feature appears, the Constellation Slot Edition. This was added after the store leveled up, allowing him to tap into the power of various constellations, but not just yet. Earth is still locked in the game's tutorial mode, so buying the Constellation Slot Edition won't do anything until the real game kicks off. Jihan swipes it away a problem for another day, and instead buys the Title Slot Edition Level 1. This purchase also boosts his level to 22. A quick glance at his status window shows he only needs 3 more levels to finally hit Silver status. Though, with his martial force power and a title already equipped, he's basically a Silver ranker in disguise. He snagged that second title slot for one specific reason, to gear up for the Martial God successor title he's about to claim. The very instant his martial power hits 30, Jihan will unlock the Nameless Divine Arts, a process that will forge a direct connection to the martial god himself, officially making him the successor. He held this exact title in his previous life, and he's hell-bent on getting it back. All of this intense preparation is for an inevitable showdown against a certain individual whose league's stronger than him. A bit later, Jihan and Sia are out apartment hunting. The realtor takes them to a stunning penthouse suite right in the heart of Gangnam, perfectly located for public transport, surrounded by elite schools, and boasting an insane, uninterrupted view of the Han River. The realtor proudly adds that it's 200 square meters, assuming it would be plenty of room for Jihan and Sia. But Sia's face falls. She looks incredibly uncomfortable at the thought of living in such a cramped space with her uncle. Jihan clocks her reaction instantly. He immediately understands that for someone used to the colossal Sword Palace penthouse, this is just another regular apartment, a downgrade she can't even wrap her head around. Staring out at the sunset, Jihan reflects on Sia's desire to move. He finally gets it. She didn't just want to move, she wanted to escape the Sword Palace as fast as humanly possible, because every corner of it was a reminder of Yoon Sojin, her father, and it was suffocating her. Meanwhile, the realtor is still in full sales mode, talking up the apartment to Sia. He drones on about how the rooms are a bargain for the price, while she just listens, her expression riddled with anxiety. Jihan sees her tension and steps in, telling the realtor they'll need a lot more space. He explains that Sia is about to awaken as a player too, so their home also needs to function as a training ground for a connector. The realtor takes the request seriously and immediately starts searching for a better option. He then turns to Sia with a gentle tone, while hyping up Jihan, painting him as the super dependable uncle she can always lean on. Jihan acknowledges the compliment, but humbly brushes it off. It turns out the realtor is a massive fan of Jihan's, and the two of them thank him for his support, but the realtor insists he's the one who's grateful, revealing that he used to work at the Sword Palace. After Yoon Sojin's betrayal and disappearance, he was sick with worry over where Sia would end up. He's beyond relieved to see she's getting the Sia, love, and support she needs from her uncle in these dark times. Hearing these kind words and genuine hopes for her future as a player from a total stranger is too much for Sia, and tears begin to stream down her face. But then the realtor unknowingly puts a ton of pressure on her, mentioning his high hopes for her to receive a powerful gift. Jihan knows that the media's obsession with Sia has exploded. Ever since the Japan versus Korea match, they're all desperate to know about her gift. The tragic truth, however, is that Sia is destined for an F-grade gift, a fate that will shatter the massive expectations everyone has for her, turning all that public adoration into poison. All the public's fury over her father's betrayal will be unleashed directly on her. Jihan silently vows to never let that future come to pass. He will shield Sia from the media vultures. At that very moment, Kim Hee-so, Sia's supposed friend, and the granddaughter of the Taiwan daily media empire, is on the phone, laughing. She cheerfully leaks the date of Sia's birthday to a media contact and even promises to arrange an interview with her at the school's official gift center. When she ends the call, a guy lounging on her couch calls her a PR traitor, saying it fits her family of media sharks. She blows off his comment and tells him to get lost, but he's not finished using her yet, not until he can get to Sia himself. He asks Kim Hee-so where all her venom for Sia even comes from. She just smirks arrogantly and says, "Model." The guy scoffs, spitting that Sia's fame is purely from BattleNet. Otherwise, she couldn't even hold a candle to Kim Hee-so. He then demands to know her real motive for interviewing Sia. A smug grin spreads across her face as she declares it's all for her family's prosperity, fully prepared to crush Sia under the weight of public pressure. Should Sia's gift turn out to be trash, the dude shoots back up, snarling that she's a demonic witch who refuses to take any responsibility for her own twisted actions. She pivots to the true target of this operation, Song Ji-han, Sia's uncle. The plan? He has to physically clash with our boy and rip him away from Sia's side. Also, Kim Hee-so can snag her exclusive interview. The guy stalks over to her desk, his barrage of insults about her character never letting up. But he promises her that, to him, Ji-han is less than an insect. He brings up the vow she made to him, a reminder that finally pierces through her thick layer of ego. She bites back, calling him a pathetic, low-budget villain, but then immediately gives him the green light to do as he pleases. To Sia, that's all the dude needs to hear. With a sickening crack of his neck, crimson lightning begins to arc around his body. Cut to Seoul, inside the Gangnam BattleNet Academy. 14 hours before Sia's gift is set to manifest, Kim Hee-so is glued to Sia's side, relentlessly trying to wear her down into giving an interview. Sia, visibly over the constant nagging, finally stands and makes a break for the restroom. The second she's out of sight, Kim Hee-so's entire demeanor shifts, a venomous curse escaping her lips about Sia's refusal. She breathes out a heavy sigh, knowing something. Sia is already being swarmed by paparazzi right outside the gift room. And for her company, the chaos is a goldmine. If she can pump out an article on Sia the moment her awakening is over tonight, it'll be huge, even bigger if Sia ends up with a pathetic F-rank gift. Meanwhile, In the bathroom, Sia admits she's been biting her tongue, fighting the urge to snap at Kim Hee-so's endless pestering. Turns out, she's already aware of what that two-faced fox is really thinking. She overheard some other girls in her class. They were mocking Kim Hee-so for her perfect best friend performance with Sia, even cheering on Kim Hee-so's scheme to drain Sia dry. The plan was to use her until she was worthless, then abandon her to rot, especially now with her father gone from the picture. But those cruel girls were thinking too small. Kim Hee-so, born into a media dynasty, had a far grander vision. She planned to broadcast every agonizing step of Sia's descent into hell. She was actively praying for Sia to get an F-rank gift, just for the chance to film her despair, and plaster it all over the world for everyone to see. In the stall right behind them, Sia had huddled, silently weeping. The devastating realization that she was completely surrounded by vipers, all coiled and ready to strike, hit her like a tidal wave. It didn't take her long to accept the truth. Kim Hee-so was pure evil, a devil in disguise. But now, a new fear gripped her. What if she actually did get an F-rank gift? Inside the awakening chambers, Sia stands at the epicenter, desperately praying for anything but a bottom-tier power. Suddenly, the pillar erupts in a blazing crimson light. The glow consumes the entire room as Sia stares, wide-eyed, into the blinding radiance, utterly shocked by the result. Just outside the BattleNet building, 5 hours before the awakening, Jihan glances at his watch. Tapping his foot impatiently, he's finally greeted by security, who begin to escort him through the facility. Jihan immediately asks them if Sia is okay inside the gift room. The guards assure him she's under maximum protection. Jihan stresses that no one gets near Sia, especially not reporters, a protocol the security team confirms they've already locked down. They're even barring school staff. The government itself is involved. Just yesterday, Jihan was on the phone with manager Park Yoon-sik, discussing the Sword Palace donation crisis. During the call, manager Park confirmed the exact time for Sia's awakening. He also warned Jihan, with the current situation being so volatile, someone might try to infiltrate the awakening chamber. Jihan was genuinely shocked that the government fully grasped the severity of the threat and were stepping in to guarantee Sia's safety. He's incredibly grateful for their support. Back in the present, the security detail leads Jihan to the very gates of the gift room where Sia is waiting. They suggest he take a seat in the waiting area just inside. Jihan expresses his thanks to the guards, arranging to link up with them after 12 p.m. As he sinks into the chair, a wave of anxiety about Sia's gift washes over him, but he shoves it down, because this time around, he's here to protect her. He forces himself to stay optimistic, clutching a small pendant in his hand. It's a good luck charm he brought for Sia. The sun dips below the horizon, and Sia is now just 5 minutes from her awakening. Out of nowhere, Kim Hee-so struts into the chambers, a cameraman trailing her like a shadow. She flashes Jihan a sickeningly sweet smile, acting like they're old friends. Jihan's defenses immediately go up, his eyes locked on the cameraman she dragged along. Jihan demands to know how she breached a restricted facility, but she just flaunts her powerful media credentials right in his face. Jihan isn't here for her games and calls her out for sneaking in, an accusation she instantly deflects. She claims to have official business at the school, then reveals her true endgame, to interview Sia, but Jihan shuts her down, flatly refusing. He makes it crystal clear that he's taking Sia straight home after her awakening. The cameraman starts to physically tremble as Jihan's warning sinks in, but Kim Hee-so, unbelievably, keeps pushing for the interview. Jihan lays it all out for her, threatening retaliation if she tries anything funny. So, she puts on the worst B-movie performance of all time, telling Jihan she can't possibly fight him one-on-one, but she could absolutely cook up a headline about how a level 27 Jihan got jumped by some unknown level 50. And what do you know? The level 50 dude she was scheming with to snatch Sia materializes from the shadows, sneaking up on Jihan with a fist crackling with raw power. Meanwhile, inside the awakening chamber, the moment of truth arrives for Sia. Her knees buckle as her worst nightmare becomes reality. An F-rank gift, late bloomer. Her vision blurs with tears, and every ounce of hope drains from her face. Back outside, that supercharged fist slams directly into the back of Jihan's skull, but instead of collapsing, the veins on his neck bulge. His pupils ignite with a terrifying light as he slowly turns to face his attacker with absolute, murderous rage. The goon's knockout attempt backfired spectacularly. Why? Because he dared to mention Sia's name with a disgusting smirk, and that flipped a switch in Jihan's brain. The attacker is actually shook that Jihan is still standing after that cheap shot. But the second he finishes his sentence, Jihan lunges at him. The attack does nothing, though, as he realizes the dude is rocking some kind of stone skin ability. Shocked by Jihan's quick analysis, the attacker unleashes a flurry of blows, trying to shatter our boy's composure. All while Kim Hee-so watches, entertained, convinced her goon is winning because he's all flash and trash talk. landing punch after punch, while Jihan just silently takes the hits. But right as the attacker winds up for a massive haymaker, Jihan tanks the blow with his body and counters with a vicious, jaw-shattering uppercut that launches the goon skyward, before he can even finish his next insult. While the dude is still airborne, Jihan summons a phantom hand, grabbing him by the hair, leaving both the attacker and Kim Hee-so completely stunned. Jihan's plan? To carve a seal into this punk so he never bullies anyone ever again. He uses the phantom hand to whip the guy straight towards Kim Hee-so, and as the body drops at her feet, she lets out a blood-curdling scream, staring in horror at the mangled heap that was once her henchman. Inside the chamber, Sia, still crumpled on the floor, fights to choke back her sobs. She knows that just crying won't change a thing, but tackling this with Jihan, that just might. She stumbles toward the door, her mind racing with how she could possibly survive even the bronze rank with this garbage F-rank gift. Its description, realize her potential later, was so vague it was infuriating. The second she steps outside, her despair instantly morphs into pure shock. There stands Jihan, casually holding a fistful of the attacker's hair, while the man trembles on the ground. Sia just stammers, asking what on earth happened, and Jihan calmly replies that the guy got what was coming to him. Suddenly, Kim Hee-so shrieks at Jihan, absolutely losing it over her henchman's ruined face and threatening our boy with her grandfather's name. Jihan literally shuts her up by stuffing the goon's hair in her mouth. He could not care less about the media. Jihan knows this woman is completely unhinged and would absolutely fabricate stories to the press. Her creepy smile twists into something truly evil as she fantasizes about destroying Jihan and Sia's family name. The public doesn't care about truth, after all. They'll just devour the drama. The Sword King had already planted the seeds of doubt, making her job even easier, but Jihan just wishes her good luck with that, because he's going to let her deal with the fallout when he and Sia just pack up and leave Korea, all thanks to the fake news she created. His hand erupts in flames, but Kim Hee-so's insane ego is unbreakable. She spits back, reminding him, the only reason he can even stand here is because of BattleNet and Yoon Sejong. Jihan realizes that Kim Hee-so is so delusional she doesn't know when she's beaten, so he engulfs her in a cage of fire, triggering a massive, bright explosion in the building. A little preview of what's in store if she ever messes with them again. Later, in the car, Sia nervously asks Jihan if it was really okay to threaten her like that, since she's connected to Taiwan Daily, the biggest media conglomerate out there. Jihan just clicks his seatbelt into place, telling her not to sweat it. He explains that a massive corporation like that would never risk its reputation by attacking a rising star player like Sia, all because the president's spoiled granddaughter threw a tantrum. Sia is blown away by his sheer confidence. Changing the subject, Jihan asks about her gift, and she tells him about the late bloomer, a fact he was already painfully aware of. Before she can spiral into another bout of sadness, Jihan pulls up his own stat window right in front of her. This is the first time he's ever shown it to anyone, and Sia immediately gets why. He also has an F-rank gift, the Wanderer's Eye. She's baffled how he's so powerful, so he points to his unique stats, the section labeled Martial Power Force. He digs into his pocket, explaining that unique stats are unlocked by fulfilling secret, hidden conditions. Jihan reveals the truth to her. The rank of a gift means nothing once you start unlocking your own unique skills. As Sia struggles to absorb this bombshell, he presents her with a golden, winged monocle, a special device that will help her discover her own path to greatness. See, before his regression, China's Jin Yuhua was the number 2 ranked player in the entire world, all with that same late bloomer gift. Jihan's regret over Sia's death became 1,000 times heavier when he realized the very gift that once drove her to despair actually held world-breaking potential. The monocle Jihan flashes reveals a bombshell. Sia's gift isn't stuck. It can actually be upgraded by competing in BattleNet games. For now, its F-rank status is a total grind, forcing her into more daily matches as time passes. But each one pumps up her stats. Her fundamental growth rate skyrockets by 100%. Sia is absolutely floored by its hidden potential, and seeing that spark of hope in her eyes, Jihan knows the monocle was a success. It's the Hermes monocle, a legit A-rank item from Olympus that uncovers a gift's true nature, but it's a one-and-done deal. Jihan snagged it after he repaired a C-rank messenger's busted one. He had to use his urgent restoration skill to get it ready as a birthday present for Sia just in time. Jihan excitedly explains that once she ranks up, that 100% growth rate means her training will be twice as effective as anyone else's. Overwhelmed with emotion, Sia needs to hear it again, asking if he truly believes her gift is that amazing. He absolutely does. He even doubles down, saying she can now get that rare effect he talked about way faster. As Jihan boasts that Sia has the potential to become a top-tier player, the tears finally break free. The very gift she thought was a death sentence has just become her greatest hope. Jihan looks at her with pure compassion, thinking about how desperately she needed this win. Her own father bailed and disowned her, while the media tore her apart, fueling a fierce ambition to carve out her own identity, not just be some celebrity's daughter. Being the lazy genius he is, he uses telekinesis to float a tissue over to her, to dry her tears. Remembering how terrified she was of getting a trash-tier gift, he softly urges her to let it all out, knowing she's been holding back for way too long. But Sia refuses to get lost in her feelings. She quickly sniffs, wipes her nose, and shakes it off. With the weight finally lifted from her mind, she looks at Jihan and says, he has to be from the future, with all the inside info he has. Startled, Jihan just brushes it off as pure luck. After that heavy emotional release, Sia admits she's starving, so Jihan immediately gets up to start making dinner. She's shocked to see him cooking this late, but Jihan just reminds her he promised to make her something amazing, and her birthday was the perfect excuse. A warm, gentle smile spreads across her face as she waits for the meal. But over at Kim Hee-soo's mansion, the vibe is the exact opposite. She's absolutely seething, screaming curses at Jihan for snatching her bald, right down to the eyebrows. She's panicking about her parents seeing her like this when a server walks into her room holding a phone. She loses it on him for not knocking, as she scrambles to hide her bald head. He mutters an apology, gives her the CCTV footage she requested, and leaves, cursing her out under his breath. She hits play on the video and spots a clip of Sia looking absolutely devastated over her gift, which is all the ammo she needs to spin a nasty, fabricated story. With her snake-like cunning, she instantly deduces that Sia got an F-rank gift, but as she cackles maniacally over Sia's apparent ruin, Kim Hee-soo has no idea that a massive dose of karma is about to be served ice-cold. We'll leave that plot thread hanging and pivot over to Sparkly, who the author kind of forgot about for a hot minute. The poor guy is just rotting in his room, living through empty days after his crush shut him down. The comment section is egging him on to just confess, but they're not sure if they mean to Jihan, since he's the one in the background. He's daydreaming of being a knight in shining armor, sweeping Jihan into his arms after single-handedly defeating some ugly, twisted flame mage, not to mention those foul and grimy eagles. I mean, that part really happened, but not quite the romantic way Sparkly is picturing it. He leaps out of his chair, fired up, revealing his one true desire is to be Jihan's manager, though the commentators are definitely not convinced. He's desperately hoping Jihan sees his messages, but our boy is a little busy, you know, slaughtering hordes of monsters in a crimson ghost town. Armed with his flashy gold spear, Jihan effortlessly annihilates all the mobs in one go, while his teammates literally kick back and eat popcorn on the sidelines, just watching the masterpiece unfold. Even the commentators can relate, watching Jihan just solo the entire dungeon. He activates his nameless divine arts, unleashes the flashing sky thunder steps, and basically moonwalks his way to the finish line. To claim the #1 spot, his teammates' only regret? They should have gotten the cheddar popcorn for this show. Jihan dings level 25, unlocking the ability to enter silver promotion battles. The commentators are hyped, eager to see him advance. Already, because the Bronze League is just way too much of a cakewalk for him. Jihan gets ranked in the top 100 of the entire Bronze League, and is crowned the league's ruler thanks to his insane win rate. Then, something pops up that shocks both Jihan and the commentators. A player from Korea is set to participate in the global top 100 promotion battle on August 25th. It confirms his immediate promotion to silver. Making it into the global top 100 means his BattleNet performance was literally among the top 100 players on the planet, fast-tracking his promotion. He's now a silver promotion target, one of the elite top 100, and that comes with a very special perk. The thing is, this promotion battle is going to be a massive battle royale between all 100 players, a brutal survival game that only ends when a single champion remains standing. This is it, the ultimate stage, a battleground to crown the true #1 player. The announcers and Jihan are on edge. Their eyes frantically scan the top 100 player rankings. Then one name slams into Jihan's vision, Baron Williams. He totally saw this coming. The guy was a top-tier global bronze player from America, after all, but this face-off is happening way sooner than he ever imagined. In an instant, Jihan finds himself completely backed into a corner. The cold hard truth is, he has never, not once, beaten Baron. This time might just be another brutal loss. The single game-changing element that catapulted Jihan into the top 100 was his absolutely broken stat, Force. This isn't your basic martial power that just juices up your strength, speed, and stamina until you grind out the nameless divine arts. No, Force is a reality-bending stat that operates on a whole different plane, giving its user an absolute territory, mana reinforcement, and straight-up telekinesis. On top of that, this power has its own insane weight classes. The raw power Baron could unleash with his Force was just on another level. See, Force is a stat tied directly to mana and divine energy. More mana equals more force, it's that simple. And Baron, rocking double the mana Jihan had, wielded a force that was devastatingly superior. Jihan's surgical precision gets crushed by that kind of absolute power. Baron climbed the ranks on sheer strength alone, with zero luck involved. Jihan grinds his physical training, the memory of Baron's diamond rank mana even as a bronze rank player haunting him. He knows that clashing with him now would be a certified suicide run. He has to unlock the nameless divine arts, and fast. He sits in his room, staring at Baron's face, struggling to accept that this is the same racist American trash he used to know. The guy doesn't even have that seasoned look he had as a powerful guildmaster before the regression. Jihan wonders what could have possibly changed him so drastically. Suddenly, his phone rings. It's Lee Hae-yeon. He assumes she's calling to thank him for his help earlier, but her request hits him like a truck. She was asking him to pick someone? The question leaves even our boy Jihan completely speechless. Back at the Divergent Guild, Gaeon arrives to escort the young lady to her next appointment. Lee Hae-yeon begs for 5 more minutes, saying she's not ready to go. Gaeon asks what's got her so worked up, and Lee Hae-yeon confesses it's about the profile pictures she asked Jihan for. Gaeon throws her some serious shade, but Lee Hae-yeon is self-aware enough to call her out, asking her to be a little nicer. So, Gaeon presses, wanting to know what Jihan said, and with a shaky voice, she reveals the stunning news. Jihan agreed to join the global top 100. But what's really freaking her out is that Jihan actually told her to bet on him, even with a monster like Baron in the competition. Both women have to admit, Jihan's confidence is on another level, but Guyong is skeptical, wondering how he plans to survive Baron's relentless onslaught. Lee Hee-yeon is on the same page, so she completely ignores Jihan's tip and throws her money on Baron, just to play it safe. She's trying to gaslight herself that it's the right call, even though she vividly remembers Jihan predicting the Japan versus Korea match with flawless accuracy. Guyong wants to object, but she decides to keep her mouth shut. Changing the subject, Lee Hee-an asks how Guyong's BattleNet scores are looking, hearing she's been grinding hard lately. Guyong clenches her bandaged fist, bracing herself to confess something she deeply regrets. Meanwhile, Jihan takes a final look at his stats and lets out a slow breath. With all conditions finally met, he jacks his martial power up to 30, and his Wanderer's Eye roars to life. His vision whites out, and suddenly he's standing before the constellation, the wandering martial god who first found him. Jihan is just floating, suspended in a pure black void. The world is gone, but a familiar, overwhelming presence surrounds him. The wandering martial god looks down, and finally acknowledges Jihan as his true successor. Shrouded in mist, Jihan remembers all the times this god saved his skin in his previous life. He is then gifted the skill, Nameless Divine Arts. Normally, constellations demand a steep price from their champions, but Jihan didn't have to sacrifice a thing. The god simply grants him the powerful martial arts techniques, 3 new talents, martial devotion, and the super speed flashing sky thunder steps. But the very instant the idea of hitting 30 martial power enters Jihan's mind, the god's expression darkens. A violent jolt of energy rips through him, completely severing his connection to the divine being. As Jihan struggles to understand what just happened, he realizes the god is furious, that his 3 dantians are already fully unlocked. An intense wave of suspicion radiates from the wandering martial god, which completely floors Jihan. Why would this divine entity be sketched out by his unlocked dantians? The skill transfer is aborted. The constellation brutally yanks back its power from Jihan, and his left eye erupts in a blinding flash of light, violently slamming him back to reality. He clutches his head, pain searing through his skull, completely bewildered at being booted out so suddenly. With his eyes still twitching uncontrollably, he pulls up his status window and stares in horror at a complete and utter disaster. Formerly ranked 7th in the entire world and about to fight in the global top 100, Jihan is now stripped of his gift, the absolute cornerstone of his power. Looking cheerful and totally unburdened, Sia greets Jihan as he picks her up from the academy. He asks her what's up, and Sia just gushes about how free she feels. Turns out, Sia officially dropped out. She finally awakened her gift, which for most students is the signal to bounce, since they only attend until their powers manifest. You see it on the forums all the time, kids asking what's the point of the academy if they get a C-rank gift or higher, and everyone agrees it's better to leave, join a guild, and get real training. Besides, Sia knows she can just train with Jihan, making the academy feel like a total filler arc. He pushes her past her limits, even when she wants to collapse, so Jihan isn't worried about her progress. No, he's terrified about his own situation. With the top 100 battle looming tomorrow, his Wanderer's Eye is gone, and he's stuck with a busted, incomplete version of the Nameless Divine Art. It's an S-rank skill that was supposed to be delivered in pieces. All he got from the botched transfer were 3 talents, martial devotion, and flashing sky thunder steps. If Jihan can somehow master the three divine secrets, or uncover the true name of this so-called nameless art, he might be able to fully awaken it. What really infuriates him, though, is that the version he has is a pathetic S rank instead of the legendary triple S it should have been. Plus, the skills it gave him are all abilities he already had. Sia immediately picks up on his dark mood and asks if he's nervous about the big fight. Not wanting to unload his apocalyptic future onto her, he just plays along with her guess. Clueless as she is, Sia has total faith that Jihan will win. She says he always pulls through, joking that he always brings home the first place trophy, so maybe she should start gambling on his matches. Jihan shuts that down immediately, and her betting dreams crumble into dust. She hits him with the side eye, pointing out the hypocrisy of him streaming his betting but forbidding her from doing it. Jihan just smiles and reminds her she's a minor, so she groans and drops the subject. However, right before he can tell her she's being mature, his left eye flares with a brilliant light for a split second, then goes dark again. The flash leaves Jihan completely stunned, wondering what the hell that was. Later that night, Jihan slips out to a deserted park, determined to figure out what is going on with his eye. He senses a new, strange energy in it, and decides to probe it with force to see what happens, to zero in on its location and yank it out. The good news? It works. The bad news? Searing. Electric pain. Sparks literally fly inside his skull. As he clutches his eye, a notification pops up. The trace of the wandering martial god has been completely erased. He is finally free from the constellation's control. Stunned, he shoots to his feet, wondering what being free even means now. It means he can finally get a sponsorship from a different constellation, something that was totally locked before. The realization hits him like a ton of bricks. The martial god was capping his potential the whole time, and the system never lies. He slumps back to the ground, a bitter smirk on his face. The divine being he thought was his benefactor, more like a parasite draining him dry. This whole fiasco just makes the wandering martial god even more terrified of Jihan, prompting the entity to dip for good. Jihan's just left there baffled, wondering why this so-called god is running scared from a bronze-tier player. It's infuriating. Even in his second life, there are still mysteries he hasn't cracked. Nevertheless, Jihan now has to face a new reality. He's been completely cut off from all the martial god's powers. Wasting no time, he starts hunting for a new constellation, and by pure coincidence, an epic quest drops right into his lap. The objective: provoke the Shadow Queen, who's lurking somewhere in the Colosseum. The prize is a massive 50,000 achievement points, and, more importantly, getting on the Shadow Queen's radar. He paces through a park, his anxiety for tomorrow's match skyrocketing, because even if he lands the Shadow Queen as a sponsor, the thought of filling the massive power vacuum the martial god left behind reminds him of a certain something he used to have. The day of the battle arrives. The Colosseum explodes with the roar of the crowd and a blaze of fireworks. The Bronze Top 100 promotion round kicks off, with the commentators shamelessly urging everyone to bet on the Korean players. This battle royale will rage on until only one champion remains. Jihan, decked out in casual gear and holding a royal spear, finds himself instantly surrounded. Fans scream the countdown from 3, and the chaos begins. Jihan's eyes snap open as he challenges all the randoms to just come at him at once so he can speedrun this warm-up. Provoked, every single one of them lunges at him wildly, only to get absolutely deleted. The fans are hyped, knowing Jihan's infamous reputation extends far beyond their borders. He gets to fight as the legendary Feared One, a title bestowed upon him by his legion of fans. Jihan unleashes his entire arsenal, effortlessly countering players of every class. He impales a warrior, then blitzes straight toward a mage, who gets knocked unconscious with a single punch. In his mind, besides Baron, no one here even comes close to his level. But the instant he lets his guard down to conserve energy for his inevitable showdown with Baron, a lightning-fast strike from a familiar-looking sword comes at him. Barely managing to parry in time, Jihan whips around to face his attacker, only to see Ga-young. He's completely baffled. There's another Korean in the top 100, fighting alongside him. Back in his past life, when the Space League launched, people had to accept that death in the game was permanent. When the Northeast Asia League final against Japan's top player began, the Sword King, Ito Ryuhei, no one from South Korea dared to challenge him, except for the Plum Blossom Sword, Lim Guyong, who at the time was the prime candidate to become the next Sword King. But here, in the present, Jihan is just confused about why this Ga-young is even in the top 100. As he deftly dodges her relentless barrage, he wonders if he's somehow changed the future. He counters with his flashing sky, thunder steps, and launches his own offensive with the spear. Jihan senses the future isn't different, but Guyong has undeniably gotten stronger. As they trade blows, he realizes Guyong's battle instincts have sharpened immensely. Her footwork is impossibly nimble, yet her attacks land with crushing force, each movement ruthlessly efficient. He can only wonder what she must have gone through while he wasn't paying attention. Flashing back to Lee Hyun's apartment, Guyong had just revealed she also made it into the bronze top 100. Lee Hyun was in disbelief that Guyong was already level 25, and absolutely lost it when she learned that Guyong had taken first place in every match she'd fought, except for the ones where Jihan was present. But the real reason for Guyong's visit was something she had to build up her courage to admit. She needed new equipment. The sword she was using was simply too heavy for her. She instantly regretted saying it, since her current blade was a gift from Lee Hyun. But she never expected Lee Hyun to get angry, not at her, but for not speaking up sooner. Lee Hyun knew Guyong could have climbed so much higher, if she hadn't hesitated. And so, she's ready to spend her own money to get her friend even better gear, despite Guyong's feeling that she's just making excuses. Even with her funds decimated from gambling, Hyun immediately starts making calls to fix the problem. She wants Guyong to show everyone in that promotion round that she's earned her spot there, even if it means taking out Jihan, offering her nothing but heartfelt encouragement and genuine support. With a confident grin, Guyong tells Lee Haeyeon she's about to make some serious waves in the top 100 battle. This is her chance to live up to her lady's dream of her becoming the undisputed champ of the Bronze League. But that fantasy shatters the second the fight begins. She realizes there's no way she can keep her promise to surpass Jihan, a fact he seems to understand all too well as he slams his spear into her face. He's baffled. Why is she throwing away her shot at survival against him when she could be farming points? Just go beat up on the weaklings. It's almost like she can read his mind, because Guyong speaks up. She knows this is a fight she's destined to lose, but she refuses to go down without giving it everything she has, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks on Jihan. Her objective has shifted. It's not about winning anymore, just about keeping pace with his monstrous power. Seizing a flicker of hesitation in Jihan's eyes, she strikes a dramatic pose, her sword aimed at the heavens. In an instant, a colossal cherry blossom tree erupts from the arena floor. As a storm of sakura petals engulfs them, Jihan is forced to pause, mesmerized. A surge of pride wells up inside him for Guyong's incredible spirit. He respects her drive to get stronger, instead of cowering before an opponent's overwhelming strength. Jihan recalls how, in his past life, she was cut down by the Sword King's dual blades. But look at her now, a top 100 player. It makes him wonder what other incredible changes the future holds. Gazing at Guyong's spectacular silhouette against the tree, Jihan makes a decision. She is exactly the kind of person he needs on his team. Finally, Guyong is ready. She unleashes her ultimate technique, Plum Blossom Hurricane. She becomes a blur, charging at Jihan with a flurry of lightning-fast strikes. But this is Jihan we're talking about, our overpowered protagonist. He has a skill tailor-made for these kinds of unexpected situations, where his spear just won't cut it. He yanks his spear back and unleashes the 3 calamity martial devotions. Earth, a devastating technique that rips the sakura tree clean in two. The attack, called the 1000-fold rampage, explodes in a blinding flash of light. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Clark Jr., the third-ranked player in the U.S.A. Bronze League, rolls up with his posse to confront Baron Williams. Clark can't stop whining about how a support-class player like Baron even made it this far. As he drones on with his pathetic complaints, Baron just yawns right in his face. He casually invites the entire group to come at him all at once. An absolute battle high takes over as Baron gets to do what he does best, single-handedly dismantling all of his challengers. And he does it with one hand. The other mob characters watch him utterly annihilate Clark Jr. and his crew with a single spell, and decide their best bet is to Zerg rush him. Seeing these irrelevant side characters desperately trying to matter, Baron just blows them all into oblivion with one massive area of effect blast. A maniacal grin spreads across his face as he mocks their feeble attempts, his arrogance radiating off him in waves. But even he can't ignore the spectacle of Jihan, witnessing our boy slice through a massive crowd of enemies like they were nothing. That one attack took out Guyong and her entire tree. Baron immediately rockets over to Jihan, calling him the undefeated thief. He intentionally butchers the Korean pronunciation of his name, and Jihan just smirks. Yep, Baron's the same racist piece of work he was before the regression. Jihan calmly corrects the pronunciation. Baron just laughs it off, playing dumb like he doesn't know the language. But a second later, he drops the act, calls him a thief again, and blasts Jihan with a powerful spell. Jihan, however, tanks the hit, and instantly counters with his flashing steps technique. Before Baron can even fully process it, he actually compliments Jihan on his strength. Then, without even breaking a sweat, he effortlessly sidesteps the attack. Jihan looks up to find the racist hovering in the sky, already chanting another spell. As a shower of magic rains down, Jihan blitzes his way up to Baron and swings at the god complex-having jerk. Baron dodges again and smacks Jihan back down to the ground with a solid hit. He decides it's time to exterminate all the bugs in the arena. The entire sky becomes a horrifying tapestry of magic circles, all of them locking onto the ground below. With zero regard for anyone's life, he fires them all. The explosions cascade into one another, engulfing the entire arena in a cataclysmic blast. Anyone caught in the inferno is instantly vaporized while Baron floats above it all, laughing like a complete psycho. He really thinks he alone is the honored one. Too bad for him, he completely forgot that Jihan is the main character. Our boy fires off his 1,000-fold rampage one more time to blow away the smoke, using the chaos as a perfect cover to snatch up 20 kills. This move catapults him to the top of the leaderboard. Baron just stares, completely dumbfounded, wondering how Jihan possibly survived those flames. They were imbued with a special force that burns its target until nothing is left. But he can see the flames aren't even touching Jihan. It clicks instantly. He's facing another force user. Baron's mind completely short-circuits. He thought he was the only one who could wield the force. Convinced it has to be a trick because he's the only one with 2 status windows, he starts screaming accusations. But Jihan just tells him he's not special at all. Anyone with 2 status windows becomes overpowered, just like it did for Jihan. That massive ego check sends Baron into a rage, and he sets the entire arena ablaze. He screams that he'll expose Jihan's cheap tricks and burn him to a crisp as punishment. But Jihan isn't about to let that happen. He might not be at full strength right now, and that's when a glowing blue crystal materializes in his hand. He remembered it from the night before, right after he chose the Shadow Queen. After replacing his constellation, he knew this crystal fragment was the key to making up for the power he lost from the martial god. In the top 100 battle, this is a B-grade item, a one-time use artifact that grants a taste of divine power, but it's only usable in the bronze and silver zones. Now, squaring up against Baron, Jihan shatters the crystal in his palm, unleashing its latent energy. With Baron literally blazing before him, a predatory grin spreads across Jihan's face as he gets ready to go all in and utterly dismantle his opponent. Now that his stats are jacked up by 50%, it's wild to think Baron was once a scrub who was terrified of fighting. Because of his short stature and weak-looking physique, everyone else threw shade, saying a gift like 2 status windows and 2 classes was completely wasted on him. They all thought Baron would have dominated BattleNet if he just picked classes other than supporter and mage. But the second he got his hands on Force, Baron flipped the script, transforming from a backline support character. His insane mana pool, supercharged by the Force, catapulted him to the top of the food chain as he clapped 1-star player after another. His enemies nicknamed him the man with 2 disasters in his hands. The first disaster, Fire Wave, is a move that summons a literal tsunami of flames to wipe out multiple opponents at once. It's a guaranteed hit technique with a 0% survival rate until he ran into Jihan. With one clean stab of his spear, Jihan completely vaporized the entire fiery tidal wave, emerging without a single scratch. Baron just stares, his face a mask of pure disbelief, completely unable to process what just happened. Jihan seizes the moment to hit him with more trash talk, calling him nothing special all over again. Right after effortlessly neutralizing one of Baron's ultimate moves, he explodes towards Baron's position, unleashing a storm of lightning strikes, while schooling Baron on every single one of his mistakes. He then slams the stunned American straight into the ground. But Baron, being the tank that he is, only seems to react to Jihan's words. Baron is just baffled, wondering how Jihan talks like they have a history. Jihan just plays it cool, claiming he just knows guys like Baron. But the truth is, Jihan spent his previous life dealing with this overcompensating, prejudiced tryhard, who could never escape the guilt, eating away at his core. Baron slowly pulls himself up from the crater, as Jihan keeps roasting his pathetic attempts to look intimidating by changing his appearance. Ironically, as he staggers to his feet, Baron calls Jihan arrogant, but our boy immediately fires that insult right back in his face. Jihan lunges at Baron, thinking he's got him on the ropes, but gets absolutely blindsided by an unseen attack. Lightning, Baron's second disaster. It's a high-tier strike that concentrates all his mana into a single, piercing blast, a perfect representation of Baron's raw power. Even so, he's still seriously ticked off that Jihan managed to block even that at the very last second, avoiding a critical hit. He's genuinely impressed by Jihan's insane reflexes, even if the attack did manage to blast through his defenses a bit. Baron then starts charging his lightning again, but this time, he's merging it with force, pouring every last drop of his power into one final move to erase Jihan from existence. The few remaining side characters are all convinced there's no way Jihan can block this one. Luckily for him, everyone except Jihan forgot about one critical factor, the Shadow Queen, who's been watching him from the sidelines this whole time. Jihan just smirked and fell into his stance, and just as Baron unleashed his lightning cannon, the Phoenix's arrow had already pierced its target, completely obliterating Baron on the spot. Jihan was fully aware that the Phoenix arrow would be destroyed after this one attack, yet he launched it without a second thought. The reason? That arrow was never actually meant for Baron. The dude was just in the way. For the first time in the history of BattleNet, a player completely shattered the arena's protective barrier. Jihan defeating Baron was on absolutely no one's bingo card, especially not Lee Hee-han's, who is losing her mind over the fact that she just lost her entire life savings because she bet it all on Baron. While she's still spiraling about going broke, Guyang strolls into the room and finds her young lady having a full-on meltdown. Trying to lighten the mood, Guyang jokes about how Hyeon didn't even think about betting on her, but that attempt gets shot down instantly, as Hyun reminds her that she got basically eliminated the second the match started. Hyun roasts her, saying Guyang needs to at least make it to the finals for her to even consider placing a bet. After getting her shots in, Hyun notices that Guyang looks strangely cheerful, like a massive weight has been lifted off her shoulders. Guyang explains, it's because this fight was a huge learning experience for her, something that will allow her to level up her own skills. Hyun, radiating proud mom energy, cheers her on. Their wholesome moment is suddenly shattered when the livestream announcer starts screaming as something insane unfolds back at the fight. Hyun and Guyang are left totally speechless, but Baron, now back in his base, is absolutely fuming over the fact that he was eliminated by an attack that wasn't even aimed at him. A dead silence falls over the arena as the announcer reveals that the barrier itself has been destroyed. The Phoenix's arrow flies back, settling into Jihan's hand, while he stares down the Shadow Queen with unshakable confidence. The Shadow Queen, her expression looking a little worried, unleashes a pitch-black, terrifying aura that radiates out, swallowing the entire arena and all the players inside it. The live stream completely dies, which sends Sia into a panic, worried sick about her uncle. Meanwhile, trapped inside this new dark dimension, the Shadow Queen's blank white eyes are locked onto Jihan, who is calmly analyzing his new surroundings, an atmosphere that's dark, suffocating, and heavy with a bone-chilling cold. Jihan can feel eyes on him. He throws out a little taunt, trying to get a rise out of whatever's watching, but the system stays dead silent. No notification pops. Guess that little jab didn't register. Time for a test run. Jihan unleashes the Path of Immortal Sage, launching it directly at the Shadow Queen, but instead of taking damage, she just inhales it. The blade's entire chi gets slurped up like a drink, not a single scratch on her. A cold dread settles in Jihan's stomach. Are his attacks completely useless here? Before he can even finish the thought, one of her shadow minions detaches and zips right for him. He sees it coming, pivots, and throws a hard counterpunch, but his fist just phases right through it. Physical attacks? Completely worthless. Chaos erupts. Jihan and what's left of the other players are getting absolutely swarmed, struggling to fend off these shadowy creatures. But Jihan's mind is already racing, looking for a way out. He materializes a ball of divine energy and fires it off. It doesn't destroy the shadow, but it does manage to chip a tiny piece of it away. And in that moment of impact, everything clicks into place. These aren't illusions. They are literal, physical shadows. And what's the ultimate weakness of any shadow? Light. An old strategy sparks in his mind. He'll cloak himself in a raging aura of lightning, just like he used to do before he fully mastered the flashing sky. Thunder steps. And it works. The shadows physically recoil from the light, giving Jihan a surge of confidence. He can totally handle these things. This is going to be easy. Or so he thinks. Bro literally had no idea he just jinxed himself into oblivion. That confidence shatters in an instant. His jaw drops as a monstrous shadow, bigger than the entire arena, materializes and swings a colossal sword down on him. Quick explainer for you guys. The BattleNet connector is a piece of gear you have to join these fights, mostly because it massively dampens the pain you feel. We're talking about getting your limbs chopped off, being set on fire, and all kinds of other gnarly injuries that happen all the time. The BattleNet connector is a straight-up necessity. It's not really an option, since the standard model they recommend dulls the pain by a solid 80%. The top-tier players rock a premium model that blocks 90% of all pain, which lets them go absolutely feral in these matches. Jihan, however, never even bothered to get one. He knows this whole BattleNet thing is about to become their new reality, so there was no point in getting comfortable with a handicap that numbed the pain. The start of the Space League is going to hit everyone else like a ton of bricks, which is why Jihan chose to fight with his life on the line, even in these fake battles, feeling the fire burn his skin, taking 1,000,000 volts of lightning raw. Jihan took all that agony in real time, and now he's got to dodge being split in two by a sword that's over 10 meters long. The sheer insanity of the situation is starting to piss Jihan off. The rest of the players are just staring, their brains completely short-circuiting. This thing that's gunning for Jihan is something they can't even process. For reasons they can't figure out, the giant shadow is relentlessly trying to crush him, swinging its massive blade over and over while Jihan scrambles to stay one step ahead. The unbelievable size of the shadow forces even Jihan to admit this whole fight is completely unfair. His legs are starting to wobble, about to give out, but his list of problems just keeps getting longer. Not only is he dodging a skyscraper-sized sword, but the other players are getting ready to jump him while he's busy. They saw our boy absolutely vaporize Baron and decided as a group to get rid of him, using some seriously cowardly tactics. As he dodges another swing from the giant, Jihan lets out a frustrated sigh. He is well and truly screwed. It's time to use his trump card, Force. He summons the Phoenix's arrow, pumping it full of force to reinforce his mana. The arrow erupts in a blazing inferno. His plan is to wipe everyone out in a single shot, unleashing a fire so bright it will completely eclipse the giant shadow and overpower every bit of darkness in the arena. To finish the job, Jihan taps into his nameless divine arts, 3 Calamity, Martial Devotion Heaven, and smashes the Phoenix's arrow straight into the ground, summoning a light beyond anything they've ever witnessed. He calls the move Big Mountain Press Plateau, and it triggers an earth-shattering explosion. The fiery sequence ends. Jihan stands in the silence, catching his breath, praying that it worked. The other players, after seeing that insane light show, are already running for the hills, finally understanding just how outclassed they are. With the side characters gone, Jihan focuses back on the Shadow Queen. She's back to her normal size now. She tries to swarm him with her shadows again, but at this point, it's just getting on Jihan's nerves. He gets it now. He needs to find her original body to finally put an end to this annoying pest. So he prepares to violently beat down every last shadow until he finds her. His 3 Dantians crash together, and his body explodes in a blinding wave of light. A realization dawns on Jihan. He's unlocked a higher plane of martial arts. He just managed to use the 3 Calamity, Martial Devotion, without even needing the nameless divine arts. He begins to charge the technique again, knowing it won't be perfect at his current level. But the Phoenix's arrow will make up for it. The moment the arrow is released, it will unleash its full, true power and the sealed fire of the Phoenix locked inside. Jihan's going to use that legendary power to close the strength gap. In ancient times, people believed lightning was God's pure rage against humanity whenever the world grew dark. Well, looking around, Jihan calls upon that divine rage to cleanse the darkness from the arena. The system starts blaring warnings, telling Jihan that the voltage surging through his body is far beyond its limits. Pushing through the agonizing pain, Jihan channels the lightning god's martial arts, a technique that purifies all evil, and launches it at the Shadow Queen as a single, massive thunderbolt of pure light and fury. The technique Jihan just pulled off wasn't some everyday skill. It belonged to a higher realm of the nameless divine arts. This was on a whole different level. Jihan unleashed an attack that was on a whole other level of power, but even so, he only managed to tap into about 80% of the technique's devastating potential. His lightning bolts failed to fuse into the single, unified force the skill was designed to be, and they lacked the raw speed of the original Phoenix's arrow, a critical part of the complete technique. But lucky for Jihan, even this flawed, janky version still packed an absolutely insane punch. It carried just enough force to shatter her illusion and expose the Shadow Queen's true face, a sight she was totally unprepared for. What's more, at first, it looked like the Phoenix arrow had done 0 damage, but a hidden surge of power buried inside was actually potent enough to graze her face with a single stray spark of lightning. This one tiny injury, as insignificant as it seemed, was a massive win for Jihan. It was just a scratch, but he knew he got incredibly lucky that his fumbled execution of such a high-tier skill somehow paid off big time, when it could have easily spelled his end. Jihan, briefly, wonders if that was enough provocation to finally clear his quest. But then he sees the freaky, twisted smile spreading across the Shadow Queen's face, and he starts to second-guess what the quest's idea of provocation really was. This was way more complicated than he thought. That expression wasn't just someone who was annoyed. That was the grin of a pure sadist, who'd just been handed a license to go wild. The Queen immediately cranks her power up, and her attacks intensify. Each strike becomes more ferocious, more brutal, pushing Jihan to his absolute limit as he struggles to parry them with his injured right hand. Holding his ground is becoming nearly impossible. He knows he won't survive much longer if this keeps up, especially since the Queen is laser-focused on him, unleashing her entire arsenal on him while leaving the other captured players completely unharmed. The unfairness of it all is infuriating, but the moment Jihan hesitates to try and make sense of the situation, the shadows instantly ensnare him, catching him completely off guard. In that moment, Jihan finally understands. He sees the sadistic Queen's true goal. She plans to kill him first, and she is savoring every single second of his terror. With his mana totally depleted and his stamina on empty, there's no way out. He can't escape her grip. He's utterly helpless. The Queen's attack comes slowly, deliberately, giving Jihan a dark glimpse into her twisted mind. She gets off on the slow, creeping agony of her victims, feasting on their suffering, before she lands the final, killing blow. Realizing this is the end, Jihan glances over at the smug, punchable faces of the other players. He sees the pure entertainment in their eyes as they watch him die and makes a choice. He will wipe those smirks off their faces, whatever it takes to lock in his #1 rank on the leaderboard. Jihan channels energy through his fingers in a deeply unsettling and suggestive motion, a power that snakes its way into the bodies of the other players. He precisely manipulates it to tear them apart from the inside, executing them one by one. It's a gruesome, savage move. The Shadow Queen becomes absolutely enraged, completely unhinged, that Jihan ruined her carefully crafted, sadistic game. He snatched her fun right away from her, and her face contorts with pure fury. Without wasting a moment, she brings down her gigantic shadow sword, splitting Jihan in two. The blow is immense, final, and it shatters Jihan's confident smirk from his plan to win the top 100 battle into a world of blinding, unbearable pain. In that instant, his entire reality shifts, and that agony is the only thing left. But his plot armor kicks into overdrive, and at the last possible second, Jihan twists away from the massive sword, losing only his left arm in the exchange. He then has the audacity to taunt the Shadow Queen, fueling her ever-growing frustration. The system force ejects Jihan from the game as he calls out a casual farewell, promising to see her again. But then, an error alert pops up. A shadow of the sun has been branded onto his left hand. Jihan teleports back, collapsing onto his apartment floor, complaining about how draining it was to battle Guyong Baron and the Shadow Queen in one go. At least he made it out alive, even if he has to deal with the side effects. He thinks back to the moment he used that energy from his fingers to sever the arteries leading to the hearts of the other players, just as the Shadow Queen's blade was about to hit him. Luckily for him, she was so consumed with her own rage she didn't notice a thing, and he escaped with only his left arm sliced clean off. The chilling memory of almost being cut in half is enough to instantly cure his gambling addiction. On the bright side, he was rewarded handsomely for his ordeal. He clutched the win for the top 100 battle, scoring 1 million GP and a huge experience bonus. Blasting his way to level 5, he snags the legendary title, King of Kings of Bronze. This ain't just for show. The title hooks him up with a permanent +5 buff to all his stats once he hits silver, plus a massive 50% XP boost. The grind just got way easier. He immediately swaps his old Tutorial Conqueror title for the new bling, aiming to speedrun his leveling from here on out. Then, it's time to cash in on those special achievement rewards. He bags a cool 10,000 points for the win, plus an insane 50,000 point bonus for pulling it off without a gift. The initial shock just melts away, replaced by pure relief as he realizes that losing the martial god wasn't a loss at all. It was the ultimate blessing in disguise. But then, something's off. Jihan glances down, and his entire left sleeve is just gone. He jumps to his feet, totally bewildered. A second later, it clicks. This has to be some kind of glitchy side effect from BattleNet. His mind starts racing. Is BattleNet slowly merging with reality? Or is this constellation from a whole other dimension? He frantically checks his arm for injuries, but finds nothing, not a single scratch. Suddenly, Sia bursts into his room, panicked, to check on him. Since the live stream died on them, he quickly reassures her he's fine, but he's curious, why did the broadcast just cut out? Sia explains it happened the exact moment he shattered the barrier. The media is having a complete meltdown over it. Headlines are screaming his name, leaving the entire world shook. He checks his phone and sees his DMs have absolutely exploded. Sia, practically vibrating with excitement, asks him about the elf, guessing that she had to be the legendary Shadow Queen, and she absolutely loses it when Jihan confirms her theory. But her celebration comes to a dead stop when her eyes lock onto a dark, oily sheen. It's creeping over Jihan's entire left arm, and he hadn't even noticed. A cold knot of dread tightens in his stomach. A system notification pops up, cold and blunt. He's been cursed. Cut to the Divergent Guild's headquarters in Gangnam, Seoul, where Hee-an is meeting with her board members. She's reviewing the footage of Jihan wrecking Baron, and then obliterating the arena's barrier, burying her face in her hands. It's getting on her last nerve how everyone is talking about Jihan. She has to get him on her team before his fame and power skyrocket even more. And the hype isn't just local. All the way over in Manhattan, New York, the Americans are scrambling to contact Jihan, desperate to recruit him after his wild performance. In the top 100 battle, no less. At the same time, in Tokyo, Japan, another board is debating how to get their hands on Jihan, but they know it's tricky. Jihan can't be bought, no matter how much cash they throw at him. But they've got a few special measures in mind to force his hand. The idea makes one of the old board members absolutely furious. He's terrified they'll lose their grip on the Sword King if they send her away for this mission. But the man who suggested it has a counterplan to keep the Sword King on a tight leash while she goes to seduce Jihan into their ranks. Meanwhile, the woman at the center of this plot is already on her way. On a helipad, we see the Sword King. He asks the woman where she's jetting off to, but she just brushes him off with a mysterious smile, promising it won't take long. She lets out an intoxicating scent, her voice a seductive whisper as she commands him to wait for her like a good boy. The mighty Sword King, completely against his own will, is totally mesmerized by her, meekly bidding her farewell. This woman, known only as Goddess, whose real name is Ito Shizuru, boards the helicopter, remarking what a beautiful day it is. A perfect day for a family reunion, she muses, naming Jihan as her long-lost relative. Back in the apartment, our boy and Sia are staring at his arm. They're freaking out over the black curse when suddenly, a sinister dark sun symbol materializes on his skin. Jihan uses his power to drench an arrogant man. This old geezer got drenched in orange juice because he waltzed in demanding Jihan apologize to someone, and Jihan was not having any of it. To see how things got this messy, let's rewind 10 minutes. The old man is none other than the head of the South Korean government's BattleNet department, Kim Nam-tae. He struts into Jihan and Sia's apartment, yapping on his phone about calling in a favor. His whole mission is to make Jihan and Sia get on their knees and apologize to Taiwan Daily for what they did to Kim Hee-so. The two of them let the pudgy old man into their home, where he immediately starts with fake small talk, asking if they're doing okay. Jihan cuts right through the BS, asking Kim Nam-tae why he's really there. The old man claims the department wants to reward him for his amazing efforts in BattleNet. For a hot second, it sounds like a legit offer, but then, Kim Nam-tae drops the bomb. The catch is that he and Sia have to publicly apologize to Taiwan Daily and become their new advertisement models, all for assaulting a member of the CEO's family. Before the old windbag can spew any more nonsense, Jihan is on his feet. He flat out refuses to apologize and tells Kim Nam-tae to get lost. This blow to the department head's fragile ego makes him turn nasty, pulling up a bogus hit piece on Sia. He stoops to straight-up blackmail to try and force his hand. He doubles down on the threat, reminding Jihan that Taiwan Daily can utterly destroy a person's image, a threat that hits harder now that he's connected to the Sword King. And that was the line. Threatening Sia, using his family against him, that's what earned this arrogant clown a face full of orange juice. That's why he is so pissed off. Still fuming, the salty department head spits empty threats at Jihan, warning him he just picked a fight with not only Taiwan Daily but the entire South Korean government. He gloats that the hit piece on Sia is already locked and loaded, then stomps away like he just dropped a nuke. But Jihan and Sia just trade smirks, completely unbothered by his little tantrum. Over at Taiwan Daily's headquarters, Kim Namjoon is crying a river about his epic fail to the company's COO, Kim Hyeon-jung, while Kim Hae-soo is absolutely living for the storm of hate, blowing up Sia's socials after they dropped the article on her F-ranked gift. The CEO calmly sips his tea, absolutely certain their article is about to torpedo Jihan and Sia's careers, a sentiment the department head eagerly agrees with. Their victory lap, however, gets cut real short when one of the COO's attendants sprints into the room, frantically explaining that Jihan is putting them on blast in a live stream, playing an audio recording of the department head's unhinged meltdown in their apartment. He also spills the tea that Taiwan Daily tried to strong-arm him so they could publish a vicious article about Sia, all with the government's backing. And when that pressure campaign failed, they just dropped the article anyway. The joke's on them, though, because Jihan already peeped Sia's gift's true potential through his monocle, and he knows this next move is a checkmate. He tells Sia to pull up her status window, live for the world to see, and everyone from the scumbags at Taiwan Daily to the fuming department head watches in stunned silence as they realize Sia has a rare, upgradable gift. The chat is shook, but they're also massively impressed, so Jihan seizes the moment to hammer home that her gift is anything but useless. His mind is already racing, plotting how to twist the knife on these rotten elites. Even further, when a golden egg icon suddenly appears on his stream, an agent named Robert Gates from the American First Guild donates 100,000 GP just to say what's up, then follows it with another 100,000 to offer Jihan a contract. Right then and there, Jihan agrees to hear him out, but on one condition: they make the contract details public. The agent agrees. Turns out the down payment is a jaw-dropping $300 million. The entire chat agrees. No one could blame Jihan for taking the money and bouncing from Korea for good. Using this insane offer as the ultimate leverage, Jihan thanks the agent for the opportunity and launches into a tragic tale about his lifelong dream to build a guild in Korea, a dream he now claims is impossible since his own country is turning on him. As the Taiwan Daily CEO and the department head practically burst blood vessels, Jihan delivers the final blow, declaring his undying love for his nation. Looking straight into the camera, he begs the chat to help him find a way to stay. his dazzling smile tugging at everyone's heartstrings. The second the stream ends, Jihan is already onto the next phase of his plan, dialing Lee Hyun. When she gets the call, Hyun spirals into a full-blown crisis in her massive walk-in closet, completely stressing because Jihan hit her up at such a random hour. She overthinks her entire outfit, trying her best not to look too eager to see him, as Guyong just watches, completely amused by her giddy, schoolgirl antics. Meanwhile, Jihan walks right into an ambush set by a squad of ninjas, who are poised to take him down. Without a word, he wonders if Taiwan Daily sent them, or maybe the department head. Either way, he finally gets to test out his awesome new powers. He calls forth Ariel, the Shadow Queen. A sinister aura erupts from his core, wrapping around his body like a living cloak of darkness. Ariel materializes, annoyed that he summoned her just to fight some disposable NPCs, but Jihan tells her to think of them as tutorial enemies, suggesting she use the pitch-black underground parking lot to really flex her new abilities. The shadow coalesces on his left hand, forming the emblem of a black sun. Jihan handles the ninja thugs with terrifying ease, and is genuinely impressed by the constellation's skills. The Shadow Queen gets pissy that he isn't more grateful for her power, but since it's the chibi version of the queen tagging along, Jihan finds it hard to take her seriously. She attempts to lecture him on the prestige of the dark spirit skill she bestowed upon him, but Jihan just tunes her out and calls Hyun again. She answers immediately, asking where he is, but Jihan just cancels on her. Over the phone, Hyun plays it cool, acting totally unbothered, but the moment she hangs up, she turns to Guyong with the most heartbroken expression and admits that Jihan rejected her. Guyong is left utterly stunned, unable to process that her young miss put in all that effort just to get shut down. Back at the Taiwan Daily headquarters, the CEO completely snaps, beating the ever-loving crap out of his own son and refusing to hear any of his pathetic excuses. He even slaps Haisu clean across the face when she tries to pin the blame on Jihan and Sia. He is absolutely furious that his only granddaughter just executed a plan that almost got the entire company destroyed. CEO Kim Tae-won lays down the law. If his son and granddaughter don't fix this disaster, he's disowning them both, no matter how many losses he's already taken. Inside the BattleNet arena, the absolutely clueless and delusional Kim Hee-so is still playing the blame game, pointing the finger straight at Sia instead of owning up to her mess. As the countdown ticks away, Sia's eyes are glued to her status window, waiting for the battle to begin. Another challenger, Do Hyung-yoon, cousin to Do Hyuk-yu from the Divergent Guild, and wielder of an A-ranked agility gift, sizes up the seemingly confused Sia, preparing to eliminate her. He smirks, thinking she's a total noob and an easy kill, but his entire plan shatters when Sia masters the BattleNet system with insane clutch timing. Her ridiculously overpowered armor tanks his strike like it's nothing, and in a flash, she completely disarms Hyung-yoon. In a total power move, she uses his own blade to effortlessly eliminate him for her first ever kill. Back at their base, Jihan is blown away by Sia's masterful debut, but the Chibi Queen can't resist throwing some shade, forcing Jihan to remind her who's boss now, which only prompts her to aggressively fire back about the incredible gift, the one her original self burdened him with. Jihan's mind flashes back to the day he was slapped with that curse, recalling the system's dire warning. Jihan noticed the warning was phrased just like an item description, so he started spamming the urgent restoration command directly on the curse, time and time again. With each command only offering a partial fix, he persisted until he finally shattered the affliction for good. And in its place, he unlocked its true form, an insane SS-ranked constellation of the Shadow Queen, capable of transforming into the Shadow Sword Eclipse, a weapon with a rank that could be upgraded through the Shadow Queen's own authority. But just when Sia and Jihan thought they could finally relax, the Shadow Queen herself materializes out of thin air right in their room. Jihan's immediate reaction is to shield Sia from harm, but when a tiny chibi clone of the Queen emerges, his greatest threat suddenly becomes having to lug around a dark spirit doll gifted by royalty. He hasn't had a chance to bust it out in BattleNet yet, but Jihan is stoked to have command of the shadows at his beck and call. The only downside is having a pipsqueak constantly whining in his ear about leveling up his dark spirit stat. Elsewhere, Sia returns home to a massive feast. Having just crushed her tutorial, she is practically glowing with happiness after devouring a few bites. She asks Jihan about the American Guild's proposition, but he's planning to shoot it down, confident he can earn way more money on his own terms later. Besides, he's planning on launching his own guild, and to make that happen, he has a secret weapon in his back pocket, Lee Hae-on. She's a certified genius at handling these affairs. Right on cue, she drops by their building, stepping into a situation she knows nothing about. Hae-on is left completely speechless when Jihan drops the bombshell that he wants her to be his guild master. She immediately explodes, demanding he explain himself. She's already connected to the Divergent Guild, after all. but Jihan points out that she only oversees their guild sales. Better yet, he just wants to use her name for clout. Overwhelmed, Hyun buries her face in her hands, insisting that Jihan should be the guild master. He should be the one leading players by example, not a behind-the-scenes manager like her. To seal the deal, Jihan brings up Hyun's unique support gift. She can provide a 10% experience point buff to players, which is a pretty mid-tier advantage since it can't be stacked with other experience point granting items. The hard truth stings, but Jihan insists that her gift would be absolutely broken if she were leading a guild. Hyun is completely shaken, especially after countless experts had labeled her gift as fundamentally useless. But Jihan is 100% certain she holds the key to something much greater. She desperately wants to have the same faith in herself that Jihan has in her. But the idea of heading a rival guild is a serious mental block. Seeing her trapped in this dilemma, Jihan offers her a deal: the guaranteed winning results of all upcoming BattleNet matches, which instantly hooks the hardcore gambler within Hyun. Guyong is just in total disbelief at how quickly Hyun was swayed the moment betting entered the conversation. Even Hyun herself knows she should walk away. But the temptation is just too powerful to ignore. She accepts the contract and immediately receives her first massive payout for taking the risk. Her gift, fostering, will now be applied to every single member of the guild, providing a 200% improvement rate and a 30% spike in experience points for everyone. A short while later, Jihan's livestream starts blowing up. It's there he announces that he has officially started a guild. The chat immediately goes into a frenzy, guessing that Jihan is in New York. But when Hyun herself appears on the stream, all the speculation grinds to a halt. As the official guild master, she introduces the Great Vessel Guild, and Jihan pops back on screen a moment later to reinforce her authority. The chat is immediately split down the middle, between those who know about Hyun's massive financial influence and those who are just straight up simping for her. Jihan cuts to the chase and explains the guild's concept. He reveals that all guild members will get their stats permanently boosted by 1, along with their stat improvement rate being jacked up by 200%, and the speed at which everyone earns experience points getting a 30% buff. This revelation sends the chat into absolute chaos, because these numbers are basically a cheat code for BattleNet. Hyun clarifies that their core concept is fostering, which promises a much faster growth rate than any other guild. The only catch they're facing right now is that their roster is capped at only 10 members, with 5 slots already claimed by Hyun herself, Jihan, Sia, and some random soccer player named Diego, Macied, and Guyong, who was seemingly roped in against her will on a rental agreement. The chat is seriously confused about Diego and Guyong's role in the guild, since neither of them looks thrilled to be there. With that final bombshell, Jihan ends the stream. He tells the chat to witness their grind on stream and to hit up Hyun if they want to get on board full-time, or even on a rental contract. But Sia cuts in, reminding him he's got to explain the guild's name, too. Sia is absolutely beaming, and it's because their name, the Great Vessel Guild, is a nod to a Korean phrase for late bloomers, people who take time to reveal their true greatness. We cut to a training room where Baron is feeding his massive ego, sparring against what looks like a Jihan A2. He effortlessly wrecks the training dummy, unleashing his 2 disasters and calling it a snooze fest, all while gaslighting himself into believing Jihan's win was a total fluke. Just as the simulation wraps, the professor drops a bombshell. Baron just demolished a Jihan that was nerfed to half strength. You can practically hear Baron's fragile ego shatter into a million pieces. Now he thinks he's ready to fight Jihan at a mere 75% of his power. Luckily, before he can completely self-destruct, the guild owner summons him for a chat. But this meeting just throws more fuel on the fire, because the owner suggests he join Jihan's crew on a rental basis. This owner, Robert Gates, the same guy who hit up Jihan, tries to sell him on the idea, completely oblivious that for his crowned champion, even the sight of Jihan is enough to trigger major trauma. Baron flips out, starts wrecking the owner's office, and calls Jihan a total fraud, which is crazy ironic, coming from the guy who called himself the strongest right before losing to said fraud. He stomps out like an angsty teenager, furious at his dad for siding with the bully. Robert just clutches his head in frustration, realizing he completely underestimated the depth of Baron's inferiority complex when it came to Jihan. Seeing that Baron might be a lost cause, he decides to send in Sophia instead, the adorable blonde saintess of the American First Guild. It looks like she's already harboring a little crush on Jihan, probably from catching his streams during her workouts. Meanwhile, Guyong is desperately trying to tune out Hyun's unbearable obsession with money, as Hyun rattles on to Jihan about massive offers from America and China, all wanting their guild secrets. Jihan has to remind her not to sell them out for a quick payday, which Hyun, surprisingly, agrees to. Turns out, her drive is personal. She wants this guild to blow up so she can get payback on the directors of her last guild, the ones who dismissed her talent and told her to just go, seduce Jihan for his secrets. When she reveals this burning ambition to Jihan, he freezes up, trying to warn her not to get too invested, since his original plan was to just disband the guild after getting the achievements and recruiting the players he wanted. His guilt trip intensifies when Hyeon forces Ga-young to swear that owning a BattleNet guild was her lifelong dream, and that's why she built her massive fortune. Haeon then launches into a grand strategy to make the guild a powerhouse, and all Jihan can do is sip his tea while the guilt eats him alive. Later, in the interview room, Haeon is screening new applicants. First up is a girl named Ju Yoonji, a marketing genius since her high school days, and Haeon is seriously impressed. Yoonji is exceeding all expectations. Next in line is Jihan's ultimate fanboy, the streamer Lee Gumbet, also known as Golden Light. He passionately lists off his advertising skills, all tailored for Jihan, making it clear he's probably been stalking our boy for ages, which makes Ga-young grip the hilt of her sword. His insanely over-the-top introduction is met with a dead, awkward silence in the room, and after he holds a cringy pose, Haeon just tells him to take a seat, clearly overwhelmed and regretting her decision to invite this psycho, just because he's a famous streamer. The third candidate is Kim Jeonwoo, a dude who looks normal and professional. He worked for the legendary XX Guild for 4 years and is ready to leverage his experience from the BattleNet video editing world to help Jihan's guild and level up his own skills in the process. Lee Gumbet immediately clocks him as a rival. Haeon is digging Jeonwoo's by-the-book interview, so she lets him ask a question, which he uses to ask about Jihan's role in the hiring process. But just when Haeon thought she'd found a normal one, Jeonwoo straight up asks where Jihan's living quarters are, leaving her utterly stunned. Lee Gumbet gets pissed at Jeonwoo for trying to cut in line to meet Jihan, and for creepily prying into his personal life. Lucky for everyone, their shoving match makes Jeonwoo drop a knife he had hidden, planning to assassinate Jihan. With his cover blown, he snaps and lunges at Lee Gumbet with the blade, screaming about getting revenge for the Sword King. Jeonwoo goes berserk, blaming Jihan for the Sword King abandoning Korea, which caused his hero's reputation to tank. He then charges at Haeon to kill her, but before Ga-young can even react, Lee Gumbet jumps in and tackles the real psycho to the ground. The out-of-control assassin tries to take him down first, but Golden Light handles the situation with one swift, decisive strike. It turns out, Lee Gumbet is a Gold League player who's been smurfing on newbies for kicks, so his skills are actually insane, but his ridiculous personality totally overshadows them. He immediately switches back into streamer mode, already crafting a thumbnail and a clickbait title for his stream. After flexing to everyone how he single-handedly shielded Jihan's guild from the Sword King's family, Hyun throws his hands up, totally over the whole drama. He orders Ga-young to get the cops involved, and she agrees without a single beat of hesitation. Hyun fills Jihan in on the chaos that just unfolded, and even though it was shut down instantly, Jihan is absolutely fuming that they even tried it. He starts making plans to beef up security, but Hyun cuts him off, letting him know she's already way ahead of him. Elsewhere, Lee Gumbet is nervously refreshing the page, waiting for his interview results. Even though it just went down, he's practically weeping, agonizing over the missed chance to look like a total badass while shutting down the assassin. His phone dings. He smashes the notification to see the verdict, and the news is brutal. Ju Eun-ji landed the position, but the second one of her lackeys calls her a goddess. Her entire persona cracks. The henchman gripes that video editing is a nightmare and that she should have picked an easier disguise to sneak into the guild, but she just coolly slides her glasses off. She claims she's a natural at editing, as her innocent face twists into the sinister smirk of the infamous goddess, Ito Shizuru. Absolutely shattered, Lee Gumbet slumps in front of his stream, unable to process the rejection after literally saving Hyeon from the Sword King's hitman. He proved his loyalty, and for what? As he whines, his own chat starts roasting him, saying he gave off more bodyguard vibes than editor vibes. And just like that, his eyes light up with a new fantasy, becoming Jihan's own personal Prince Charming, the hero who swoops in to save him from any threat. But while he's lost in his daydream of protecting Jihan, his chat starts spamming that the very guy he worships is live streaming a game right now. And just like that, they're all bailing to go watch him instead. Lee Gumbet desperately begs them to stay, but it's a total ghost town. Jihan materializes in the Silver League's Gangnam area, a brand new map for most of his viewers. The game mode is called Invade. And while Jihan has run this map countless times in his past life, Ga-young pops in next to him, totally confused as to how he could possibly know this place. The only reason these two are even in a party together is because Haeon practically screamed at them to team up. Their goal was to farm exposure for the guild while grinding some serious levels at the same time. Jihan smoothly cooks up a story, claiming he's only ever seen this map on other streams and that it's his first time actually playing it, which, somehow, Ga-young actually buys. He's genuinely glad to have her on the team, but Ga-young is low-key salty that she ended up being recruited by the very person she was supposed to be scouting. The final 3 players spawn in, and in a wild twist of fate, it's Ga-young's old crew from the Divergent Guild. The chat explodes with laughter, and even Jihan can't help but crack a smile at how brutally the matchmaking system just trolled Ga-young. Meanwhile, the Archer and the Saber are completely starstruck, just staring at Jihan like they've seen a celebrity. But the caster can't hide his excitement at seeing Ga-young again. This guy had apparently planned his entire future with her after she hit silver rank, but then Jihan snatched her away, even if it was just on a temporary contract. He is seething at the very sight of Jihan, while Ga-young suddenly gets a terrible feeling, a chill creeping down her spine. The Saber then offers to break down how invade missions work for Jihan and Ga-young, since it's their first run. The short version, Invade is a 5 versus 5 battle between the Angel Camp and the Devil Camp. The map is carved into 3 main lanes. The left is top, the middle is mid, and the right lane is called bot. Using these paths, the first team to push through and demolish the enemy nexus secures the win. In between these lanes are wilderness zones known as jungles. The monsters lurking there drop powerful team-wide buffs when they're defeated. For this match, Jihan's squad gets assigned to the Devil Camp. Jihan immediately asks the million-dollar question, who's going to jungle for them? Turns out, nobody is remotely equipped to step into the jungle. The mobs in there are level 65, while the Divergent Guild members are all stuck in the upper 40s. Ga-young is level 25, plus 5 bonus levels from her top 100 ranking. Ga-young lets out a frustrated sigh, clearly disappointed she'd have to carry them, when the mage's glasses suddenly glint with an idea. Jihan's simple question makes this jealous simp think he's been put in charge, and he puffs out his chest, arrogantly telling our boy to just stick close to him. He starts assigning roles. The Saber and Archer are sent to the bot lane, while Jihan and Ga-young are ordered to follow him. In his mind, Jihan is just some pretty boy who got famous off his looks, not for the god-tier skills he's already shown off. His game plan is to use this as a chance to flex, hard in front of Ga-young, completely forgetting his own advice that trying to do too much in these missions always ends in a wipe. The trio runs into a pack of mobs known as minions. They have a predictable attack sequence but are still tough enough to give even a silver ranker trouble. The mage keeps yapping about sticking together to take them down, because even though they respawn after being killed, losing even one teammate puts the squad at a massive disadvantage. At this point, even Ga-young is sick of his lecturing, so Jihan decides to take matters into his own hands. He does a quick warm-up and then casually saunters toward the minions, leaving the stunned mage sputtering behind him. Jihan focuses his dark spirit on the minions, curious to see how his newly unlocked powers will perform in a real combat scenario. The minions immediately spot him and charge forward in a swarm, but Jihan remains perfectly calm, drawing his Eclipse Sword, a weapon that's supposed to be a much weaker version of the original Shadow Queen's attack. Not that it matters against these fodder minions. With a single slash, he unleashes the shadow, instantly paralyzing them, and conjures a storm of blades that obliterates them all in a single sweep. Ga-young just watches, a salty look plastered across her face, while the mage stands there looking completely lost, forcing her to snap at him to get in the game. And just like that, Jihan unlocks yet another achievement. By slaughtering 50 minions, the demonic god of the Devil Camp itself bestows its dark blessing upon him. Every single one of their stats gets a massive 20% boost, leaving Jihan absolutely floored. Riding this new wave of power, he decides to conquer the jungle solo. He tells Ga-young he'll be back in 10 minutes, tops, because he's got some serious solo leveling to grind out. Ga-young tries to object, but Jihan bolts before she can ruin his dramatic exit. Then, out of nowhere, the simp mage creeps up right behind Ga-young, looking like he's about to attack. She totally clocks him, but what happens next throws her for a complete loop. Ga-young instantly pivots to counter, what looks like a total backstab, but plot twist, he's actually shielding her from an enemy's sneak attack by throwing up a massive protective barrier. Flashback to 5 minutes earlier, when this same mage was silently seething at Jihan because his master plan to look cool in front of Ga-young got completely wrecked. He's self-aware enough to keep his salty commentary in his head, deciding to just lay low for a bit. His Ga-young-obsessed brain then cooks up a new strat, push the top lane with her, while leaving Jihan to handle the mid lane. Gassed up, he sprints back to where he left her, hyping himself up for being such a strategic genius, for playing off what he assumes is Jihan's colossal ego. And lucky for him, he gets back to Ga-young's position in the absolute nick of time, spotting an enemy mage and Saber closing in for the kill while her guard is down. His barrier materializes at the perfect moment, making Ga-young wonder if he's psychic or something, because she sure as heck didn't see that coming. The simp mage struggles to maintain the barrier, the sheer strain on his body forcing him to cough up blood. The enemy mage finally shatters the shield, and with it, any heroic image he had, as he collapses in front of Guyong. The mage blacks out and starts to fade away, whispering an apology to Guyong for failing her. In his last moments, he confesses his love, but all she can think is, bruh, you'll just respawn, in like 60 seconds anyway. Her reaction is so ice-cold that even the enemy players stop their assault for a moment, completely baffled. After the super awkward pause, the enemy saber tells Guyong to get on with it, but the enemy mage shoots him a warning, telling him not to sleep on the rising star of the Divergent Guild, Lim Guyong. Guyong, however, is still fuming that Jihan decided to ditch a team mission just to go solo grind. Abruptly, a black mist begins to creep in and swallow the area, leaving her totally confused. Meanwhile, deep in the jungle, Jihan finds himself in a stare-down with a monstrous two-headed wolf. The beast lunges, ready to devour him whole, but Jihan catches its massive jaws, literally grabbing onto its teeth. These things stand 3 meters tall and have enough bite force to pulverize a human skull. Even though they're considered one of the more common jungle mobs, it usually takes a team of at least 3 silver rank players to bring one down. Yet Jihan just yeets the wolf aside like it's nothing. The beast scrambles to its feet, but can only stare, completely shook by Jihan's raw power. The only reason it even got the drop on him was the element of surprise. On its second lunge, Jihan dodges with ease and unleashes his Dark Spirit Sword, using Eclipse Slice to dice the creature into confetti. And he makes it look easy. The weapon's name? Eclipse. It's an insane SS rank artifact, the legendary blade used by the Shadow Queen in that epic top 100 showdown, and it's exclusively for Dark Spirit users. Fumble your grip, and the weapon dissolves into nothing, but its raw, destructive power never wavers. Slaying the wolf earns Jihan a cool 1,000 achievement points, and the brand new title of Silver League Jungler. Having already figured that killing monsters racks up achievements, he starts scouting for more prey. He's just wondering how he's supposed to get player kills, when suddenly, 100 points drop right into his account for a kill made by one of his Demon Camp allies. Somehow, the chibi version of the Shadow Queen has appeared to back Guyong up. She effortlessly clowns the enemy saber with a swarm of Eclipse swords, leaving the enemy mage frozen in terror. Without giving Guyong a single moment to process, the little queen barks an order for her to finish him. The mage throws out a pitiful fire spell, but Guyong simply vaults over the explosion and deletes him with a single, clean strike. She gives the sassy queen her thanks, who immediately deflects the gratitude like the total tsundere she is. As it turns out, Jihan was the one who sent the chibi queen to help Guyong, a mission she was clearly not thrilled about. But Guyong instantly puts 2 and 2 together, realizing this must be Jihan's summoned spirit. The chibi queen doesn't miss the flicker of relief on Guyong's face, though neither of them would ever admit their true feelings out loud. Regardless, they wait for Jihan's return, since the chibi queen can't stay materialized for long. Too bad for them, because deep in the jungle, Jihan takes down another 2-headed wolf, only to be hit with a dizzy spell that sends his world spinning. Just then, glowing eyes pierce the darkness right behind him. The giant toad that pumped out the dizzying gas now lashes out at Jihan with its tongue, but he manages to dodge it just in the nick of time. The tongue barely grazes his arm, but Jihan is way more concerned about this little meet and greet with a venomous toad, a super rare, poison-spewing monster that lurks in the deepest parts of the jungle. Silver League monsters are a whole different breed of nightmare, and Jihan can't believe he's staring one down right now. What's worse, his stats have been slashed in half, a massive 50% debuff. The chat is glued to the screen as Jihan's jungle expedition takes a dark turn. The monstrous toad swells up, then unleashes a volley of venomous projectiles that Jihan narrowly evades. He counters with Eclipse, his blade slicing clean through the creature's whip-like tongue. But the toad's attack speed and insane range are proving to be a serious problem. And that venom? It's a one-hit and you're out kind of danger. Jihan weaves and dodges. No creature is relentless, its tongue suddenly snapping out and coiling around his hand. As it tries to inject its poison, Jihan summons the dark spirit with his free arm, shattering the slimy appendage to break free. A few drops of venom splash onto his fingers, searing his skin and sending a jolt of genuine fear through him. This thing is no joke. The toad, its tongue already regenerating, lets out a furious roar and begins to channel a massive beam of pure venom to obliterate Jihan. The chat can feel the rage. An enormous toxic laser erupts from its mouth, engulfing the entire area where Jihan was standing. It looks like a direct hit. But come on, this is our main character we're talking about. He pulls a protective barrier out of nowhere, surviving the blast. Even the chat is calling out the classic plot armor. If Jihan hadn't spent all that time farming those wolves earlier, he'd be toast. But now, he's stacked with countless buffs. This brief moment is the only opening he needs. He unleashes a storm of dark spirit swords, piercing the toad from multiple angles at once. The beast slumps to the ground, but it's still breathing. Its incredible defense leaving even Jihan on edge. He moves in to finish the job, but his body suddenly freezes, locked in place. The chat instantly realizes what's happening. The toad is using mind control. Then, it triggers a catastrophic venomous explosion that blankets the entire clearing. Viewers spam the chat, convinced it's over for Jihan. They're screaming at him to cast a spell, to do anything, because he looks like he's on death's door. The toad literally self-destructed, but not before making sure Jihan was caught in the blast radius. He's now cursed with a lethal poison for the next 5 minutes. The effect is devastating, nerfing all his stats by a brutal 90%. He can barely stand, limping through the jungle as he tries to wait out the poison's timer. But 5 minutes feels like an eternity. His bigger concern is that despite winning the fight, he didn't get any achievement notification for killing the toad. And just when things couldn't get any worse, a second venomous toad drops out of the sky. Running is his only option. He's in absolutely no shape to fight. And if he dies, all those precious buffs he farmed will vanish. He desperately needs that Toad Slayer achievement. He's praying for some kind of miracle, some new buff to save him. And as if on cue, the sounds of a raging battle echo from nearby. He knows exactly where to kite this monster. We cut to Saber and Archer from the Divergent Guild clashing with the enemy team's own Saber and Archer. But they're completely outmatched. The enemy Archer lands a critical shot, taking down the Divergent Guild's Saber and leaving his teammate all alone. He starts to panic as the enemy squad celebrates their victory and begins their push towards the Devil's Camp base. The enemy mage is feeling cocky. With their top lane dominating and mid locked in a stalemate, they're sure they can secure the advantage in the bottom lane. Suddenly, the ground begins to tremble violently. They're all stunned when Jihan crashes into the middle of their fight, with the massive venomous toad hot on his heels. He glares at the enemy team, a predatory hunger in his eyes, as he calls them his fresh batch of buffs. The poor saps just stare back, completely dumbfounded. Flashback to 5 minutes ago. Jihan had cooked up a brilliant plan to lure the toad to the bottom lane. His strategy was to kill it after stacking some player-killing buffs. But he was confused why the giant toad was just following him instead of attacking. The chat clued him in. It was a female toad, and probably had terrible eyesight. And then all the pieces clicked into place when the monster started to blush. It was a girl toad, and she had a massive crush on Jihan. The plot twist was so wild that he accidentally attacked her in his shock. That, of course, made her furious. But hey, at least his plan to make her follow him was working. Now, back to the present. The other players are totally bewildered, seeing a jungle monster out on the main lane. The toad unleashes a suffocating cloud of venom, intoxicating everyone in the vicinity. They all drop to their knees, choking on the poison, while Jihan stands calmly in the middle of the toxic smoke, farming their auras. The enemy players are screaming, furious that Jihan led this boss monster right to them. He just smirks and gladly puts them out of their misery. With their deaths, he gains the buff he needed, one that completely negates all poison effects. Killing 2 players also gives his stats a much-needed boost. Jihan breathes a sigh of relief and finally turns to face the toad. The poor thing looks heartbroken, realizing she's been used. Scorned, she goes berserk, spitting venom wildly in every direction. Jihan leaps high above the chaos and unleashes his mountain plateau attack. He crashes down like a meteor, striking the venomous toad with a final, devastating blow. The allied archer can only stare in awe, stunned that he took down such a beast so easily. Defeating the toad showers Jihan with rewards, a massive stat increase and a whopping 10,000 achievement points. With all the jungle monsters cleared, he's feeling pretty good about his hard work paying off. But a new quest immediately pops up, Traces of the Disciple. For now, Jihan turns to the allied archer to get a status report on the battle. The archer gives him the rundown. Guyong has pushed through the top lane. Mid is still a deadlock, but thanks to Jihan, the bottom lane is a decisive victory for their team. All they need to do now is clear out the remaining minions to press their advantage, and Jihan gets right on it. Mid lane, the simp mage is hanging on by a thread, completely zoned out because the enemy team is hugging their tower for dear life. He tries baiting them to step out of position, but they instantly shut him down. He's itching to just shred that tower, but without any heavy hitters, they're trapped in a tense stalemate right in the middle of the map. That's when his galaxy brain kicks in. To break the deadlock, he screams Jihan's name, faking a gank and making the enemy flinch for a split second. He dives on the opening he just created, only to get zapped by the tower again, completely blowing his master plan. The enemy team is now officially ticked off. Fed up with his cheap tricks, and with the simp mage's ego bruised, the enemy pushes forward, getting right in his face. They move in to delete him from the game, but like a scene from a movie, Guyong swoops in at the very last second. She one-shots the enemy tower with a single, devastating blow. The enemy thinks the mage is pulling another fast one, right until the tower explodes behind them. Guyong sticks a perfect superhero landing, then tells the simp mage it's his time to shine. He channels a massive fireball and completely incinerates the enemy player. Gayoung strolls over to check on him, and he just stares back, his eyes gleaming with total adoration. She, however, is all business, simply telling him that the bottom lane is the last objective left. Before our simp mage can even process his moment with Gayoung, Jihan appears, and her attention instantly snaps to him. Jihan apologizes for leaving her to fight solo, but she brushes it off, saying the little chibi queen he left with her had her back. That's when they notice the angel team has basically rage quit. They're just chilling at their spawn point now, so all that's left is to smash the final tower and end the game. In a surprising move, Jihan lets Gayoung take the honor of the final hit, but only because he has his own business to attend to at the enemy spawn. A freshly respawned enemy player is absolutely fuming, salty about the beatdown Jihan and his crew just delivered. His teammates are telling him to just chill out when they spot Jihan walking toward them, the Eclipse equipped. They think they're untouchable behind their spawn barrier, but they clearly forgot that breaking supposedly unbreakable things is kind of Jihan's specialty. The barrier shatters into a million pieces, and they start losing their minds. They're screaming at him for being a total game breaker. With the smuggest grin on his face, he just trolls them, claiming he had no idea. He was just a newbie after all. A new serial quest pops up for Jihan, Traces of the Disciple 1, which tasks him with destroying the sacred sword of the Archangel. That sword is in the Angel camp, and he also has to destroy the sacred scythe of the Death God in the Demon camp, then collect the fragments of both. But here's the catch. These fragments can only be collected when you're deep inside enemy territory. The reward for pulling this off is a massive 20,000 achievement points. Looking at this new serial quest, and seeing the reward is way bigger than the jungle quest, Jihan figures this has to be the follow-up mission to the Flesh Golem incident on the defense map. His main worry is just how insane this quest is, because both fragments can only be grabbed. By destroying the sacred symbols deep inside each team's spawn point symbols that are shielded by those so-called indestructible barriers. No normal player could even dream of breaking them. But then again, Jihan is anything but normal, and his attack smashes right through the shield. The Angel Camp team starts to panic, as Jihan gets ready to completely eradicate the barrier, protecting their sacred artifact. This forces the Archangel of the Angel Camp to materialize in the game herself, putting a stop to Jihan's absolute nonsense. The giant celestial being lays eyes on Jihan, and is instantly enraged by this punk player disrupting the game's very foundation. She begins to power up. The whole area crackles with intense lightning, so powerful it even spooks Jihan's own teammates, including Gayoung. She orders her team to just focus on ending the game first, but even she is getting seriously worried about how completely off the rails Jihan is going. The Archangel channels her power and beefs up the spawn barrier, which gives one of the enemy players a very foolish sense of security. This prompts him to start trash-talking Jihan. His teammate tries to tell him to shut up, but everyone watching knows he just messed up big time. The Chibi Queen is honestly impressed by Jihan's attempt, even if it failed, but our boy has way more tricks up his sleeve. He decides it's time to stop holding back. His nameless divine arts holds 3 god-tier techniques: the God-destroying technique, the divine lightning god technique, and the shadow god technique. The first 2 are all about pure, raw, destructive power, but the shadow god technique is different. It controls the power of darkness itself, a power so vast it could swallow the entire world. It's a vortex of deep darkness known as the Dark Soul Twister form. Jihan manifests this terrifying technique right in the palm of his hand, and he uses the twister's immense force to bore a hole straight through the barrier. The pull is so strong it yanks the enemy players off their feet. It's like a miniature black hole. The Chibi Queen can only stare in disbelief as Jihan pours even more power into the attack. His goal is to utterly shatter the barrier once and for all. The barrier finally collapses, but this just makes the Archangel feel even more disrespected than before. Jihan now watches as the celestial being decides it's time to personally throw hands with this ignorant troublemaker, a mortal who should have known when to quit. The two of them collide, unleashing the full extent of their powers, and all hell is about to break loose. In the end, only one person is left standing: Jihan. As the smoke clears, a notification explodes on his screen, a freaking pentakill achievement. He finally catches his breath after that chaotic battle, clinching the win for the demon camp. His teammates are just staring, mouths wide open, at the smoking crater that used to be the Angel Camp's artifact, completely floored by the god-tier plays Jihan just pulled off. From his masterful jungle clears to obliterating the Archangel like it was nothing, his entire performance was legendary. The chat is blowing up, speculating if the American First Guild would be down to drop at least $500 million after witnessing that masterclass. Shizuru watches the stream, her mind reeling from Jihan's impossible accomplishments, which seem to escalate into absurdity with every passing second. She calculates that at the speed he's leveling up, He's on a direct path to eclipse even the Sword King. Her mind races, trying to cook up a strategy to recruit Jihan, but as a low-level employee, even getting his attention is a monumental task. The plan seems brilliant for a moment, but just as she's weighing her options, her train of thought is broken by Hyun striding into the office. Cut to Jihan's place, where he's practically drowning in a sea of loot from all the ridiculous achievements he just stacked up. In the original game, completing the main quest for the Archangel Sword Fragment and the Death God's Scythe would just automatically drop the items in your inventory. Just as he secures the demon camp's sacred artifact, his personal awards ceremony is rudely interrupted by the Chibi Queen. He remembers to give her props for a job well done, but the tiny monarch is far more interested in figuring out who Jihan really is. After all, the raw power he used to shatter that barrier was anything but normal. Jihan frantically searches for a believable alibi, since he can't exactly admit this is his second run at life, or that he learned that specific martial art in his previous timeline. He coughs up a half-baked lie about his gift, granting him a special kind of buff. But before he can pivot, the Chibi Queen materializes a swarm of shadowy blades, all aimed directly at him. She clearly isn't buying his flimsy excuse and presses him for the real answer. How could a simple human possibly wield that kind of power? The Chibi Queen is absolutely fixated on discovering the source of Jihan's forbidden knowledge. He tries to deflect by asking if she's just jealous, but she shuts that down immediately, revealing the skill he used is the signature power of the original Shadow Queen. That dark mana signature felt disturbingly familiar to her, but the Chibi Queen conveniently avoids explaining the true method for mimicking such an ability. Instead, she just doubles down on her original question. Jihan actually learned the Shadow God technique in his past life, which sparks a theory. Could the Shadow Queen and the wandering martial god be connected somehow? Knowing they use the same skills, he sticks to his cover story, telling the Chibi Queen that the gift he once possessed is long gone. He claims the constellation he contracted with just ghosted him, taking the gift with it and leaving him as a powerless player. To sell the lie, he even offers to show her his status window, but the Chibi Queen only demands the name of the gift, which is one truth Jihan can actually give her. The name, Wanderer's Eye, seems to ring a bell for the Chibi Queen, but she decides to let him off the hook, for now. She vanishes into thin air, and he breathes a massive sigh of relief, only for his phone to erupt with an incoming call from a screaming Hyun, who is losing her mind over his stream. She tears into him for not giving her a heads up, which would have let her farm viral clips from the stream and post them to the portal herself. Either way, she's ecstatic to have more content to upload, but she insists they need to branch out from only posting battle.net footage. Jihan is totally clueless as to why that's a problem, so she has to spell it out. His fanbase craves more variety. Oblivious but agreeable, Jihan gives her the green light, and Hyun immediately starts planning something new for him, right after he does a little favor for her. Next thing you know, Hyun is tied to a chair, held hostage by some street-level thugs who look way too pleased to have captured the master of the Great Vessel Guild. They're banking on a huge payday from the guilds that support Hyun, but she just yells at them, warning them to make things right before a certain someone arrives. She refuses to deal with lowlifes like them, not after she worked so hard to become a respected guildmaster. The lead goon thinks he has her terrified, but honestly, she's just cringing at the fact that they're wearing sunglasses inside a dark building at night, as if they think it makes them look cool. She starts roasting the bald guy's entire vibe so badly, he actually starts to tear up, forcing his crew to defend him. They try to get intimidating, reminding Hyun that no one is coming to save her. All that effort they spent finding an abandoned building off the grid and scrambling the GPS signals was a complete waste of time, because Jihan finds them anyway. Before the main kidnapper can even finish his villain monologue, Jihan strolls onto the scene looking as cool as James Bond. He even takes a second to poke fun at Hyun. The thugs open fire on sight, but he just channels his inner Neo from the Matrix and stops the bullet in midair. Getting desperate, they toss their useless guns and whip out an actual RPG, because apparently that's a quicker solution than reloading. The bald dude launches the rocket straight at Jihan, but our guy just casually smacks it right back at them. In perfect superhero style, the explosion blossoms in the background as he nonchalantly frees Hyun from her ropes. She asks him how he possibly found her without a GPS signal, so he just flips open his S23 foldable smartphone, featuring a tamper-proof GPS that's crazy accurate. Hyun, completely sold, points out the shock-absorbing layer and the flexible display. The commercial shows this folding phone surviving some seriously brutal drops, proving it's built different. The ad, announcing the phone is dropping now, finally ends, and Sia literally collapses on the floor, wheezing with laughter. Hyun starts clapping for Jihan's amazing acting, while he just stares into the void with a look that screams, "I am so done." Sia just keeps roasting him, absolutely grilling him, because the commercial did everything except actually sell the phone. He's now freaking out about the guild's reputation taking a nosedive, but Hyun hits him with a trust the process. saying this was actually a massive win for them, because the Divergent Electronics team poured their souls into this device, even using the legendary archaic page to build it. That's an SS tier item you can only get from Platinum Leagues or higher, and the archaic page lets you jack into the superdimensional intelligence network. Nobody knew what to do with it at first, but its value went to the moon once some corporation cracked the code on how to integrate it with modern tech. Suddenly, the sassy chibi queen materializes just to trash talk the new phone, complaining that using the archaic page on it was a total waste. Jihan starts wondering if there's some secret feature to the page, but before the queen can spill the tea, the film crew shows up at the door. Sia rushes to let them in, and Hyeon casually tells Jihan they're here to shoot some B-roll at the Sword Palace training grounds. She then introduces the Divergent Guild's editing team, completely unaware that the infamous Ito Shizuru is standing right there among them. The cunning goddess greets Jihan, using the same fake name from her interview, but there's something else. An intoxicating aura starts radiating from her, aimed like a laser straight at Jihan, leaving him completely stunned. For a split second, Jihan is completely lost in Ito Shizuru's eyes as she greets him, his own self-control starting to fray at the edges. But Haeon shouting his name snaps him back to reality. He questions why the editing crew is even here for a training shoot, but Haeon thinks letting a random new editor into the CEO's private building is a genius move, all because she claimed to be a fan of his. Pushing her luck, Ito Shizuru boldly asks Jihan if she can shake his hand. He agrees. For just a moment, a wicked grin flashes across her face, absolutely certain her power is about to take hold. But Jihan flips the script entirely, hitting her with a jolt of energy more intense than any taser. Turns out, a system notification brutally informs her she lacks the authority to even be near Jihan, completely shattering her ego. Hyeon and Jihan then start walking the editor towards the training room, but the goddess is still frozen to the spot, totally humbled by the hard limits of her gift. She literally can't process the fact that Jihan possesses an authority that eclipses even the Sword King himself. To farm some clips, Sia's deadlift attempt is up first. She starts pushing way past her body's limits, shocking the live chat. And Hyeon, who can't figure out where all this power is coming from. Jihan explains that Sia is grinding her tenacity, a super rare stat that only unlocks if a player hits level 10 in max HP before they hit level 10 overall. It straight up doubles the effectiveness of your health pool. It's an incredibly difficult stat to grind for, which is why the chat and Hyeon have never even heard of it, despite its insane effect. Jihan adds another insane requirement. A player has to meet all the conditions within 100 days of their awakening. He's absolutely certain Sia can nail it, thanks to the guild's massive XP buff and his own uniquely sinister training method, which is basically to let her fail, then heal her to full, over and over again. It's a fate worse than death, and he just tunes out her screams for mercy. Haeon then asks to see Jihan's training routine. He leads the crew to his personal gym, which is just a massive, bare room with a fighting ring in the center. He doesn't need any fancy equipment for his training, just the chibi queen as his personal sparring partner. He shamelessly calls her out to start the routine, and she eagerly materializes, absolutely ready to put this arrogant human back in his place. The chibi queen unleashes a volley of dark swords at Jihan, who dodges them all effortlessly before spotting an opening. She thinks she's slick, launching a cheap shot from below, but Jihan sees it coming a mile away and counters, ending the entire fight by slapping a cute, heart-shaped sticker on her forehead. The training is over in a flash, leaving everyone wondering if they just blinked and missed it. Haeon begs Jihan to do something the cameras can actually record, but the chibi queen just roasts her for being a clueless human. Meanwhile, hiding in the background, Ito Shizuru witnessed the entire exchange, and it finally clicks just how unbelievably OP Jihan really is. To use brute force to stop a blind spot attack at the very last second is literally unthinkable. A sly grin spreads across her face. She's glad she brought the archaic page as a backup plan. She moves toward Jihan, using the excuse of needing to place a microphone on him, but instead, she unleashes her gift, a woman of matchless beauty, on him a second time. It's a support gift, similar to Haeon's, that lets the user seduce and completely control other players. Its effect gets amplified to insane levels when used with the archaic page, which, it turns out, is the intended way to use it with support-type gifts. But Jihan doesn't even flinch, making her wonder if her trump card failed. Even when powered up by the archaic page, Ito starts seething with frustration. Even the legendary Sword King was easier to bend to her will than this guy. And just like that, Jihan is completely under her spell, staring at her like she's the most beautiful woman he's ever seen. He asks for her name, and the sight of Jihan being totally captivated brings a triumphant smirk to the goddess's face. But just out of sight, Sia creeps up on them, catching Jihan red-handed as he scores the editor's digits. She can't believe it. How could her uncle fall for some plain-looking editor when a total knockout like Heehan has been right there the whole time? Seeing this lovesick look on his face has Sia wondering if Jihan has ever even been interested in dating, but that thought is cut short by a terrifying presence looming right behind her. Freaked out, she spins around to find Hae-young absolutely radiating with rage, completely convinced that Jihan has been ghosting her. Meanwhile, our clueless hero digs his own grave with terrible excuses, even thanking the manipulative goddess for her number. In front of Hihan, Ito Shizuru tries to play it cool, but honestly, she's shook that Jihan still had the willpower to resist her. An obedience gift, just like the Sword King did. Even under its influence, Jihan's resistance is making things seriously difficult for her. She realizes she needs to step up her game to make him her loyal pet. Later that night, Jihan gets sharply dressed for a mysterious event. Sia is floored to see him looking so dapper, immediately assuming he's going on a date with the editor. Jihan keeps his cards close to his chest, only saying he'll be home late and that she should get dinner without him. Sia watches her uncle leave, acting so strangely that a chilling thought crosses her mind. Maybe he's not coming back. At a 5-star restaurant, Ito Shizuru and her butler are lying in wait for Jihan to arrive. The butler argues against her reckless plan to reveal her face to Jihan, without being 100% certain he's under her spell. He keeps trying to reason with her, pointing out how difficult it is to keep even the Sword King under control, whereas Jihan appears to be a whole other level of powerful. He pleads with her to reconsider, but she arrogantly brushes off his concerns and orders him to stick to the plan. Following her own instructions, she removes her glasses, waiting impatiently for Jihan as her shadow lurks, ready to strike. In case things go south for her, Jihan enters the restaurant, but before he can even greet Ito Shizuru, he spots Takeda, her butler. The man nervously shakes his head, and Jihan is instantly suspicious about why Takeda is there. But Ito Shizuru smoothly intercepts the conversation, claiming Takeda is just a work colleague. She stands up as Jihan gets closer, and drops the bombshell. She's taking him to Japan with her, all while unleashing her powerful aphrodisiac gift. To seal the deal, she orders Takeda to use his own gift with an ancient page. He yells at Jihan, "Share our emotions," which is the actual name of his power. The ability surges across the room toward Jihan, as Ito Shizuru gloats that Takeda's gift, while useless in a fight, becomes an unstoppable force when combined with hers. The sharing forces a target to feel her emotions, but with the archaic page amplifying the effect, it makes disobedience completely impossible. The gift is just inches away from Jihan, and the goddess thinks she's already won. Suddenly, Takeda's grip on the archaic page fails, and it rips clean in half. It turns out, Jihan unleashed his own force an instant before impact, completely shredding the artifact. The goddess and her butler are frozen solid. Jihan glares at them with a wicked smile, revealing Ito Shizuru's true name as he floods the room with his overwhelming power. He says he finally understands how she brainwashed so many followers, which is when Ito Shizuru realizes with horror that her power didn't work on him at all. She demands to know if he was playing her from the start, and, even worse, how he discovered her real name. But Jihan, being the ultimate anti-simp, refuses to give her the satisfaction. Instead, he pulls a total power move, stalking toward her, proving her abilities are null and void against him. To completely shatter her ego, he towers over the goddess and tells her to behave like a good little girl. Ito Shizuru is forced to accept her total defeat and sloppy preparations, but she came with a plan B to deal with him, and that's the exact moment it goes live. Shadow, her backup plan, materializes from nothing behind Jihan, lunging at him in a single, deadly motion. Luckily, Jihan has that main character plot armor, so he manages to block the assassination attempt at the last possible second. The impact sends them blasting out of the building, locked in a brutal fight several hundred feet above the ground. Jihan immediately finds himself in deep trouble. He realizes he can't stay airborne and is plummeting toward the concrete, before he goes splat. With no time to react, he smashes into an adjacent building, the shadow still latched onto him. By some miracle, he only loses his coat in the crash, yet the assassin is back on her feet instantly, ready to finish the job. Ito Shizuru and Takeda watch the fight from afar, relieved they thought to bring insurance, in case something exactly like this happened. The Shadow, whose real name is Akari, is a legendary assassin, a master of silent and efficient kills, and for the first time, even Jihan is struggling to keep up. But Jihan isn't even sweating it. From the way she moves, he instantly clocks her. This girl's gotta be a diamond rank assassin, minimum. He'll admit, he didn't see Ito Shizuru pulling a trump card like this out of nowhere, but Jihan's not about to get caught slipping, because he's always 5 steps ahead. He taps his temple, activating force. Meanwhile, Kita is absolutely losing his mind watching this throwdown go viral from a first-person point of view. Ito Shizuru is totally shook by this move. And here's the kicker. The Chibi Queen had already given Jihan the heads up about her. The moment Ito walked into his apartment, because the queen sniffed out a hidden archaic page in her bag. That's when the chibi queen also spilled the tea on the page's real purpose. It's a massive amplifier for support gifts. Wasting it on some tech is a total joke. And the fact that Ito Shizuru was carrying one, that's a giant red flag. So, later, when they took 5 from filming, Jihan put his detective hat on, trying to figure out why a regular employee would be packing such a rare artifact. Bringing it on set was next-level sus. And right then, she cuts him off with that lame excuse about the microphone, but his system immediately pings him with a warning. This woman was trying to trap him with some kind of eternal love brainwashing. The system even hooked him up by dropping her name, which instantly clicked. This was the same chick who played the Sword King. And her gift was no joke. It was actually starting to get to him, but right when it mattered most, Jihan clamped down on his instincts, firing up the nameless divine arts mind technique. That single moment of clarity was all he needed to unleash the ability called mind over matter and completely shut down her attraction-based gift. But Jihan needed the full story. He had to know how Ito Shizuru pulled this off and managed to get to him without the Sword King's backing. So, he decided to play dumb. She'd put way too much effort into this scheme to just give up her secrets. He'd have to back her into a corner so tight she'd have no choice but to talk. Channeling those A-list acting skills from the commercial, he set the stage, waiting for her to make one wrong move, all while sharing his first-person view. He's broadcasting everything he sees live on BattleTube, baiting the hook to pull her right into his master plan. Flash forward to now, and he's breathing a sigh of relief that nobody figured out his game. That acting performance was seriously clutch. Suddenly, the chat starts blowing up. Everyone is losing their minds, seeing Jihan in a full-blown fight with some mystery opponent. The rumors start flying Ito Shizuru, the Japanese idol, brainwashing Jihan. The story goes viral, and the viewer count just keeps skyrocketing, making Jihan the undisputed winner in this PR war against the so-called goddess. He openly clowns on her weak sauce gift, mocking her for thinking it would ever work on him, just because it worked on the Sword King. But the chibi queen is quick to bring him back to earth, reminding him that she's the one who actually saved his butt. The moment he name-drops the Sword King, the chat explodes with the truth. Realizing the jig is up, Ito Shizuru orders Akari to finish the job. Now, before things get any worse, Akari instantly drops into a lethal stance, ready to literally tear Jihan limb from limb, if it means getting the win. But Jihan, completely unfazed by the language barrier, just casually pulls out his phone to use a translation app, just to figure out what she's even saying. His trolling nearly costs him an eye, but like always, he dodges another fatal blow at the very last second. He counters, slicing her clean in two, or so he thinks. It was just an afterimage, a decoy she used to trap him inside her own personal reality marble. She has to give him props, though he's definitely living up to the hype, but she's feeling herself, confident in her power as an assassin who has mastered the shadows. They collide again in a blinding storm of attacks. Akari starts to notice something's off, though. Jihan's reactions are just a hair too slow, like he's barely keeping up, giving her a surge of confidence that she can actually win this. But then, her reality marble shatters into a million pieces, yanking them both back to the real world. Her shadows are being devoured by Jihan's dark spirit, and that's when he drops the bomb. This fight was his from the very beginning, the moment she made it a battle of shadows. Because she merely adopted the dark, he was born in it, molded by it. They charge at each other one more time, but now, Jihan is radiating pure confidence, while Akari is gripped by raw fear. He just activated his double S-rank gift, Shadow of the Moon, which massively expands his dominion over the shadows, and lets him absorb his enemy's own shadow. Jihan completely dominates the exchange, leaving Akari shook. Like he said, he came ready for this. Flashback to 2 hours earlier. Before he even left for the date, Jihan spotted this month's random chest sitting in his inventory. After his achievement store hit level 6 and unlocked a new gift slot, he was just planning to organize his items before meeting Ito. But hey, a random chest is a random chest, and for an ex-gambler like him, there's nothing sweeter than a free gacha pull. The gift he got was just a basic dexterity boost, which was kinda lame and reminded him of one of his first kills ever. But it turns out the Shadow Queen is totally simping for him, so she used her godly constellation powers to rig the roll, transforming the gift into the busted Shadow of the Moon. The Chibi Queen is furious at her original self for handing Jihan the exact power that made her a constellation in the first place, completely wrecking the power balance between humans and the gods. This gift lets its user take control of other shadows and straight up absorb them into their own power. This totally amps up the power of his Eclipse Sword, and his gift's rank gets a crazy boost as long as the Shadow Queen is his constellation. The Chibi Queen lets it slip that this exact skill is how the Shadow Queen ascended to god-tier status. This sparks a massive realization for Jihan. Constellations aren't born, they're made, and if he grinds hard enough, he can reach that same level. Fed up with her constant nagging, he just gears up and bounces for his date. There, Sia intercepts him, questioning his fit, and suddenly Jihan's caught in a total bind. He's wrestling with himself should he drop the truth bomb? Because the woman he's about to meet, she's the one who ripped Sia's father from her life. He knows that if the brainwashing makes Sia ghost him forever, her mental state could absolutely shatter. So to protect her, he dips without saying a word, but silently vows that Ito Shizuru's schemes are going down. It's all so Sia can keep living her life, drama-free. Flash forward to the present, and the live chat is absolutely losing it. They're watching Akari, a diamond-ranked player, get completely owned by Jihan, a silver rank, who needs zero backup. He just unleashes his gift, steamrolling her with zero effort and shutting down every single move she makes. Akari is forced to back off, trying to create some space. She's struggling to process how she's getting dominated by a player who's literally leagues below her. Meanwhile, Ito Shizuru is just watching the whole thing unfold. Her hope of victory crumbles with every tick of the clock. Jihan has bulldozed through everything the mind control, and now, her top fighter Akari. But here's the twist. The salt from this massive L is only making her more obsessed with him. She shouts Akari's name and shatters her restrictions, unleashing a tidal wave of shadow aura so immense it even stuns Jihan. For context, a restriction is basically a power limiter, nerfing a player's stats to keep them from going wild, just like in the tutorial. But Ito Shizuru just whipped out a special skill to completely remove Akari's limiters for a short time. And with her power uncapped, Akari's whole vibe shifts. She's not just an assassin anymore, she's a straight-up killing machine. This sudden power-up has even the Chibi Queen shook, and she screams at Jihan to watch his back. He glances over at Ito Shizuru, who flashes this wicked grin as she unveils a hidden trump card of her gift. Jihan and the chat are freaking out. A diamond player just went full power-up mode, and there's literally nothing they can do. Hyeon and Guyong are racing to the scene, but she's also glued to the livestream, watching it all go down in real time. Panic sets in as she's hit with instant regret. Hiring Ito Shizuru basically handed her the victory on a silver platter. She knows Jihan is a beast, but his stats are capped way below a diamond rank player. And now that said player is running at 100%, this is about to get real ugly. Back in the fight, Akari summons her phantom blades. She shreds straight through Jihan's defenses, landing a brutal hit. He barely manages to throw up a barrier to soften the blow, but he's still seriously messed up. Akari, on the other hand, is completely stunned he's even still standing after that. Her power-up clock is ticking less than 3 minutes left. She pinpoints his left hand as the source of all his power. Without a moment's hesitation, she unleashes a ghost slash and lops his entire arm clean off. Just like that, Akari's limiters snap back on, but she's smirking, satisfied that she took his arm before the nerf hit. She's convinced he's out of the fight for good. A one-armed silver rank is no threat. Yeah, I should probably apologize to Jihan for ever doubting his acting skills, because Akari is the second woman tonight he's completely played, making her think she was in control. The reality? He's got her tangled in his shadows, already regenerating his lost arm with the power of the dark spirit. She completely miscalculated where the real threat was, and now he's about to make her pay by unleashing everything he's got. He materializes the Phoenix arrow and launches it right at her. It's a direct hit, and even though she's grievously wounded, Akari somehow survives the very same attack that one-shotted Baron. The chat is now fiercely debating the outcome. The final showdown, a restricted silver versus an unrestricted diamond. Then, out of nowhere, the authorities roll up. They corner Akari and force her to surrender. Jihan sees his chance, dipping out to confront Ito Shizuru before she can ghost. But weirdly, she doesn't even seem fazed by her plan completely backfiring and wasting some ancient artifacts. To get them out of this mess, she orders Akari to bail using spiritification, letting her vanish right before the authorities can cuff her. The second Jihan's back is turned, Ito Shizuru pulls the same vanishing act and disappears. She leaves him with a chilling promise that they'll be seeing each other again real soon. Too bad for Takeda, though. He doesn't have a magic escape button, so he's left totally stranded with Jihan, who starts grilling him for information. Cut to a few days later, at Ito Shizuru's mansion. The Sword King bursts in, absolutely raging, only to find her chilling with a wicked smirk. She greets him like she knows exactly what's on his mind. But before the Simp King can even get a word out, she hits him with that aphrodisiac gift of hers, completely wrapping him around her finger again. The Sword King tries to confront her about what Jihan said, about her shameless attempt to ensnare another man, even after she'd already caged him with her manipulative charm. Then, she has the audacity to gaslight him, flipping the script to make it all about his so-called doubts in her love. She dismisses Jihan as just another slave she was scouting for her nation. Cupping his face, she unleashes her gift, and the simp just melts, even when a part of him screams that he's being played. Every single time she weaves her spell, His mind flashes back to that first moment, that bar, just days before the anniversary of his wife's death, where she first trapped him, cementing his utter despair. The Sword King can still recall pushing Ito Shizuru away that first time she tried her little mind trick, preying on him in his drunken, morning-after state. Lucky for him, his twin blades, Ganjong and Moi, have a busted exclusive skill called Disobeyer, which acts as a hard counter to status effects like obedience and fanaticism, trying to take root in his mind. But even that wasn't enough. The psycho goddess just got more thrilled by his resistance, manipulating the broken, drunken man, by inflicting him with status effects like dependence and obsession instead. His own twin blades eventually just gave up trying to snap him out of it. So while the Sword King drools like a puppy in her arms, Ito Shizuru is secretly seething every time he has a moment of clarity, all because her go-to obedience and fanatic powers just don't stick to him. He's only still under her thumb, because her main body is chilling back at the mansion, while the half-baked, unstable clone known as Yue Yunji was dispatched to seduce Jihan, an operation that ended up being her biggest L yet, since he saw right through her disguise. To make matters worse, Akari, the shadow assassin she sicked on him, is yet another one of her bodies, one she now realizes needs a serious rework before its next mission. Over at the BattleNet department, Jihan is mid-interrogation with Takeda when he completely loses his cool, finally learning that Yunji was just one of Ito Shizuru's meat puppets. His mind races, speculating that she could have countless clones running around the globe, but Takeda cracks under the pressure. He spills that she only went to such extremes because she couldn't risk leaving the Sword King unsupervised. Takeda swears on his life he knows nothing more, and pleads for Jihan's trust. Jihan's mind flashes back to the night Ito Shizuru was exposed on his stream, and how the Japanese government immediately issued a statement claiming no player with her name even existed in their database. They bent over backwards to help the Sword King save face, launching sham investigations to sidestep a full-blown international incident. This makes it painfully clear the succubus goddess has the authorities on a leash with her gift, which means he can't just corner her without a serious plan. Stepping out of the building, he finds Xiao waiting for him. Looking pissed, she starts nagging him about not coming home last night, but when he brushes her off with a lame excuse, Sia goes off on him for hiding things from her like the minor detail that his arm got sliced clean off. She demands to be included on any serious drama that involves him, before completely breaking down in tears, horrified at the thought of losing her only family, without even knowing what happened. Jihan moves in to comfort her, but Sia just winds up and slugs him right in the gut, letting out all her bottled-up fear and anger. He tries to play it cool, vowing to become a warrior so strong that she can watch his back, promising he'll tell her everything in advance so she can help carry the weight. A proud smile cracks across Jihan's face, probably because his insane training regimen made her powerful enough to actually leave a mark. He chuckles at the little monster he's created as Sia keeps making bold declarations they'll both have to grind to make a reality. Their wholesome moment shatters when Sia brings up Ito Shizuru, brainwashing her father, the Sword King, and desperately asks if there's any way to reverse it. Jihan gets it, despite everything. She still loves her dad, but he has no answers. That's when the Chibi Queen chimes in, insisting that it's possible. She name-drops Yu Ilshin, a being from one of the most arrogant races in the cosmos, who has the power to undo mind control. This Yu Ilshin, the Chibi Queen, mentioned, is tied to the elves. Ariel, the Chibi Queen, reveals she's a shadow elf, a whole different breed from the standard ones. Jihan recalls hearing about the Elven Alliance, the World Tree Union, and how they pulled every string they could to guarantee their species' survival, even clawing their way into the top 5 of the entire Space League. The Chibi Queen confirms the elves are a seriously racist bunch who treat any non-elf with cruelty and disdain. The god she mentioned, Yu Ilshin, is literally the world tree itself, the source of all elven life and the anchor of their world. It's no wonder they worship it as their one true god. More importantly, it can purge any and all status abnormalities. This means the Sword King just needs to consume a single one of its leaves, or simply touch one of its branches to shatter the brainwashing completely. Sia lights up, realizing there's still a chance to get her father back, but this new info sends Jihan's mind spiraling, connecting it all back to the Sword King's bizarre actions right before he regressed. The following day at Vessa's guild headquarters, Heian hops on a livestream to assure everyone that Jihan is doing just fine. The chat immediately floods with questions about him the second she goes live, aside from one hopeless romantic commenting on her looks. She clarifies that the Battle.net department has vowed to ramp up player security, but then, she pivots to the real reason for the stream, making good on her promise to unveil Jihan's status window after the guild smashed the 1 million subscriber mark. Jihan, who's already loaded into another game of Invade as an Angel Camp player, just casually pops open his status window right from the get-go. This move, however, completely infuriates Heian, since she specifically told him to wait. Her entire plan was to build up the hype and farm engagement, but she was dead wrong, because his status window instantly reveals his class. It reads, third-rate martial artist, right next to archer, mage, and supporter. The entire stream absolutely loses its mind. Multiple classes at once? Not to mention a class nobody has ever even heard of. The chat and his own teammates start spamming him with questions, proving to Heian that nobody was about to click off the stream after a bombshell like that. After that whole incident with Ito Shizuru, Jihan shattered so many viewership records that he raked in a ton of achievement points, which is what prompted him to just go ahead and grab the archer and warrior classes on top of the mage and supporter roles he already had. The reason? He just felt like it. He confirms for the audience that martial artist is, in fact, a hidden subclass of warrior, one that you can only get after meeting some crazy specific conditions. Still, the questions keep pouring in, and everyone looks to Heian for some kind of explanation. Turns out, even she had no idea her own guild CEO was rocking a status window this busted. Jihan, however, tables the Q&A for now. He's in the middle of a match and just bolts. 5 minutes, 10 kills, and 0 deaths later, Jihan is already pushing the Devil Camp's spawn point. The enemy team is screaming hacks in the chat. There's no way this guy is only a silver rank. Their swordsman tries to challenge him to an honorable one-on-one duel, but the poor guy gets his throat slit open before he even knows what hit him. With the cannon fodder out of the way, Jihan finally stands before the Reaper. Sensing this major threat to the peace, the Guardian of the Demon Camp materializes to defend its turf personally. Jihan is aiming for a quick finish, but the Chibi Queen warns him that his dark element attacks, like Eclipse or the Dark Spirit, will be useless against the Reaper, since the creature is basically darkness incarnate. But luckily for Jihan, he's a master of both darkness and lightning. He summons the Phoenix's arrow and fires it directly at the Reaper. Supercharged with the Divine God's lightning, the arrow skewers the Reaper before it can react, completely obliterating the relic, which finally completes Jihan's old quest, Traces of the Disciple 1. A new quest, the second phase, immediately pops up. At the exact same time, Sophia, the priestess from America's top guild, touches down in Korea, and just so happens to be watching Jihan vaporize the relic on his livestream. As a huge fan, she is beyond hyped to meet him, and is totally stressing about making a good first impression. And then, her entire private jet is violently slammed into the ground by Baron. He came with her to join the guild but couldn't take another second of her non-stop fangirling over Jihan. She's livid, chewing him out for destroying the plane, but all he's focused on is getting his revenge. After the game, Jihan shows his status window to Heian again, to prove that he wasn't faking anything. She seems to believe him, but can't figure out why he'd ever choose third-rate martial artist. The class offers no decent buffs, just an experience point bonus and a faster growth rate, which could be useful for power leveling guild members. He just smirks and sips his tea, because he has a secret ace up his sleeve. When he managed to unlock every single class, the system offered him a choice: either give a small buff to all his classes, or power up one class massively, at the cost of losing all the others. He had already unlocked the force ability with his mage and supporter combo, so he decided to go all in. This gamble quadrupled the power of his third-rate martial artist class, but completely wiped his other classes and all their buffs. He's not worried though, because now his climb to gold rank will be even quicker. Before he starts that grind, however, Jihan wants to knock out the trials of the disciple. 2 quest first. He pulls up a screen and sees that only Sia and Masid are still in bronze, while the rest of the guild has already hit silver. Heian gets nosy, asking what he's scheming, but Jihan just tells her to get his gift ready. She lets out a nervous sigh and heads to the waiting area to greet their high-profile guests. Baron is already throwing a fit over something as small as the coffee's taste, making a scene just because he can't get over his beef with Jihan. Sophia tries to get him to chill, but Masid, juggling a soccer ball, calls the American meathead out for being so rude to his hosts. Saya is in the room too, but she's just sitting there quietly while the two of them start hurling insults at each other. During this whole mess, Baron points out that Masid deliberately dropped all the way back to level 1, just to start over as a mage. This guy had the talent to become the strongest mage, but he threw it away to become a pro soccer player. The pointless bickering screeches to a halt the moment Heian and Jihan stride into the room. All the frustration Sophia had from putting up with Baron instantly evaporates when she sees her favorite player. They get straight down to business, skipping the pleasantries, though Jihan is secretly relieved to see Sophia thriving. A huge contrast to his last memory of her in a past life as the world crumbled. The mission they've all gathered for is simple: take down the notorious Count Nacid. Count Nacid isn't just any monster. He's a colossal serpent boss that only spawns in Platinum League or higher, the undisputed king of the jungle. Jihan's quest, Trial of the Disciple 2, hinges on him defeating this very beast, which is currently lurking deep inside a lake where neither light nor darkness can penetrate. The 2 fragments he's acquired are the bait needed to drag the creature from its hiding spot. The prize for completing this quest is a massive 50,000 achievement points, but there's a huge catch. It all becomes void if he ranks up to gold before or during the mission. Even a massive ego like Baron has to admit this is way out of his league. You can't even summon Count Nacid in the silver tier. But Jihan, ever the strategist, has already factored that in, and reveals he's bringing Sia and Masi along for the ride. Sophia is totally down to join, but she raises a valid point. They can't form a party since they're all from different server regions. Heian shuts that concern down, revealing their guild has a special perk that allows cross-nationality parties. They can even team up across different leagues, as long as the gap is only 1 rank. In fact, Heian's own gift leveled up because she used an Arcasic page Jihan had given her. After swiping it from Takeda, she considered selling it for millions but decided to use it for the greater good instead. Baron is sold on the plan but immediately objects to 2 bronze players, Sia and Masi, joining the raid. Jihan's response is blunt, then leave. He adds that he's already hit up China's Wang Ling, Russia's Michael, and even Scarlet from some made-up country. Baron immediately backpedals, claiming he'll join to balance out the 2 bronze players. With the team assembled, Baron vows to outperform Jihan. He's determined to prove Jihan was just carried by his items. But as the match begins, a mere 15 minutes is all it takes for Jihan's squad to have the enemy team completely boxed in. The whole crew is just aura farming, effortlessly crushing these Silver League randoms. Baron takes it a step further, psychologically tormenting his opponents. As he winds up for the final devastating attack, he offers them some condescending praise for lasting as long as they did. But his entire grand speech about power and superiority gets tossed right in the trash when Jihan abruptly surrenders the game. Everyone just gawks at him, totally stunned, because the words that just left his mouth sound like a complete and utter joke. Rewind 5 minutes before Jihan's shocking surrender. Masi is running a one-man demolition show in the top lane with his god-tier ball control. He's pulling off impossible-looking trick shots, dismantling the enemy team with pure style. Right before they're totally wiped, they spill the tea. He was demoted by the system for trolling way too hard in the higher ranks. Even Sophia and the live chat are losing their minds over the footballer's insane skills, which are clearly way beyond bronze level, even with her buffs. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Jihan makes quick work of his opponents before letting Sia land the finishing blow. She nervously takes the kill, and the chat immediately starts flaming her for getting carried by her uncle. Far off in the mid lane, Baron is on his own sadistic warpath, single-handedly causing utter destruction. Sia starts to panic, worrying the game will end before Count Nacid even appears. But Jihan just tells her to trust him. He's got a plan. Back in the present, Jihan's team bombards him with questions. He calmly waves them off and turns his attention to the enemy team. He offers them a shot at taking on Count Nacid. Baron explodes, questioning why he'd team up with random fodder, a sentiment the chat loudly echoes. But Jihan clarifies that he doesn't need their help to actually fight the Count. What he needs is to make sure a rogue enemy squad doesn't sneak around and win the game while they're preoccupied with the boss fight. The logic clicks for everyone, but before they can ask for more details, Jihan simply tells them to follow his lead. This guy is allergic to explaining things with words. With the minor details handled, they finally proceed to the main event. The entire group gathers, forming a circle around the entrance to the deep, dark lake. Jihan prepares to summon the Count, and Sophia amps him up with her powerful SS rank gift. It's a skill called Trinity, which lets her stack 3 powerful buffs at once. But before he starts the ritual, Jihan gives Sia a serious warning. He instructs her to keep a safe distance from the fight until Count Nacid is on its last legs. The instant she's clear, he steps to the edge of the lake and tosses the fragments in. They dissolve, releasing an otherworldly scent into the water. The Count immediately catches the scent and begins to rise from the abyss, causing the ancient towers around the lake to hum to life. Everyone stares in absolute awe as the colossal snake emerges, announcing its return from a realm beyond light and darkness. The system identifies it as the Ravine Boss of End, the ultimate monster of this invaded dungeon. Jihan hammers the plan into their heads one last time. The game plan is to wreck the glowing towers around the lake. They're juicing up the Count, and even worse, they respawn on a timer. Jihan splits them into 2 4-person demolition squads to shatter the towers while he goes one-on-one with the Count. Sophia voices her worry, pointing out how insanely risky that is, which Baron immediately uses as a platform for his own massive ego. He scoffs that a player of his tier shouldn't be demoted to a common stone smasher like the rest of the cannon fodder. Before his tirade can continue, Count Nessus unleashes a devastating beam of energy, catching the American egomaniac completely off guard. His reaction speed is pathetic, but thanks to Jihan's overpowered abilities, both he and Sophia escape without a scratch. Jihan masterfully flips the situation, using the rescue as leverage to force Baron to just follow his commands. While Sophia is totally fine with that, Baron, with his paper-thin pride, interprets the command as Jihan treating him like a lowly dog. The sheer humiliation of it all makes him see red. The Count keeps mindlessly spraying waves of dark mana, which, as the Chibi Queen points out, is just free farming for Jihan's dark spirit stat. Jihan fully intends to exploit this farm, effortlessly carving through the Count's massive form. This fight has been an absolute breeze for him, since his teammates are expertly shutting down the regeneration stones. The nameless scrub paired with Baron can only watch in awe as Jihan solos the dreaded Count. He immediately starts trash-talking the American Psycho, absolutely tearing into Baron. He brutally points out that Baron's one and only advantage, his brute force, is now completely irrelevant since Jihan has caught up. Even the chat jumps in on the absolute roast fest, trying to soften the savage burns. By praising Baron for being #1 in the USA, the clueless trash talker gets instantly vaporized into dust, wiped out by one of Baron's disaster skills, along with the other guy who rushed over to check on him. Sophia and Masjid just stare in shock. The American brute lets his ego completely consume him, sabotaging the entire boss fight. He declares he's strong enough to defeat Count Nessus, all by himself after getting juiced by a pentacle. Jihan and everyone else challenge his insane plan, but Baron's arrogance won't let him listen. He's convinced Jihan shoved him aside in this fight just to hog all the glory for himself, so in Baron's warped mind, the only move is to challenge the Count directly. He confidently launches one of his disaster skills at the colossal worm. He gets slammed back to reality. He completely ignored several critical mechanics in his blind rage. Area of effect attacks are useless on Count Nessus. The boss is a single target, and the only thing keeping its power sealed was the team constantly destroying the stones, which are now fully active again, all because he foolishly annihilated his own teammates. And finally, the most important rule, an arrogant teammate always dies a dog's death. The giant worm devours him whole in a single, horrifying gulp. The chat erupts over the sweet karma, but now the Count is back at full power. It unleashes a paralyzing roar on every player, including Jihan, who is absolutely furious at Baron for throwing their victory away. And since the enemy team sure as hell isn't going to play nice, he can't just try this quest again some other day, especially since he's about to be promoted to the gold rank. Fortunately for him, Sia manages to pull aggro from the Count. She starts peppering it with her normal arrows. They barely scratch it, but it's enough to lure the beast toward her. Her kiting manages to weaken the paralysis, gripping the other players, but the poor girl is left on her own, desperately trying to dodge the giant worm's snapping jaws. Meanwhile, her uncle decides this is the perfect time to lecture her on the dangers of the battlefield. Rightfully, Sia gets completely fed up with his non-stop nagging and reminds him that, if he had just put someone with more firepower on the team, they wouldn't be in this mess, relying on a few measly arrows. Arrows that are the only thing preventing a total party wipe. She keeps venting, complaining that she's gone from being the famous Sword King's daughter to just being known as Seong Ji-han's niece, no matter how hard she grinds. And Baron, the absolute definition of arrogance, had been belittling her constantly too. She snaps at Jihan that her gift is genuinely useful, so instead of telling her to scram, he needs to give her a real job to do. Seeing that fiery resolve in Sia's eyes, Jihan knows she can hang on a bit longer. He tells her to be an autumn mosquito for now, since Sophia, Masjid, and he are stuck in this paralysis for just one more minute, thanks to a buff from the American priestess. The reason Jihan called Sia an autumn mosquito is because mosquitoes in that season are way more resilient and powerful than in the summer, when they just swarm in huge numbers. In the autumn, they are fewer, but they are an absolute pain to swat. That's Sia. Sia's arrows are nothing more than mosquito bites to the Count tiny stings that cause zero real damage, but are massively irritating as she masterfully kites it. Jihan can feel the paralysis breaking. On top of that, his Eclipse skill is surging with power, growing stronger the longer this insane fight drags on. The Chibi Queen begs him to focus on leveling his dark spirit stat, but all Jihan can think about is unleashing his new Shadow God technique with this much juice. Suddenly, the Count heaves its colossal body out of its watery den. It's time to end Sia, once and for all. The giant worm cranks up its aggro range, getting way too close for comfort, causing her to stumble and plunge right into the pit with Jihan. She's running on fumes, but for her uncle, she pushes past the pain, hauling herself up and sprinting again. This desperate push shatters her limits, rocketing her max stamina to level 10 and unlocking the hidden stat, tenacity. The Count, now seriously ticked off, unleashes a colossal energy beam to vaporize her, but in a flash, Jihan scoops her up, using his lightning steps to get them clear of the blast zone. As the paralysis wears off, he gives her a nod. "Nice tenacity," he says, and you can see a genuine smile spread across her face. But with Baron no longer smashing the spawn stones, the Count is getting juiced. She starts to panic, wondering how they could possibly beat this buffed-up monster. But this is Jihan we're talking about. If there's a way to skip a long, drawn-out boss fight, he's going to take it. And this time is no different. He casually yeets his Eclipse blade into the Count's summoning pool and throws his hands up in surrender. But, unlike the other players, Count Nessus has zero plans to let them walk away. It's aiming for a total party kill, mostly because Sia spent the last minute getting on its last nerve, which is exactly why she's the one freaking out the most. Lucky for her, the pool beneath the Count suddenly erupts. A massive vortex of pure shadow explodes upwards, swallowing the entire wormhole. Jihan just smirks, revealing he just unleashed a brand new technique from the Shadow God, one that literally shatters the rules of reality. The storm feeds on darkness itself, spiraling higher and higher, until it completely consumes the worm, which, let's be real, just wanted to smack a few annoying flies. It ended up being nothing more than a glorified beta tester for our boy's new OP skill. While Jihan was soloing the raid boss, Baron was sulking back at the spawn point, trying to gas himself up, convinced that he'd practically killed the giant worm all by himself. But just as the notification for the Count's defeat pops up, his day gets even worse. The enemy team rolls up, looking for payback after he clowned on them earlier, so Baron decides to dunk on them all over again. These guys seriously thought they could jump the former #1 player in the world if they all ganged up on him. Big mistake. In the end, the star-spangled egomaniac snagged first place with the most player kills. The day after the game, Sia's level had skyrocketed from 5 all the way to 20. Jihan was seriously relieved that she'd managed to unlock the tenacity stat in that fight. Now she just had to pick a class, and he couldn't believe she was still on the fence. He pushed for the archer class, since she was a natural with a bow, but Sia was aiming to be the absolute best in her field, and with so many god-tier archers in the country, she wasn't sure it was possible. He still told her to go with archer, because if she picked warrior, there was no way in hell she'd ever surpass him. That comment earned him a swift punch to the throat because, as usual, the guy was a world-class troll. Right then, her phone rang, so Jihan took the chance to check out his own stat window. After crushing Count Nessus, he'd hit level 50, which meant he was already up for his silver promotion match. He raked in a ton of rewards, but one piece of gear in particular caught his eye, the Cloak of the Void. It was an S-tier artifact, once gifted to a disciple of the Void itself. When worn, it completely cut the user off from the world, making them immune to all damage, unless it came from an SS-ranked attack. There was a catch though. The stealth only worked as long as you stayed perfectly still, and wearing the cloak for too long meant punching a one-way ticket straight into the void. Jihan wasn't a fan of the whole isolation gimmick, so he summoned the Chibi Queen to get some answers. She materialized, however, with a seriously annoyed look on her face. Once again, she was demanding to know about the Shadow Heaven Ascension he used on the Count. She dropped a bomb. That attack was the ultimate authority of her original body, but Jihan just dodged the question, refusing to spill any secrets about his regression. Still, the Chibi Queen was already putting the puzzle together. She concluded that the constellation who jacked his gift was the Wandering Martial God, and that idea terrified her. Jihan just stared at her, completely stunned, so she laid it all out. The original Shadow Queen had ordered her to keep an eye on him after sensing a faint trace of the Wandering God's energy on him. Jihan felt a wave of relief, glad she wasn't just stalking him for her usual thirsty reasons. Now he was curious. He asked her what made the Wandering Martial God such a terrifying figure. The Chibi Queen explained that he was the literal boogeyman of the constellations. Normally, constellations are born to act as guardians for their home stars, breaking past the limits of their species, to become godlike beings. She even said Jihan could become one if he ever hit level 777 in BattleNet. Jihan was floored. He'd always thought the level cap was 500 once you made it to the Star League. The Chibi Queen just told him he'd learn more when the tutorial phase was over. As for the Wandering Martial God, he was a rogue constellation who forged his own star, the Martial Star, a prison where he hunts and captures other constellations. He absorbs their divine powers and traps their souls in a horrifying limbo between life and death. That's why every other constellation is absolutely terrified of him. The OG Shadow Queen had tasked her Mini-Me with keeping a close watch on Jihan, all because he was radiating the Martial God's energy. Now, him using her powers wasn't the weird part. The real kicker was the timeline. The Shadow Queen hadn't even been defeated by the Wandering Martial God yet, so there was absolutely no way Jihan should have inherited that power from him. Hearing this, a light bulb flickers on for Jihan as the terrifying truth clicks into place. In his past life, the Wandering Martial God must have already captured the Queen and personally transferred the Shadow God technique to him. That chilling realization meant the Shadow Queen was destined to be hunted by the Constellation Butcher all over again. The Chibi Queen then piped up, asking if Jihan had any more powerful moves. He confirmed that he did, but confessed he couldn't unleash them at his current level. The only reason he pulled it off before was thanks to some seriously broken in-game buffs. The mini-queen started scheming if she could just learn his busted skill set. The original Shadow Queen could seriously power up her ultimate authority. But right then, Sia crashes into the room, telling Jihan to clear his entire schedule. Why? Because some absolutely gorgeous fans of his were demanding a meetup. Cut to Sophia and Haeyeon, anxiously checking their makeup while waiting for their dates. Sophia's blind date turns out to be our boy Jihan, while Haeyeon gets royally stuck with some obnoxious mob boss. Turns out, Sophia orchestrated this whole thing to give Jihan a proper first impression, because she absolutely refused to be linked with the walking ego trip she'd brought with her before. She and Sia had already made up, and after they bonded over being the same age, she got Sia to set up the whole meeting. Jihan completely gets it and tells her to relax, especially since they're in the same guild for now. Sophia takes this as a massive green light and immediately starts laying on the charm, playfully flipping her hair and calling him Appa. Jihan's brain short-circuits trying to process this super bubbly personality. The Sophia he remembered from his past was far more stoic and a lot less cheerful. So, just to keep things straight, Jihan flat out asks how old she is. Sophia tries to play it cool, insisting she's an adult, but when she reveals she's the same age as Sia 20, Jihan's entire demeanor shifts. He instantly starts treating her like a little sister. After they part ways, Sophia wonders if this means she'll have to fight him in the silver promotion match. Since she's also in the top 100, Jihan decides to check his own status, only to get absolutely bombarded by a tidal wave of unexpected notifications. As it turns out, he's already the ruler of silver, making him eligible for the silver promotion match. But here's the catch. He's also way too high level for it. The system offers him a choice: jump directly into the gold promotion match, skipping the silver league entirely, or compete in the silver match while saddled with crippling penalties. The insane choice actually thrills him. Becoming the fastest player to ever reach platinum would be a legendary record to set, so he carefully weighs his options. Meanwhile, Haeyeon's date implodes when the dude proposes to her right then and there, on their very first meeting. She feels forced to go on these dates to avoid getting an earful. Lately, the only things that bring her any comfort are her insane work schedule, her towering ambition, and gambling, the only one of the three that feels remotely real. While scrolling a betting site, she sees the rules for the promotion game have been completely overhauled. A new alert states that Jihan's decision has fundamentally altered the map of the silver promotion match. The event has been rescheduled for September 24th, and all bets are now back on. Haeyeon just stares, wondering what on earth was going through his head. But Jihan is just pumped to take on the challenge. He chose the silver promotion battle because he refused to skip an entire league, and all the exclusive rewards and quests that came with it. On top of that, his growth has been skyrocketing, so he needs to ground himself by progressing at a normal pace. In 3 short months, the Space League is set to officially draft Earth. To prevent a universe-level disaster when that day comes, he absolutely must reach the Platinum League. However, the penalties dropped on Jihan were broadcast to every single participant. The map was swapped to the ambushed Conqueror's tomb, and the teams were now stacked 10 versus 90. And Jihan, of course, was on the 10-player team, lumped in with the players ranked from 91 to 100. To top it all off, the monsters they'd be fighting would be significantly stronger. When the news dropped, Baron's ego took a massive hit because he wasn't even considered a big enough threat for the handicaps, while China's #1 player seemed thoroughly amused. And Haeyeon, despite being burned by it countless times, once again bet against Jihan. The changes were so heavily skewed in favor of the other side that the betting pools exploded, attracting an all-time high number of gamblers. Fast forward, and the promotion game is underway. Jihan stands tall atop a fortress wall, gazing down at the massive army assembled just for him. To his shock, his opponents aren't other players. They're a relentless horde of undead, here to claim the king's head. This is the Undead Association, a faction fighting for the so-called equality of all creatures, and standing among their ranks is a hooded figure, with a wicked grin, someone who has finally found their target. The Ambushed Conqueror's Tomb is a special defense map, one being used exclusively for this top 100 promotion match. This time, however, instead of raiding the tomb, the players are tasked with defending it. And to make matters worse, the northern gate is being held by a skeleton crew of only 10 people. At the southern gate, Baron gets the rundown. Team rankings will be locked in based on how well they defend their post. And here's the kicker. The first squad to let an enemy slip into the tomb gets instantly disqualified. To snag the win, a team just has to hold their line, while another team fails. Simple as that. Baron's already smirking, dead certain Jihan's side is about to get wrecked, but China's #1, Wang Ling, cuts him off mid-rant for his clueless take. He casually informs Baron that online bettors have ranked him a distant second on the list of chosen champions. And #1? That's Wang Ling, of course. The Chinese prodigy even roasts Baron for his botched attempt to steal the show from Count Nesed. The insult hits its mark, sending Baron into a rage. Trying to cool things down, Wang Ling cheekily blames the Battle.net translation system. He claims it twisted his words into an insult, but nah, it wasn't the system. This guy is just as cocky as Baron. He just delivers his burns with an ice-cold expression, claiming Beijing is about to snatch the USA's top spot on the world stage. He warns Baron to stop messing up. Things are about to explode, but before fists can fly, the game starts siren blares, cutting their beef short. The Undead Association, an ominous group called Kill the King, launches their assault on the Conqueror's soul. The player's mission: shut down this ambush. Until the main boss shows up, both the mighty Baron and Wang Ling are absolutely bug-eyed with panic, staring down an enemy type they've never encountered. In Jihan's original timeline, Earth was completely overrun, all because of these dungeon portals. At first, these rifts only popped up in the world's bottom 10% nations during the tutorial phase, but soon they were erupting all over the planet. Every country was wiped off the map, except for a final 10. And this Undead Association, this Kill the King crew, they were the nightmarish horde that poured out of the portals in Korea. Now, at the northern gate, Jihan watches that same Undead Legion advance. He knows this is going to be tough, made even worse by his team of total washouts who won't stop whining about being in the bottom 10. Now, they're pinning all the blame on Jihan for their bad luck. Just as Jihan decides he'll have to defend the gate alone, Sophia rockets onto the scene. She's absolutely thrilled, practically bouncing off the walls that she gets to support her beloved Jihan instead of squaring up against him. Meanwhile, Jihan makes a quiet mental note. Her ranking is way lower than he remembered. But there's no time for reunion chit-chat as the undead army starts its assault. They're ramming the fortress door with a gargantuan log, operating with cold, military precision. Each and every one of them hits as hard as an average player. But with Sophia's reality-bending buffs and Jihan's legendary Phoenix's arrow, Jihan leaps headfirst into the fray, slamming the ground with a shockwave so powerful it sends the entire front line flying. Boosted with a 20% power increase, and wielding an arrow with an elemental affinity that's poison to the undead, he's feeling unstoppable. But there's a problem. The army isn't just attacking him. They recognize him as their king. And that's when a colossal hand erupts from the earth below. Jihan instantly identifies it. The Disciple of Destruction, the hidden boss from the defense map. He just barely dodges, getting splattered like a bug. But his desperate dive allows the monster to demolish a huge section of the tomb wall. The last time he fought this thing, it was just a weak flesh golem copy. This is the real deal, and 20% of the wall is already gone. The system flashes a dire warning to the northern team. If the enemy breaches their sector, they're out. For a split second, even Jihan feels a spike of fear, trapped between the giant hand and the crumbling wall. The disciple reveals a gaping mouth in its palm. It declares that Jihan has the potential to one day eclipse the king, and for that reason, it must devour him whole. Jihan is absolutely floored, watching the Disciple of Destruction obliterate a massive chunk of the tomb wall with a single strike. Guyang reminds her that Jihan has already tangled with a version of this beast before, so she shouldn't be too concerned. But Jihan isn't worried about Jihan getting hurt at all. She's hyped. The betting odds just swung massively in her favor, and this time, she's gone all in on Wang Ling to take the victory. The other fighters on Jihan's squad are giving it everything they've got, but the sheer tide of undead is just too much to handle. Sophia tries to keep their spirits up, promising Jihan will swoop in to save them. But our boy is a little busy dealing with a giant, talking hand that wants to eat him. Thank goodness for Force Active. Jihan evades being eaten by a razor-thin margin. This only makes the hungry hand more ecstatic, thrilled that its meal is putting up a fight. Meanwhile, Jihan's mind is racing, analyzing the hand's every move. In the past, it just mindlessly gobbled up zombies, but now, it's laser-focused on him, and is even holding a conversation. Jihan knows that dragging this out will only put the fragile wall at more risk. It's time to switch from defense to offense. He unleashes the nameless divine arts, divine lightning god technique. A massive thunderbolt crashes down from the sky, transforming him into a living storm of electricity. The hand recoils, sensing a genuine threat from this new form, and orders its minions to swarm him. Jihan annihilates them with a single, massive lightning field that doesn't just vaporize the grunts, but severely scorches the giant hand itself. The blast hurts it so badly that it forces a retreat, the monster deciding to save its snack for later. Jihan lunges forward, trying to land one last devastating hit, but he's just a second too late. The hand vanishes into the ground, disappearing so fast it was almost like it phased through a portal. This sparks a memory of an item he snagged after the Count Nessa fight, the Cloak of the Void, an S-rank cloak that lets him slip into the void undetected. With nothing to lose, he instantly equips it. But what materializes before his eyes is something that just breaks his brain. He sees the black hand, now in a chillingly human form, laughing about how Jihan almost finished it off. And next to this creature, the radiant soul of the tomb's conqueror is kneeling, like it's too drained to even stand. Jihan's mind reels. The whole point of the mission was to rescue that soul, not find it chilling with the enemy. Before getting bogged down in the details, Jihan figures the top priority is to delete this sketchy-looking NPC. And what a coincidence, the Phoenix's arrow has one charge left. This is the perfect moment to unleash his full power. But bad news for him. Before he can even begin to channel the attack, the creepy NPC teleports directly behind him, its hand clamping down on his neck. It snarls, demanding to know how Jihan managed to find this place. For the very first time, Jihan feels a surge of pure, primal fear. He thrashes, desperately trying to break free from the creature's iron grip. Thankfully, the moment his struggles are registered as movement, the cloak yanks him right out of the void. He has zero time to recover, though, as the entire undead army swarms him. He just activates his lightning steps, carving a path straight through the horde. Sophia sees him and immediately screams for backup, as their team's front line is getting absolutely steamrolled. Jihan doesn't hesitate for a second and bolts over to help them out. In what feels like an instant, our boy has single-handedly wiped out every last undead on the field with his god-tier speed and busted attacks. The dust from his flashy moves hasn't even settled before the giant, monstrous hand reappears to pick up where they left off. The hand seems genuinely shocked that Jihan isn't attacking it on sight, but Jihan's learned that it always just vanishes. The second he lands a truly devastating blow, the hand suggests they cut to the chase, and Jihan is more than happy to agree. He powers up into his ultimate form once more and lets loose the Phoenix's arrow, supercharging it with the full might of his divine lightning. To make damn sure the hand can't escape this time, Jihan fuses the Phoenix arrow's flames with Sophia's buffs and the raw power of his lightning physique, channeling the divine lightning god technique to serve up some heavenly justice. The arrow screams through the air at the speed of light, but it just barely misses, only grazing the hand. The colossal hand starts trash-talking, admitting the arrow was strong, but it's relieved Jihan's aim was off. What the hand fails to realize is that Jihan has never done a single thing in his life without a backup plan. A massive, spectral projection of the Phoenix's arrow suddenly manifests, ready to deliver the final judgment of the true master of the heavens. This time, the arrow completely vaporizes the hand, leaving behind nothing but a swirling vortex of black smoke. Jihan finally collapses to the ground, his right arm going limp as the Phoenix's arrow fades away after its final use. Still, taking on the undead with one arm is no big deal for a guy like him. That is, until a deep laughter echoes from the black smoke, a laugh so powerful it shakes the very ground and summons a raging thunderstorm. Unbelievable gusts of wind blow away the remaining undead, while Jihan and Sophia fight just to stay on their feet. A voice then booms from the heart of the storm, belonging to some being that's beyond excited to continue its battle with Jihan, someone it sees as having the potential to become even greater than a king. It declares that Jihan has now earned the right to face its true form. During this booming introduction of the sky-transcending being, a system alert suddenly flashes in front of Jihan's eyes. The constellation of the Death Star has hacked its way into the game. Jihan, his eyes wide with utter terror at the headless giant forming before him, braces for a fight against a literal constellation. This entire promotional event was basically a trap set for the gamblers who bet against Jihan. The second he overcame all the penalties and won, millions of hearts and wallets were shattered. Office workers who bet their life savings, players in other countries, and even Hyun were drowning in an ocean of tears. One couple can't believe how Jihan completely overshadowed Wang, Ling and Baron put together, even though they both had incredible performances. Either one of those two could have been the main character of this whole game if our boy hadn't shown up. Then, suddenly, the live stream cuts to black, thanks to the constellation's illegal entry. Jihan stands hopelessly before the headless titan, knowing full well how ridiculously outclassed he is. But surprisingly, BattleNet is the one gaming system with an instant anti-cheat that responds by trapping any hacker inside a pocket dimension, totally cut off from reality. Even the constellation knows how busted this defense system is, so it makes a desperate move to grab Jihan before it's too late. Luckily for our boy, just as the constellation's massive palm is about to close around him, the defense system obliterates it with a single, blinding blast. Then the system goes absolutely berserk, firing volley after volley of energy blasts at the now defenseless giant, intent on wiping it from existence for trespassing. In a bizarre twist, the constellation starts begging Jihan for help. Obviously, our bro couldn't care less, and is happy to let the system do its thing. But, to buy itself a few seconds to talk, the constellation makes an offer, the soul of the tomb's conqueror. In response, the system actually halts its barrage of attacks and waits for Jihan's command, giving him the final say, that he'll be shielded from any psychological assaults. He greenlights the deal and immediately wishes he could take it back. The constellation's request is beyond twisted. It wants Jihan to give it head. Utterly revolted, Jihan shuts that down instantly. And he doesn't back down, not even when the grotesque giant starts to plead. It finally clicks for Jihan that this hideous creature is a Frankenstein's monster of all the souls it has devoured. Nothing good ever comes from striking deals with such sketchy, unstable beings. So Jihan commands the system to proceed with kicking it out. The giant starts whining about being disrespected, despite claiming to be one of the most powerful constellations in the cosmos. But then, Jihan makes a mistake and asks what the constellation's name is. This, of course, gets the giant yapping all over again. He compares himself to two of history's most extreme socialists, Karl Marx and Vladimir Lenin, and dubs himself Karlin, a cringy mashup of the two philosophers' names. Completely fed up with this socialist monstrosity's monologue, Jihan urges the system to cut this garbage short. The system unleashes hell on Karlin, finally yeeting him out of existence for good. After that chaotic interruption, the game is back on. Jihan heaves a massive sigh of relief, thinking the worst is over. But, as his terrible luck would dictate, he's dead wrong. The spirit of the tomb's conqueror materializes from the shadows, poised as if to plunge a blade straight into Jihan's back. Thankfully, the conqueror's soul is the first entity in a hot minute that isn't trying to murder our boy. He simply wants to pass on his phoenix flag of the empire. It's a gift, a token of appreciation for saving him. The phoenix flag, a legit SSS rank item, is the legendary war banner and symbol of the phoenix's successor, once wielded by the first ever Khan. It's a support item that cranks up all stats by a whopping 25% for every squad member when it's planted on the field. Even better, if a guild master or owner uses it, the option levels of the entire guild get a +4 boost. Staring at a SSS item for the very first time, Jihan is completely stunned and humbly thanks the spirit for such an insane gift. The conqueror hesitates for a second, wondering aloud if this is the second time he's rewarded Jihan. It turns out his clone, stationed at the tomb, had already dished out the phoenix's arrow, back when it was tasked with protecting the site after the real conqueror had been abducted by that perverted constellation for literally no reason at all. The conqueror scoffs at the place his copy was guarding, calling it a fake before vanishing without a second thought. But just before his soul dissolves into ash, he leaves Jihan with a final warning. Never get entangled with that creepy giant of a constellation. Its words are pure manipulation, a smokescreen for its true, twisted desires. Not that Jihan needed the warning. He wouldn't consider joining forces with that creep in a million years. He snatches the phoenix flag, officially completing the quest. Jihan has now taken down the secret boss, Black Hand, right after dominating the Silver Top 10 promotion battle. Somewhere else, Wong Ling and Baron are just staring at their monitors, their minds completely blown. Later that day, Jihan collapses into bed, utterly wrecked from the marathon game. He's rewarded with 5 million GP for the victory, jumps up 5 levels, and scores the epic title King of Kings in silver as a bonus. He also banks 300,000 GP just for standing up to and attacking the constellation. He wanders into the living room to ask Sia if the whole constellation fiasco was broadcast live, which would be crazy. But then he remembers. She's in the middle of her own bronze promotion match. The fight is down to the final 3 players, with Sia right in the mix. But she makes it look effortless, swiftly eliminating her opponents with her god-tier archery skills to claim the victory. Getting promoted to silver as the #1 ranked bronze player has her absolutely buzzing with excitement. On top of that, her gift rank is now high enough to qualify for an upgrade. But amidst the celebration, a shocking condition stops Sia dead in her tracks. The only way she can upgrade her gift is to be the sole owner of it in the entire world, or become the first player with it to reach gold rank fail, and she loses the ability forever. Meanwhile, in some generic mafia hideout, a female boss watches Sia's promotion match on her screen while casually executing 2 traitors. It seems terrible luck runs in Jihan's family, because another foreign player, Jin Yuhua, from China's Hong Kong League, is hunting Sia, as she possesses the exact same gift, and the upgrade requirements are identical for her too. The guild executives immediately huddle around Sia to game plan this insane new condition. Hyeon is disturbed by how violent this development is, but Gu Yong just frames it as another chance to get hyper-competitive. Sia's anxiety spikes, terrified that the other players with this gift might be on another level. Hyeon wonders why they aren't already famous if they have such a cracked ability. Jihan, however, already knows exactly who it is. China's Jin Yuhua, the woman who was ranked #2 in the world in his past life. This changes everything. They have to put Sia on lockdown, effective immediately. That woman is known for being secretive and shady as hell, but her prowess in battle is the stuff of legends and nightmares. Jihan has to make a hard choice and restricts Sia from going outside for the foreseeable future. She's crushed by the news, but she understands the danger, so Hyun pops off, insisting they throw a massive party to celebrate the uncle-niece duo's epic double win. But Jihan immediately clocks her ridiculously cheerful vibe. He calls her bluff, knowing she once again gambled everything on his opponent. A move that should have totally bankrupted her, yet she's acting completely unbothered. She tries to play dumb, dodging the accusation, but Guyong, with zero chill, completely blows up her spot. He reveals that the BattleNet system had a massive crash midstream, forcing a refund on all bets. Seeing her escape route, Hyun masterfully hijacks the conversation and points it toward the real mystery. How come the system always seems to glitch out and crash, only to broadcast Jihan's victory after the fact? That nightmare vision is seared into his brain, a sick reminder of that foul, shimmering constellation, so he dismisses it as nothing more than a giant, ugly beast he already slayed. He even lies, claiming the guild's massive stat increase was just a lucky byproduct of that fight, completely concealing the phoenix emblem he now possesses and the glowing crown symbol branded on his wrist. He's about to dip with Sia, but Hyun insists he show his face at the BattleNet department next week. They're desperate to throw a celebration for him, milking the fact that he single-handedly pulled off insane feats and boosted Korea's global rep, which conveniently is some killer PR for their guild. Left with no real way out, he reluctantly agrees. When the day of the ceremony rolls around, the new, over-the-top director of BattleNet, Oh Gi-sung, greets Jihan with a painfully wide smile. He doesn't miss a single opportunity to suck up to our hero, clearly scrambling to rebuild their image. After the Taiwan Daily scandal absolutely tanked their public approval ratings, Hyun just tells Jihan to roll with it, while Sia and Masyed are convinced he's being genuinely honored by the same corporation that once schemed to put him on a leash. The crew steps inside the building, tailed by a guy who looks like he was ripped straight from a How to Be a Manhwa Stalker guide. The ceremony kicks off, and Sia can't help but gush about how ridiculously sharp Jihan looks all cleaned up in a suit. Hyun gripes at him for not dressing this well more often, and Sia pours gasoline on the fire, pointing out his old uniform was basically just a wife-beater. In a split second, a clumsy, nerdy-looking girl next to Sia stumbles, sending a full cup of coffee splashing all over her brand-new dress. Our girl's outfit is ruined, but she keeps her cool. Hyun offers to take her to the restroom to get cleaned up, but Sia waves her off, saying she's got it handled. The clumsy girl tags along, full of apologies. Jihan clocks the disturbance from the stage, while Masyed's sharp eyes catch the stalker, shadowing Sia's every move. Inside the bathroom, while Sia tries to scrub out the stain, bummed that her dress was wrecked so fast, the nerd girl leans in close, pointing out there are coffee splatters on her neck, too. Even Sia thinks that's weird. But in that moment of distraction, the girl whips out a syringe, loaded with a sinister-looking liquid, and lunges to inject her. Masyed had already shot Guyong a warning about the textbook stalker, trailing Sia, prompting her to go check things out. But she was a second too late. By the time Guyong gets there, the so-called clumsy girl is already hauling an unconscious Sia out of the restroom. Guyong moves to intercept, but the stalker materializes from the shadows, trapping her in a strange binding spell. She's paralyzed, forced to watch helplessly until he's clear of the building. Powerless, all she could do was watch the kidnappers vanish into the crowd. Back in the main hall, Jihan was asking Hyun where Sia went. Right as Guyong crashes through the doors, her face etched with panic as she stammers out an apology. Hours drift by before Sia's eyes flutter open, finding herself in a derelict, abandoned building, where Jin Yuhua greets her with pure gangster energy. Wasting zero time, she demands Sia surrender her gift, her voice laced with a threat that refusing will have ugly consequences. She's dead set on hitting gold rank first, which means Sia needs to pump the brakes on her BattleNet career, effective immediately. Sia's mind races, pure fear trying to take over. She knew these weren't people you could mess with. Trying to lie her way out would be a death sentence. Instead, she asks herself, what would Jihan do? Playing for time, Sia calls out Jin Yuhua's obvious reluctance to just kill her. To her surprise, it works. The mob boss actually admits that murdering someone this high profile would create a massive, messy cleanup job. Sia's eyes dart around, searching for any possible escape route, but the boss's patience wears thin. She nods to her subordinate to finish it. The creepy stalker steps forward, activating his gift suggestion to mentally force Sia into writing a suicide note, and then taking her own life. It would be a clean, simple solution for Jin Yuhua. But Sia brilliantly goes limp, faking a dead faint from terror. Her act makes the stalker drop his guard for a split second. As he gets closer, he suggests they move the scene of the crime to make it look more authentic, a plan Jin Yuhua instantly greenlights. Their new goal, dump her body somewhere near her house to sell the suicide story. But then, something changes. Tiny sparks of electricity begin to crackle around Sia. As the overconfident stalker turns his back, she explodes into action, landing a thunderous jab square on his chin. He's out cold before he hits the floor. The burning desire not to waste the incredible gift she was given ignites her will to survive this nightmare. Meanwhile, Jihan, Guyong, and Masyed pinpoint Sia's location using the Chibi Queen's energy sensing ability and pull up to the building. Jihan is ready to charge in, guns blazing, but Guyong tries to reason with him, saying they should call the police first. The debate is cut short when a horde of goons swarms them from all sides. Jihan has no time for these small fry, so he leaves them for Guyong and Masyed to handle. Back inside, with the stalker down for the count, Jin Yuhua and her remaining henchmen are baffled, wondering what kind of skill Sia just unleashed. Turns out, Jihan's lightning physique allows him to bestow a lightning seal on someone, giving them a piece of his thunder-wielding power. The seal also doubles as a potent shield against mental attacks, which made it the perfect counter for the stalker's mind games. The flashback fades, just as the stalker groggily gets back on his feet. The odds have shifted. It's now 1 versus 3. Sia tries to make a break for it, but Jin Yuhua's lackey hurls a knife that slices deep into her leg. The stalker seizes the opening, slamming her body into a concrete pillar. The impact and the pain are too much, and Sia's world goes black. They start talking about how to dispose of her body without raising alarms, but they've wasted too much time. Their moment is over. Jihan is here, and his eyes lock onto Sia, sprawled and unconscious on the grimy floor, sending a tidal wave of pure rage through him. Jin Yua's goon steps up, trying to pull some cheap street brawl moves. Completely clueless, she's facing an uncle who is seeing red. She barely even raises her weapon before Jihan throws up a force field, launching her into the ceiling like a rag doll. She's instantly out of the picture. Then the stalker dives into the fray, having the absolute audacity to put his hands on Jihan and slam him against a wall, even trying to use his mind control suggestion. It bounces right off. Jihan's fury is an impenetrable shield. He clamps down on the arrogant stalker's hand, pulverizing it with a level of raw power that would make Baron himself envious, and delivers a brutal headbutt that knocks the idiot out cold. With the trash taken care of, his face streaked with their blood, Jihan's deadly gaze finally lands on Jin Yua, who's now shaking like a leaf. All that tough girl act from 5 minutes ago, completely shattered. Sia's eyes flutter open to the sight of Jihan drenched in blood, just as the lackey attempts a pathetic sneak attack. He makes damn sure she stays down permanently this time. But that split-second distraction is all the trembling villainess needs to snatch Sia, using her as a human shield and threatening to end her if he moves a muscle. Her hands tremble with pure, unadulterated frustration. This was a first for her. No one had ever denied her what she wanted. Flashback 15 years ago. We're in the mansion of the Hong Kong Red Tiger Association's president, where a young Jin Yua is brutalizing her maid's son, all because he owned a toy rabbit she coveted and wouldn't surrender it. Her father strolls into the room and breaks up the chaos, but when he realizes his unhinged daughter was trying to violently take another kid's toy, he swells with pride. He encourages her to seize everything she desires in life with that same ferocity. That sick approval earns him a twisted smile from the little monster. From that day forward, the youngest Jin heir claws her way to the top, eventually ruling the Hong Kong underworld from a throne of opulence and absolute control. Years down the line, with the introduction of BattleNet, she fully expected an S-rank gift, right out of the gate, but the system handed her a garbage F rank called Late Bloomer. Then, one of her classmates landed the school's very first S-rank gift, which absolutely demolished her ego, especially since she was no longer the center of the universe. Consumed by jealousy, she had the poor girl killed. The incident blew up in the news, but this unhinged psychopath felt zero remorse. It wasn't until Jihan announced Sia's gift to the world that the crazed woman saw a new path. She finally found a purpose for her own growth. To become the most powerful player in the world, convinced her Late Bloomer gift was the secret ticket to get there. Back in the present, Jin Yua foolishly believes she has the upper hand. Holding Sia hostage, she puts on a brave face, swearing she'll do the unthinkable if Jihan so much as twitches. She chose the wrong family to mess with. Jihan's terrifying aura explodes, making the so-called tough girl go weak at the knees, completely powerless against his crushing presence. Jihan summons Eclipse. He's ready to erase this spoiled brat for good, but Sia's voice cuts through, pleading with him not to stain his hands with the blood of human garbage like her. Those words ignite Jin Yua's fury. Enraged, she whips out a pistol and starts blasting away at them both. But our boy instantly raises a force shield, deflecting every single bullet as the unhinged woman shrieks in a full-blown meltdown. On her very last bullet, Jin Yua aims directly at Sia, and somehow, it slips past Jihan's unbreakable defense, but he catches it. In a flash of steel, Eclipse not only bisects the bullet, but also Jin Yua herself, who for a split second has no idea that her top and bottom halves are no longer on speaking terms. A geyser of blood erupts, and Sia's expression shifts from panic to absolute, unfiltered horror. A few days later, After the slaughter of Jin Yuhua and her entire crew, the atmosphere between Jihan and Sia becomes thick with an unbearable awkwardness. The whole incident was completely buried. It happened in a derelict building, and so many bodies were dropped that day. No one from the victim's criminal organization wanted that kind of heat. Nobody was about to go crying to the media. Jihan tries to break the silence with Sia, attempting some small talk, but she's just too withdrawn to engage with him at all. He can't help but wonder if she's really built for the Space League. Once the tutorial phase is over, thankfully, a literal ray of sunshine bursts through their door. It's Sophia, absolutely vibrating with excitement to go on a date with her favorite uncle-niece duo, since it's been ages since they all got together. To her disappointment, Jihan tells her that she should just take Sia out, explaining that his niece really needs some fresh air to process things. Sophia is bummed for a second, but when he frames it like she's the only person he can trust with this important mission, she accepts with fiery determination. She practically yanks Sia out of the apartment, taking on the sacred duty of making her happy again. The two girls land at a carnival, devouring delicious street food and masterfully winning a plushie from a rigged claw machine. They get a little competitive and decide to hit the basketball court next. But in that moment, Sia hears it, a gunshot. The flashing lights and pixelated explosions of the carnival arcade game suddenly hit different, triggering a sickening wave of déjà vu from just days ago. A phantom memory of gore and violence churns in her stomach, threatening to ruin the entire day as Sophia sticks close, watching the sun dip below the horizon. Sophia sees the pale, haunted look on Sia's face and decides she's not having it, pushing her friend to finally spill what's been eating away at her. It takes some serious convincing, but Sia finally cracks. She lays out a carefully crafted hypothetical situation for Sophia. She vaguely describes the chaotic storm of gratitude and terror she feels, knowing her uncle murdered her kidnapper in cold blood, all to prevent her own brutal death. But Sophia's brain immediately translates this into a dark romance, labeling it the ultimate ride-or-die fantasy. Despite the misunderstanding, her advice is simple. If Sia truly has feelings for this person, she needs to get her head straight and figure things out. Drained from the emotional therapy session, Sia drags herself home, only to find Jihan camped out on the couch. He's waiting for her, and the dead serious expression on his face makes her stomach drop as she nervously sinks into the cushions. With zero warning, he drops an absolute bombshell of a question, asking how she'd feel if she had to walk away from being a BattleNet player. Sia's eyes blow wide open, completely blindsided by the insanity of what he just asked. But before she can even process a response, Jihan lays it all out. BattleNet is about to become reality. Once the tutorial wraps up, the game goes live. And in this new version, people will die for real, if their GP balance isn't high enough to pay for a revive. The thought that she could have actual blood on her hands is enough to make her freeze. It's terrifying. Sia demands to know how he could possibly know all this, so Jihan uses the Chibi Queen as his scapegoat. He's still hiding the massive secret that he's a regressor. The Chibi Queen plays along, backing up his story by telling Sia just how twisted and merciless the Space League truly is, and that quitting now would be the smart move. Sia falls silent, lost in thought. Jihan tries to reassure her, but a fire has been lit. She flat out refuses to quit BattleNet. Her logic is ironclad. If the game is turning real, that's even more reason to level up and become strong enough to protect her uncle for a change. She refuses to be the helpless victim again, to ever put him in a position where he has to cross monstrous lines, like he did with Jin Yuhua. Sophia's words echo in her mind, fueling her resolve. Watching this fierce determination radiate from Sia, Jihan feels a swell of pride at how far she's come. Ironically, Jihan was the one who was totally unhinged earlier, literally flipping tables in a rage when he saw how down Sia was, all because she wouldn't eat the food he made. Changing the subject, he presents her with the Cloak of the Void, a sketchy-looking item that's clutch for staying alive. She questions if she really needs something so extra, so Jihan offers to just follow her everywhere she goes instead. He jokingly calls it stalker behavior, but then it dawns on her he's already been doing that. He was tailing her the whole time she was out, and the realization is just gross. He could have just joined them, but apparently, he didn't want to hang out with a bunch of kids. Cut to the Soul Bridge, a defense map for gold rank players. The new players are buzzing with excitement, ready to test their skills. But their hype is immediately shut down by a giant, over-the-top NPC named Byung, who roasts them for being so chill. This absolute unit of a man is meant to be their commander, leading the charge across the bridge. A tidal wave of enemies begins to pour toward them, and the players, along with Byung himself, charge into the chaotic fray. After a grueling battle that cost many lives, Byung is the last one standing on the bridge, but the enemy horde is endless. His rival from the opposing army, Hojo, strolls onto the bridge, offering Byung a chance to switch sides and join the Wind Empire. But the loyal giant roars in defiance. He refuses to betray the Cloud Empire. But his loyalty comes at a cost. 50% of the players were just wiped out in the fight. This is the trigger. A self-destruct sequence begins, and Byung slams his massive spear into the bridge, creating an explosion that takes everyone down with him. And that's where the run usually ends. Every streamer, every player, knows the script. This is just how it goes. Nobody makes it past the first phase. But then a new game starts. And just as everyone, including Byung, braces for the inevitable wipe, something is different. With more than 50% of the players still alive, a massive bolt of lightning arcs through the sky, blasting the enemy giant Hojo. The lightning strike is immediately followed by a savage comment fat-shaming the enemy commander. Jihan and his crew step out from behind Byung, ready for Phase 2. This triggers a hidden quest: keep Byung alive and earn his respect. The lore drop is this. Many years ago, the Cloud and Wind Empires were allies, ruling a continent in peace. That is, until the Wind Empire's emperor was resurrected from the dead. His first order of business? Wage an all-out war on the Cloud Empire to steal their divine creatures, which were legendary symbols of the nation's power. Byung, the commander of the Cloud Empire and the emperor's own brother, became a legend when he single-handedly stopped the invasion with only 10 soldiers. It's because of this legendary last stand that the Soul Bridge game mode casts players on Byung's side. The map is restricted to gold rank and above because the enemies are just that brutal. The rules are like any other defense map, with one huge catch. The second player casualties hit 50%. Byung goes nuclear and destroys the bridge. Sia and Sophia are fighting desperately, but the sheer number of enemies is starting to overwhelm them. To even the odds, Jihan unleashes his ultimate support skill, the Phoenix's Blessing. A colossal, fiery phoenix materializes and soars across the battlefield, boosting the stats of every single ally by a massive 25%. Hojo's getting antsy while the rest of the players are vibing with their new buffs, but for Sia, it feels like she's playing on cheat mode. She's blasting through the levels so fast she's not actually learning anything. Jihan tries to tell her it's all good, but she hits him with the hard truth. Her gift is now a D rank, which means she has to clutch a 60% win rate over 500 matches. That, or she has to somehow conquer the top 100 promotion game, and this time, she's got to do it completely on her own. Jihan watches his niece start to eclipse him and feels a sting of sadness, so Sophia quickly intervenes, trying to keep the crew's morale high. Suddenly, Bijan storms in and gets right in Jihan's face about the Phoenix, claiming that only the Imperial Guard captain could possibly summon such a legendary creature. Jihan is completely baffled for a second, then it hits him the hidden quest to earn Bijan's acknowledgement. He flips a switch, activating his insane acting skills and flawlessly playing the part of a lowly Imperial Guard subordinate. The good-natured giant totally falls for it. Before Sia can expose the whole charade, Jihan volunteers to battle the enemy in Bijan's place. But this is a showdown the giant refuses to sit out. Jihan goes for the emotional jugular, pulling out all the stops to win the giant's trust by bringing up the fact that Bijan and the Emperor swore an oath of brotherhood, so letting him fight is an extension of the Emperor's will to protect him. He swears he'd even sacrifice his own life. This dramatic performance transports the giant back to the moment he made that vow, beneath the blooming peach blossom tree. As tears stream down his face, Sia just stares, completely floored by the scene. With his faith in our boy now absolute, Bijan accepts his terms and channels his cloud spear power, the lightning cloud, directly into Jihan, to give him the edge against Hojo. The lightning cloud fuses with the lightning spear, supercharging its electrical power, and officially making Jihan its new owner, which jacks his lightning stat up to level 2. The instant the epic power-up sequence fades, Hojo makes his grand entrance, looking seriously ticked off by the tearjerker drama he just witnessed. His only goal is to eliminate the one who commands the Phoenix. As the enemy horde barrels towards them, Jihan barks out orders. Sia to the high ground, Sophia on healing duty in the back. As for himself, he wipes out their entire army with a single, devastating arc of his spear, and closes the distance on Hojo in a heartbeat. The two titans finally clash, and Jihan immediately starts roasting the enemy giant for hiding behind his pathetic minions, which totally sets him off. Hojo starts swinging his weapon wildly, furiously trying to pulverize Jihan. He connects with a solid hit, but our boy manages to block it. In that moment, one of the undead grunts staggers back to its feet, chanting about a darkness crawling its way toward them. Sia struggles to fend off the swarm, while Jihan is locked in a duel with Hojo. He appears to be holding his own against the massive enemy, except his lightning attacks are doing 0 damage. Even with the insane buffs from his armor and Bijan's power, Hojo is on another level. The giant unleashes a whirlwind slash, kicking up a tornado that creates a dozen blind spots around Jihan. Overwhelmed, our boy desperately tries to predict where the next attack will land. He guesses the right direction, but his counter is just a split second too late. His left arm is lopped clean off, a nasty habit of his when things get dicey, while his spear only manages to graze Hojo's cheek. The giant is genuinely impressed that Jihan dodged a blow meant to take his head off, and actually compliments his skills. Too bad for him. The second Hojo lets his guard down. Jihan regenerates his arm using the dark spirit and starts fusing the phoenix's flames with his own lightning, preparing a double divinity attack to truly test the limits of Hojo's defenses. He blasts the clueless giant from behind, flash frying him to a crisp and knocking him out instantly. Jihan is stunned that the leader of the Phoenix squad was so weak to Phoenix fire, bringing the intense fight to a bizarrely anticlimactic finish. Bijan arrives after clearing the field, his jaw on the floor, seeing that Jihan actually defeated his arch-rival, completely solo. To seal the deal on that acknowledgement, our boy butters up the friendly giant as they brace for Phase 3. Suddenly, Hojo's burnt corpse rises from the ashes, a terrifying aura pouring out of him as a flock of shadow eagles lift his body into the sky. This whole spectacle triggers a memory for Jihan. He's seen this game mechanic before. The final boss of Soulbridge, the offspring of the Phoenix, has entered the battlefield, and the viewers are hyped to finally witness Phase 3 of the quest. Jihan's gamer instincts are tingling. He knows a secret enemy is supposed to appear right about now. As if on cue, one of the undead soldiers begins shambling toward him, muttering about an encroaching darkness. It turns out, this is the special NPC that spawns with the final boss, so he throws a hand out to stop Bijan from ruining his shot at some exclusive rewards. Our boy is always thinking about the loot. This NPC seems to have been freed from its brainwashing, which is why it now sees the grim reality of the Wind Empire. The chat goes wild, shocked that these mobs actually have voice lines. The creature even claims that the Phoenix squad has been nothing more than puppets for the Dark Phoenix ever since their deaths. The walking corpse invades Jihan's personal space and grabs him, begging him to destroy the one offspring among the 5 that is actually real. Otherwise, the true final boss, the one shielded by this fake darkness, would be invincible. Jihan already had his real target locked in, but Byung is watching, so he has to play dumb, acting like he's hunting the decoy while keeping the giant on his good side. Jihan's mind is racing, scrambling for the boss's weakness when, completely out of left field, the undead NPC veers wildly off script, warning him not to merge his lightning with his phoenix flames. This just doesn't compute. As Jihan tries to process this curveball, the whole system glitches out, hijacked by some unknown anomaly. This time, reality warps. A new portal rips open, and the system announces an intruder. An unidentified terminal, belonging to a constellation, has just crashed the server. A cold dread, something he hadn't felt before, creeps up his spine. Jihan cautiously pivots, his eyes locking onto the undead, who's now standing with an unnerving confidence. The NPC's broken speech is gone, replaced by a smooth, mocking tone, as it sarcastically congratulates our boy for figuring out its identity so quickly. Jihan doesn't even have time to guess who this invading constellation is, because the guy's creepy, perverted side immediately outs him, right as the system's anti-cheat starts booting him from the server. As the expulsion sequence kicks in, the constellation knows he's on borrowed time. He clearly doesn't want to fight the game's defenses, so before Jihan can get any more grossed out by him, the creep drops a lightning-fast warning about the Dark Phoenixes circling overhead, telling him to play it cool and not make it obvious. Just like that, the constellation's connection is severed, and the game snaps back to its default state. The chat and Jihan are struggling to process the whiplash from everything that just happened. Suddenly, the Dark Phoenixes begin, screeching and rampaging across the sky, sending the other players into a full-blown panic. Now that his plan to merge the divine, lightning with Phoenix fire is totally wrecked, Jihan desperately searches for a plan B, even with that creep's cryptic hint. But then, the Chibi Queen materializes out of nowhere, eagerly telling Jihan to unleash his dark spirit powers against the birds. He's a bit skeptical, but her face twists into a mask of pure fury as she reveals a shocking truth about these creatures. They're the very same monsters who conspired with the World Tree Union to annihilate her people. Hearing this, Jihan knows he has to help her claim her vengeance, though he still has to ask her why the World Tree, the supposed symbol of the Elf Union, would want to drive its own kind to extinction. Before she can even begin to explain, a Dark Phoenix dive bombs them, forcing the conversation to an abrupt halt. While he expertly evades the creature's frantic assaults, she yells at him to use Eclipse, which effortlessly cleaves one of the Phoenix's wings clean off. But it's no use. The wing reforms in seconds. Meanwhile, farther down the bridge, the second Phoenix smashes into some random player's shield, which is buckling under the assault and about to shatter, even with Sophia desperately spamming buffs. Just in the nick of time, Byung charges in to the rescue, lopping off this bird's wing as well. And again, it instantly regenerates. Jihan puts it all together, these have to be clones. But if the original takes a hit, the damage will stick to every single one of them. He has to find the real one, and fast. But with all the other fodder players getting picked off by the Phoenixes, he's only got Byung to rely on. That's when the giant cooks up a genius plan. He corrals all the players into a single cluster, forcing the phoenixes to attack down one narrow path. That one move is all it takes to spark the perfect counter-strategy in Jihan's mind. To clear this stage, he treats the giant's colossal shoulder like a launch pad, rocketing himself high above the three screeching birds, and summons a massive dark spirit drill, aiming to obliterate all three of them in a single, devastating blow. Why bother searching for the original when you can just wipe them all out? The plan works flawlessly as the birds disintegrate into nothing. There was just one small detail he overlooked: gravity. Fortunately, his epic move finally earned him some major respect from Byung, who snatches our boy out of the air, saving him from a nasty fall into the raging river below. After the stage clear screen fades, Jihan starts testing out his newly upgraded Flag of the Phoenix, now juiced up by the Spear of Lightning he got as a gift from Byung. During the intense quest on the bridge, Jihan had successfully managed to infuse his already busted weapon with the new spear, making it insanely stronger and crackling with raw power. An item that can merge with SS rank weapons might just work on Eclipse too. So, he turns to the Chibi Queen for an answer. She shuts him down immediately, explaining that its element is the polar opposite of what Eclipse is, so combining them would probably just nerf the weapon. Besides, Eclipse is already a god-tier weapon on its own, so it just needs the original Shadow Queen's power to unlock its true potential. But Jihan completely zones out mid-conversation, the moment he gets a good look at the Chibi Queen. Except, she's not Chibi anymore. She's a spitting image of her original self, a fact that gives him a serious case of the creeps. Turns out, when he received that massive boost to his Dark Spirit stat from absorbing the Dark Phoenixes, the Chibi Queen finally had enough juice to maintain her original, adult form. And now she can do a lot more than just bark arrogant orders at him. Jihan is hyped about his stat improvement, but he's way less thrilled about the full-grown dark elf bombshell standing before him, because she's a dead ringer for the original queen, whose pervy personality totally wigged him out. And yeah, the Chibi Queen is not happy about his reaction, for getting a little too comfortable with her pampering, and she shrinks back into her cute chibi form. With the gag moment over, Jihan immediately pivots back to the conversation they dropped at the Soul Bridge. When he brings up the elves that wiped out her people, she's quick to correct him. The White Elves. Don't even consider the Dark Elves to be the same species. Every elf that emerges from the World Tree is a Dark Elf, with only 1 in 10 being a rare white one. The Chibi Queen was one of those Dark Elves cast aside by the Whites, who viewed them as mere defects. The original Shadow Queen swooped in to save her soul and countless others, reviving them as the Shadow Elves. In time, she ignited a revolution against the World Tree, managing to rip one of the white supremacist worlds from its control. But she still doesn't have the juice to completely topple the racist tree and erase the supremacists for good, because it's literally the most powerful being in their world. Jihan nods, saying the elves' elitist attitude totally tracks, since they were a major reason Earth went extinct in his past life. Their deep talk is cut short when they hear Sia absolutely losing her mind because the South Korean national team lost in the BattleNet League yet again, and now, the country is one step closer to getting dungeons. Jihan worries they're sprinting towards the worst case scenario way ahead of schedule, and right on cue, he gets a call from manager Eun-sik. The panicked manager is practically begging Jihan to accept his offer to join the national team. Seeing the dire situation, Jihan finally agrees and meets the manager that same day to pull the country back from the brink of total collapse in the rankings. It was clear Jihan had to step in and single-handedly save them. They arrive at the training room, to a brutal scene. The team leader is viciously thrashing the squad members, to the point he's literally drenched in their blood. He keeps up the assault until the manager steps in to stop him. The team leader, Kim Dong-woo, glances at him, and then his eyes lock onto Jihan. He saunters over to greet Jihan but immediately gets condescending, scoffing that a gold-ranked player isn't fit to represent the nation. As Jihan reaches for a handshake, the slimy team leader decides to provoke him by swinging a punch right at his face, leaving the manager completely stunned. Let's flash back a few days before this clash. Manager Eun-sik had informed Kim Dong-woo that he was recruiting Jihan for the national team and would prepare a test for his official entry. The arrogant trainer flew off the handle at the very idea, flat out refusing to sign some gold-ranked player to his team, just because he was famous. In response, manager Eun-sik savagely began reading aloud the online comments, trashing the national team for their garbage performance, arguing that bringing Jihan on might be their only shot at avoiding total disgrace. This only infuriates Kim Dong-woo even more, because it means he has to rely on the Sword King's brother-in-law. Years ago, the Sword King himself had hard-carried the national team to its high ranking, snagging so many man-of-the-match awards that the media only cared about his interviews, ignoring the rest of the players. Pissed off at facts he can't deny, the delusional team leader decides he's going to straight-up murder Jihan during his tryout for the team. Back in the present, that sucker punch this jackass thought was a sure thing, Jihan blocks it effortlessly, hitting him with a death glare that forces the arrogant leader to stumble back. He immediately tries to play it off as just a test, after getting completely owned. Jihan wonders if that was the real test, but manager Unsik tells him the official one is being prepared by the department, since he's a special case. Leaping at the opening, Kim Dong-woo challenges Jihan to a public duel as his trial. He proposes that if our boy can take down a pro with actual league experience, then no one could possibly have a problem with him joining the team. Without a second of hesitation, Jihan accepts the challenge, fully intending to humiliate this insecure wannabe. On a live stream, the news of this duel explodes, becoming the hottest topic of conversation all over the country. Heehan is particularly worried for Jihan, convinced he's biting off more than he can chew as a gold player, and risking it all by doing it live. Public opinion is split down the middle, with some arguing that Jihan can definitely beat the team leader because he already clapped a diamond player back when he was only silver. But others claim the pro league is a totally different ballgame, and the assassin he beat was a close-range fight, which for some reason makes it less impressive. Hyun calls to tell him the duel is in 1 week's time, her voice shaky with nerves, but Jihan calms her down, promising he'll be ready. For the very first time, Hyun admits that she believes he can win, but he knows she's just saying it to be supportive. The call ends, and Jihan starts to game out the situation realistically. He knows Kim Dong-woo only pushed for the duel to be live-streamed because of that little power play they just had, which had him feeling pretty good about his odds. Jihan was sitting at a martial power of 99, so he pushes it all the way to a clean 100. The second he hits the mark, his force stat also skyrockets to 100, and a tidal wave of raw power erupts from his entire body, with just a single stat point making the difference. Jihan felt the confidence to fuse the inner energy raging inside him with the force blanketing his body, and absolutely shatter the walls separating his 3 dantians. As he forces the dantians to unite, his body is racked with agony, like the sheer pressure is about to tear him apart from the inside out, but he grits his teeth and weathers the storm. The brutal process continues for a few moments more, but at last, he pulls it off, successfully merging all 3 dantians into one. With the fusion complete, his martial power and force combine into a single, unified stat, unlocking a wild new celestial ability known as the martial spirit. He's not sure if this is just a unique stat with a fancy name, but hey, a win's a win. His victory lap, however, gets cut brutally short when a colossal hand rips open a portal behind him and snatches our boy up. It was the hand of the wandering martial god, who had personally summoned the new owner of the martial spirit. The god yoinked our hero and unceremoniously yeeted him onto a bizarre, unknown planet deep in the cosmos. Shaking himself off, he looks up to see the night sky filled with constellations shaped like legendary weapons. Then, it clicks: the martial god was the one who dragged him here the instant his dantians were unified, unlike the last time he bailed, because they were only partially connected. All of a sudden, an ancient figure emerges from the darkness, looking genuinely shocked to have a visitor after so long. Jihan immediately figures this must be the martial god, but the old man just scoffs, telling him he's way too low level to even be breathing the same air, let alone get an audience with the god himself. Instead, he gets to meet the god's right-hand man, a person who has been around for over 180,000 years, Dongfang Shuo. That name rings a bell. Jihan recalls a brush he once had, with that very name etched on it, linking back to the martial god. Dongfang Shuo can already see the wheels turning in Jihan's head, and just lays it all out for him. He was summoned here to give up his martial status and become a subordinate to the martial god. The old man gestures to the sky, and the weapon constellations lock onto Jihan, revealing that his death is basically guaranteed if he keeps leveling up his power to the point that the martial god has to personally show up, because only one person per planet can wield this power. Giving it up is the only way to stay alive as the god's subordinate. Jihan's mind is reeling, struggling to process this insane situation, but it gives him a massive clue. The martial god might actually be from Earth. Not that this knowledge helps him much when he has to choose between living as a slave or dying on the spot. He tries to stall, to buy just a little more time, but the old man sees right through his scheme. He advises Jihan, saying he respects a young man's spirit, that he is currently staring down the barrels of weapons that belong to countless constellations who tried to throw hands with the martial god and lost. Just to make the situation feel even more hopeless, he urges him not to waste his life fighting a war he has absolutely no chance of winning. But even with this step-by-step survival guide, Jihan refuses to become a slave, doubling down on his promise to one day kill the martial god by pushing his martial power to a level beyond imagination. This burning ambition comes from his will to protect his family, his people, and his entire world. This raw determination actually impresses the old man, Dongfang, so much that his entire demeanor shifts into combat mode in an instant, and he blasts Jihan back with an otherworldly attack our boy couldn't even see coming. And even though the old man respects his spirit, his youth and ambition, he reminds him of a universal truth. The strongest always survive, no matter what. Power crushes spirit and will every time. He summons another heavenly weapon, challenging Jihan to a real fight, to see if he can even survive against the martial god's subordinate, let alone the god himself. Channeling an absolutely terrifying level of power, the old man creates a massive yin and yang symbol, completely robbing Jihan of any hope of dodging the attack, without getting annihilated. But just in the nick of time, the martial god himself appears, and orders the old man to stand down, an order he obeys without a second's hesitation. Jihan, our king, felt true, bone-deep fear for the first time, as the thought of ever defeating this horrifying entity left him frozen solid. Those rebellious thoughts flashed through his mind, but they weren't subtle enough for the god to miss them. Still, whether you call it arrogance or ambition, the martial god decides to let Jihan live, curious to see the day he actually dares to challenge him. A portal rips open at our boy's feet, and he is ejected from the martial god's domain as suddenly as he arrived. Only this time, he catches the constellation, giving him a chilling smile. Jihan reappears back on Earth, standing in the middle of a street, with pure terror plastered on his face. Just one look at a fraction of the constellation's power had completely overloaded his brain, making him brutally aware of the insane gap between a god and a mortal. Suddenly, a group of students right in front of him swarms him with questions the moment they see him, telling him his absence made everyone assume he had chickened out of the duel. Saya then rushes through the crowd and throws her arms around him, frantic with worry, asking where he disappeared to for a whole week. That one question stuns Jihan to his core. He's been gone for an entire week, but Hyun yanks them back inside the car, shielding them from the blinding storm of paparazzi cameras. Turns out, the entire nation spiraled into chaos when he vanished, with wild theories flying everywhere. Was he kidnapped? Which, technically, was the truth, or was he just so deep in a training arc for the duel that he went completely off the grid? But forget processing the fact he just lost a whole week inside the martial god's dimension. Jihan's mind is laser-focused on the duel. He frantically asks Hyun if he can even make it, and what do you know? The duel was never called off. And there, soaking up the camera flashes, is Kim Dong-woo. The guy is practically praying our boy is a no-show. So when a reporter asks for his take on Jihan's disappearance, he starts spinning this tale about how Jihan threatened his honor and acted like a punk before the match. He says he's pumped to settle the score, you know, if Jihan even has the guts to show his face. Bad move, because just as he's running his mouth, our hero makes a grand entrance, still on the phone with Hyun, casually telling her, "I've arrived." The press descends on him like a tidal wave, slamming him with questions about his week-long ghosting act. Desperate to steal the spotlight back, Kim Dong-woo swoops in, playing the hero and ushering Jihan toward the arena. But even he can't help but notice that Jihan looks like a battered stray, somebody dragged in from the gutter. Meanwhile, Jihan is carrying a heavy burden, the weight of his encounter with Dongfang and the martial god, plus the raw power of the new martial spirit thrumming inside him. Yeah, this fight's about to get real complicated. The two rivals step onto the stage, and the entire stadium holds its breath. So many fans had given up hope of this ever happening after Jihan went MIA. On the livestream, the chat is exploding with people saying he faked it all, just for the clout. The battle ignites. Showing zero concern for Jihan's haggard state, the arrogant leader lunges with a ferocious swing. Jihan dodges, but the sheer force ripping through the air tells him everything. This is the power of a national-level fighter, but his technique is sloppy, his speed is clumsy, and Jihan sees a dozen openings. He baits his opponent with a feint, tricking the impatient leader into dropping his guard for just a second. But as Jihan moves in for the decisive strike, he's stopped cold, caught with shocking ease. It becomes clear that Kim Dong-woo's arrogance is fueled by a terrifyingly effective gift, precognition. This power lets him predict his enemy's every move. It's not legit future sight. It's more like a superhuman combat instinct. Its power is tied directly to the user's physical speed, which allows him to dance around nearly every attack thrown his way. He effortlessly weaves through a hurricane of Jihan's attacks, even landing a sharp counter that leaves a nasty bruise. Jihan starts to sweat. His absolute territory isn't kicking in like it's supposed to. Seeing this only inflates Kim Dong-woo's massive ego as Jihan rushes in with no weapon and no magic, just ready to throw hands. With his precognition on overdrive, the cocky leader spots what seems to be the ultimate opening. He lands a devastatingly clean hit. As the dust settles, blood drips to the floor, but no one can tell whose it is. The spilled blood, the shattered jaws in the crowd, the weapon clattering to the ground, it all belonged to the arrogant Kim Dong-woo. With his arm completely mangled, The team leader screams in a mix of pure agony and utter confusion. Jihan stands over him, enveloped in the glowing red aura of the Force. He's finally cracked the code of his new power. Kim Dong-woo was so sure his gift made him untouchable, but our boy just outsmarted his outsmarting. We flash back to the critical moment. Kim Dong-woo's gift correctly predicts Jihan's move, but even knowing exactly what's coming, he's powerless to stop the impact. All because Jihan has evolved the way he wields the Force. The new martial spirit stat he unlocked is a perfect fusion of martial arts and raw force, a blend of physical power and telekinesis originating directly from his body. When he unleashes it, it's a breathtaking display of a simultaneous, offensive and defensive fighting style. Having now mastered this incredible strategy, Jihan proceeds to shatter Kim Dong-woo's ego, just as brutally as he shatters the wall behind him by slamming him right through it. The crowd absolutely loses its mind. For a hot second, it looks like the pulverized team leader might actually have some fight left in him, but it's quickly revealed to be nothing but a pathetic act to save face. He tries to claim he's clearing Jihan for the test, pathetically acknowledging his impressive skills for a gold-ranked player. Jihan isn't letting this clown off that easy. He shuts him up by knocking his teeth out, because a stamp of approval from a fraud like him means absolutely nothing. With that brutal finish, Jihan wins the match, and the fans go ballistic, overjoyed that this monster is on their side. At the same time, his obsessed stalker, Ito Shizuru, is watching the entire match while on a date with the Sword King, who is visibly annoyed that she's more into some other guy's fight than their expensive dinner. In the Sword King's eyes, Jihan is no longer family. He's just another enemy to be eliminated. Then, for no reason other than being an attention-seeking psycho, Shizuru uses her gift to force their waiter to lick wine from the floor wine she deliberately spilled just because the poor guy dripped a few drops on her dress. She then pivots to the Sword King, grilling him on his odds against our boy, to which he concedes that in a year, his chances would be next to none. Because Jihan's growth rate is just that monstrous, a chill runs down the twisted psycho's spine, realizing that even her precious king could get clapped. Meanwhile, the post-match interview kicks off on the live stream. The reporter asks Jihan how it feels to have secured a spot on the team, but our boy, humble as ever, brushes it off as pure luck, despite having absolutely steamrolled his opponent. The next question probes his goals. As a member of the national team, and with the Sword King burning in his mind, Jihan drops an absolute bombshell. He declares that Korea's history of poor performances is officially over. With him on the roster, no one needs to sweat about taking an L ever again, not even to the traitorous Sword King, because our boy announces his intention to personally hunt him down, demolish him in a match, and present his head to the nation as a trophy. That declaration smacks the enchanted Sword King with more force than any physical blow he's ever taken. After Jihan officially made the national team, Hyun and the crew threw a massive celebratory dinner for him. He'd be moving into the national team's dorms pretty soon. Guyoung was feeling a little down, bummed out that she couldn't keep up with him, even though her own leveling speed was pretty fast. Sia immediately lifts the mood, dropping a new squad goal for everyone at the table. They're all going to grind their way onto the national team. She starts planning it out. She'll be the archer. Guyoung can be the warrior, but she completely freezes when her finger lands on Masyed. The problem is, Bro is Argentinian and can't exactly join Team Korea. The room is hit with a wave of awkward silence, so Hyun quickly derails the topic before the soccer star could process the accidental racism. Out of nowhere, Jihan's system starts blowing up with multiple warnings that his nameless divine arts were experiencing a critical error. He had to either ditch the 3 divine techniques he currently had, or figure out the true name of the nameless divine arts, because its martial spirit was flat out refusing to fuse. He never cracked the code in his previous life because he'd gotten the skill right before Earth got wiped, but this time, he acquired it way earlier. The 3 techniques, Shadow God Technique, Divine Lightning God Technique, and God Destroying Technique, were all on the chopping block if he failed to uncover the true identity of the nameless divine arts. When his friends asked him for a speech, he put the ultimate guessing game on pause. He gave a heartfelt thanks to the people he'd met and recruited, showing his gratitude for their loyalty, support, and hard work, which was a little wild considering Hyun was in the room. Still, he promised to host another epic party when Korea finally snagged gold in the World League. Sometime later, a completely different player wakes up in the Gold League map set in a Gangnam testing lab. The objective was simple: survive. This map was only open to players level 75 and higher. Unfortunately for him, he'd spawned in the dreaded red zone of this totally unfamiliar territory. The match began, and instantly he was in a battle royale against 100 other players, until only 50 remained. Deadly lasers shot across the arena, slicing unfortunate players clean in half. In this twisted game, there were 3 zones: red, green, and yellow. Players were scattered randomly among them, with the red zone notoriously known as the beginner's graveyard because it was littered with traps. The arena's initial onslaught subsided, leaving only a few survivors shaken but alive. The tension skyrocketed. Not only did they have to dodge traps, but also fend off attacks from other players. Of the 71 people still standing across the 3 zones, only 14 were in the red. One of them proposed that they all team up and just let the other zones thin themselves out until the total player count dropped to 50. He argued they should focus solely on avoiding traps for now. Another player agreed, gathering the Gold League newbies who had just dinged level 75 and had never laid eyes on this map before. 4 players huddled together, thinking they were about to get some expert guidance on traps and some life-saving tips, but they'd been lured into a trap. They were about to become easy pickings for the experienced players. The reasoning was cold-blooded. The noobs would probably die to the traps eventually anyway, so eliminating them now just gave the veterans a much better shot at surviving the next phase. The vets launched a ruthless attack, cutting them down, but as the chaos settled, the silhouette of a single player emerged from the dust. The 3 scheming veterans found themselves crushed into a ball by an invisible force and held captive. Looking up, they saw none other than Jihan, with his sword, Eclipse, resting casually on his shoulder. He thanked them for the great tips, as he prepared to bring the dark blade down on their heads. Jihan wastes no time dismantling the wannabe pros, but the total number of players is still stubbornly above 50, and he's getting annoyed that he can't just hop over to the other zones to clean house. The Chibi Queen suddenly appears, warning him to be extremely careful in this room because it feels exactly like one of the World Tree Union's testing labs. These labs were always left behind after the elves conquered a planet, and sometimes, black elves would even get trapped inside them. As she investigated, she noted how bizarre it was for a place like this to be used as a game map. As Jihan mulled over whether the Chibi Queen's suspicions were on the money, the game itself triggered a massive wall of lethal lasers from every conceivable direction, programmed to annihilate him for being the sole, unexpected survivor of the red zone. Jihan and the chat, freaking out over this guaranteed death trap, but the tiny queen pulls a clutch move with a secret escape route. It's hidden behind a massive, reinforced door that looks totally sealed. Turns out, these are interdimensional portals that only power up once the death traps are fully armed. Jihan blitzes toward the door using his lightning speed, totally ready to give the tiny queen a piece of his mind, if those lasers had fried him. But her wild gamble actually pays off. He opens his eyes to find himself in some kind of mystical garden, a place completely unknown even to the tiny queen, since the portals dump you into random dimensions. The system dings him, confirming he's cleared a secret quest just by surviving the red zone. But now, an epic quest drops in his lap. Find the master of this domain and uncover the twisted reason behind all the experiments. This quest just hits different. Even the reward is a wild card, promising up to a mind-blowing 100,000 AP. Suddenly, an elegant white elf materializes from a pavilion, looking absolutely stunned that one of her test subjects actually broke out of the lab, especially after she heard what he was called. And even with the tiny queen practically screaming warnings in his head, this dude lets his curiosity take the wheel and agrees to have tea with the very same elf who just called him a lab rat. Despite having the option to just beat the answers out of her, Jihan opts to play it cool and humor the lady from a notoriously evil race, all because her power level is a complete unknown. The two settle in for tea, and as he holds the cup, the thought flashes across his mind that it's probably poisoned. The tiny queen straight up tells him to just take her out right now, but he waves it off, convinced it's all part of the tutorial and there's no real threat. He takes a defiant sip and immediately starts bombarding her with questions about the lab's true purpose and why her avatar looks so different from a normal player's. She calls him out for being way too nosy, but reassures him she's just chilling because the garden is a vibe and offers a perfect vantage point for people watching. Jihan lowers the cup, thinking he's about to get all the intel he needs just as easily as the first few answers. But the moment he asks her why she's so obsessed with observing humans, the elf's psycho switch gets flipped. She chillingly admits that her grand plan is to collect every unique player like Jihan and turn them into her personal slaves. The second she finishes that sentence, something inside Jihan's body reacts violently, and he collapses, pure panic written all over his face, while the elf lady just smiles down at him, savoring how incredibly stupid he's been. It seems these elves might be from different clans, but their twisted desire for control is exactly the same. And unlike the Shadow Queen, this elf actually succeeds in bringing Jihan to his knees. She begins hypnotizing him, twisting his will to make him her puppet. But out of nowhere, a massive 10,000 GP donation from a fan flashes across his vision, shattering the elf's concentration and breaking the hypnotic spell as his live chat springs back to life. With her cover completely blown, the elf lady is forced to release Jihan. Just then, the total player count hits 50, bringing the game to an abrupt end. She's fuming that her playtime was cut short, but it's not a complete loss. That's because she already planted a leaf inside of Jihan. Before the game closes, she gives him one final command: find her. The instant the next round begins, Jihan is teleported back to his apartment and immediately crashes to the floor. The tiny queen morphs back to her adult size, furious with herself for not doing more to prevent him from engaging with that psychotic elf. She can't wrap her head around why an elf would try to mind control a player. During the freaking tutorial, the queen recognizes the mark as a leaf from the world tree and starts desperately shaking Jihan to snap him out of the trance. Fortunately, he regains his senses and stops her, revealing he was never truly under the elf's spell. That's when Seiya bursts into the room, already going off about her uncle's habit of falling for every new woman's tricks. She then spots the queen on top of her uncle, and immediately assumes she was the one trying to control him this time. Once the huge misunderstanding is sorted out, the queen explains that the world tree leaf is a legendary item that can either cure any affliction or be used to dominate a being's will completely. This raises the obvious question: how is Jihan standing there perfectly fine after having one implanted in him? He explains it's because of his martial spirit, a unique skill he acquired through total mastery of his own body. He was only caught off guard for a second because the hypnosis felt familiar, but he was able to hijack the invading external energy almost immediately. Seiya and the queen can only conclude that their boy is simply too OP to be controlled. Jihan considers just cutting the leaf out of his body himself, but it's impossible without the elf's specialized technology. This means he has to set up another meeting with the psycho elf. Seiya is terrified it could end in disaster, but Jihan reassures her it'll be fine. Privately, he's fully aware of the insane risk, but he has to see it through to advance his own secret agenda. A few days pass. Jihan gets an escort to the national team's dorms. He's on the phone with Seiya, walking down the long corridor. His mind is a whirlwind, thinking about the upcoming training, the intense schedule, and the stone-cold fact that his new roommate is someone he used to bully. He's live on stream, deep in a call with Seiya. The two are bantering about being apart, low-key worried about how either of them will manage to function, especially Seiya, who's convinced she'll starve without her uncle's god-tier cooking. In fact, she's out grocery shopping, for that very reason when she hangs up, but she's being watched. From the depths of a dark alley, an assassin has her in their sights. Seiya is alone. This is the perfect moment to strike. But just as the killer moves in, they freeze. 1,000 shadow blades materialize out of nowhere, completely boxing them in. The Chibi Queen has made her entrance, and she's here for information. Trapped by Jihan's personal security detail, the assassin desperately searches for an escape route. And right on cue, Seiya wanders straight into the kill zone. The assassin sees a new opportunity to take Seiya out now. Right here, right now. But the Chibi Queen moves like lightning, lunging to impale the threat. Except, she strikes nothing but air. A classic afterimage fake-out. The real assassin has already ghosted behind Seiya. Luckily, the lightning spell Jihan gave Seiya comes in clutch, erupting in a blast that sends the attacker flying. Seizing the opening, the Chibi Queen unleashes a storm of blades, pinning the assassin. With nowhere left to run, they're skewered. Seiya panics, thinking she just witnessed a murder. But the Chibi Queen is a pro who knows all about controlling her power. She rips off the assassin's mask, revealing none other than Akari, an enforcer sent by the twisted Ito Shizuru. Both Seiya and the Chibi Queen groan they are so overdealing with these clowns. Akari immediately launches into a sob story about trying to apologize to her boss. She explains how after failing to snatch Jihan, the sadistic queen blackmailed her using her own sister, Hiyori. Shizuru swore she would turn Hiyori's body into a replacement clone as punishment for Akari screwing up her master plan. But even after hearing this tragic tale about being forced into a heinous crime, Seiya isn't buying it. Not for a second. This is about her safety, and Jihan's. She pulls out her phone to call her uncle and have Akari arrested. Big mistake. She completely spaced that Akari is a diamond-ranked assassin who can shatter restraints like they're nothing. As Seiya is telling Jihan where she is, Akari summons a sword from thin air and slices the Chibi Queen clean in two. Over the phone, Jihan is freaking out, but Seiya is just frozen, utterly speechless. Akari lets out a smirk. She notes how cold Seiya is for not falling for a tragic backstory. But then comes the real kicker. Akari willingly offered her body to Ito Shizuru, becoming a mindless clone just to keep her sister safe. Which means Shizuru can hijack Akari's body and take direct control whenever she feels like it. And just like that, Shizuru's consciousness surfaces, confronting Seiya about being disrespectful to her soon-to-be stepmother. Seiya instantly recognizes that sadistic face. She tries screaming the name into the phone for Jihan to hear, but Shizuru snaps it in half and grabs Seiya by the throat. But before the line went dead, Jihan heard it, Seiya screaming the name of that monster. Veins bulge on his forehead as pure rage consumes him. Meanwhile, Shizuru's obedience magic starts taking hold, and Sia fights a desperate battle for her own mind. Despite the pure hatred she feels for the woman who ripped her family apart, the seductive power is almost too much to handle. But at the last possible moment, the lightning seal flares to life, shattering the mind control. The queen is absolutely livid. That makes two people now who are capable of resisting her ultimate power. Finally free, Sia claps back at the succubus queen, telling her that not even her powerful gifts can make up for her looking like a grandma, which totally pisses Shizuru off. She vanishes into thin air, just as her self-proclaimed stepmom lunges to grab her again. Taking this many L's in a row is making Shizuru seriously anxious. And to rub even more salt in the wound, the chibi queen reforms from the shadows, this time in her powerful adult form. Shizuru figures she can at least get some answers out of Jihan's summon, but the power gap between them is just too massive. The obedience spell is completely nullified. The chibi queen just smirks at the pathetic woman's attempt to control her, striking true, primal fear into Shizuru's heart for the very first time. To demonstrate the difference in their leagues, the queen summons a gigantic shadow hand and effortlessly crushes her. Akari's body becomes useless once that good-for-nothing queen takes over, so she moves in to end this nuisance for good. But Shizuru pulls out an item that creates an impenetrable barrier, deflecting the chibi queen's attack. It's called the Absolute Defense Charm, a one-time use, S-ranked item. The chibi queen scoffs, calling her out for using cheap tricks instead of actually getting good at fighting. Shizuru knows her plans are completely wrecked for now, mostly because she never factored in Jihan's summoned. Familiar, the new mission is simple, just grab Sia and get the hell out of there. The only issue is, she has absolutely no clue where Sia could have possibly gone. Little does she know, Sia is still there, just vibing in another dimension. At the last second, she equipped the shadow cloak to make her escape, and now she is completely invisible to everyone. The cloak is working way too well. Blown away, Sia thinks. Just a little longer, and the void won't hurt, right? Big mistake. If she'd bothered to read the item description, she'd know that was a one-way ticket to disaster. Suddenly, a chaotic storm just erupts from nothing, and the system starts blaring warnings. Get swallowed, and it's game over. Meanwhile, the clash between the chibi queen and the sadistic queen is still raging, but the fight grinds to a halt when Sia suddenly materializes, shaking uncontrollably, terrified at how close she came to being wiped from existence by the storm. If she'd been even a fraction of a second slower, Ito Shizuru grins, seeing a golden opportunity to finally get what she wants. But the chibi queen just smirks. This girl has no idea the Grim Reaper is literally standing right behind her. Jihan teleports onto the scene, instantly blasting Shizuru with a bolt of lightning. He makes sure Sia is okay, then turns to threaten the woman he assumes is Akari. But the chibi queen cuts in, letting him know that's not Akari, it's Ito Shizuru. Realizing she's completely outclassed, Shizuru makes a break for it, trying to spirit away Akari's body, because that vessel is way too valuable to lose. Too bad for her, she's not escaping that easily this time. Jihan cuts her off mid-spiritification and proceeds to absolutely wreck the arrogant queen. Shizuru can't handle the beatdown and is forced to ditch the vessel she spent so much effort building. But even as she's bailing, she tries to get in one last taunt. Jihan shuts that down immediately, spitting that the next time he sees her, it'll be at her funeral. He tosses the body aside as the light leaves its eyes, but just as he's about to bounce with Sia, they both whip around. Something insane is happening. Cut to the sadistic queen, returning to her hideout looking totally wrecked. Her number one simp, the Sword King, sees how stressed she is, and immediately starts trying to comfort her, completely buying the garbage she's selling about wanting to reunite his family by getting Jihan to Japan so they can be one big happy family. The absolute fool falls for her act all over again, but their little moment gets cut short by a notification. Jihan's channel is going live. Shizuru raises an eyebrow, wondering if he's about to spill the tea on what just went down, but she's not sweating it. He has zero proof to expose her. She smugly hits play on the stream, and the first words from a shockingly familiar voice rip the soul right out of her. It's the real Akari. No clone, no fake, and she's telling the entire world about Shizuru's whole mind control operation. Akari is about to drop receipts on every single twisted plot she witnessed while under Shizuru's thumb, with Jihan and Sia standing right next to her as backup. Shizuru is officially panicking. She was sure Akari was dead, and now she's live, blowing up her whole spot. So let's rewind a few hours before the stream that changed everything. Back in that alley, right after Shizuru bailed from her body, the vessel was rigged to self-destruct. But somehow, Akari's insane willpower fought back against the command, leaving her body damaged but whole, lying unconscious on the ground. The chibi queen picked up on something wild. The energy signature wasn't a clone's, it was the real Akari's. Even though the body was in terrible shape, Jihan unleashes his great heal ability, desperately trying to bring her back. Fast forward a bit, they're back at Jihan's place, and Akari's eyes flutter open. The very first thing she sees is Jihan, who immediately starts grilling her. He's looming over her, demanding to know everything about Shizuru and why she'd helped that psycho. And then, the memories come flooding back. She remembers when Shizuru first took over her body. The first order she was given? To murder her own sister with her bare hands, as a twisted loyalty test to see if the clone would obey, because the real Akari's consciousness was still fighting back from inside. But even as a puppet, being forced to kill her sister shattered something deep inside her. And now that she's finally free, Akari has one thing on her mind: revenge. She's going to tear Shizuru to pieces. Pure rage and grief are fueling her as she storms towards the door. But Jihan blocks her path, telling her it's a straight-up suicide run. If killing that witch was easy, he would have done it already. Besides, the last thing they need is for Shizuru to get her hands on that clone body. All over again. That dose of reality hits Akari like a truck. She just collapses, feeling completely powerless to get justice on her own. And that's when Jihan offers her a different kind of weapon. He suggests she tell her story to the entire world. Which brings us back to the stream. Akari lays out every single crime Shizuru committed, using her army of clones, detailing everything from cold-blooded murder to brainwashing people, and using her powers to seduce top-ranking officials in the Japanese government. Shizuru had been using these clones to pull strings and get away with it all. And watching Akari break down on stream, the chat explodes. Everyone believes her, demanding new rules to stop this kind of twisted abuse. That's when Jihan steps in, warning the world to be on high alert. He tells them to watch out for Ito Shizuru, especially with the Northeast Asian League games, just around the corner. He sends a direct message to all the top players: do not, under any circumstances, fall for this woman's manipulative games. Refusing to be branded a traitor like the Sword King, the self-obsessed psycho just slammed the exit button on the whole game. With Akari's dirty laundry aired out for the world to see, the dominoes started to fall, and her grip on power completely shattered. So what does she do? She runs crying to her simp of a boyfriend, who absolutely swallows every lie she spins about how this was all for the good of her nation. Meanwhile, the rest of her crew is starting to have some major second thoughts. But the Simp King just pulls her in close, promising he's ride or die, no matter how insane her list of crimes gets. And just like that, she tells him to utterly annihilate Jihan the next time they face off, all while the world outside is absolutely imploding. Cut to a hidden laboratory, where a mysterious elf woman is surrounded by glowing stasis pods, each one holding some kind of captured creature. She takes a calm sip of tea, a small smile playing on her lips as she eagerly awaits her next encounter with her favorite little lab rat, Jihan.